access line. I ain't got much, but I'm damn proud of this double wide off in the pines. I'll do whatever it takes, I'll go to my grave, protecting me and mine. So you better understand, if you step on my land, I'll leave you where you lie, let the wolves cry. I ain't got much, but I'm damn proud of this double wide off in the pines.
Good morning, good day, good evening, wherever it's working for you. Oh, let's see. Let me do this real quick. And then I can say, morning, everybody. And I'll put you back on the chickens. That way you can check out the chickens. Yeah, I don't know. Today my BB's day. BB's day. I don't know. We had a round the other day, and then past 2 mornings, he won't even come out of that coop till I come out of that pen. But this morning he got stupid again a little bit. Rudy, sorry, gotta pay attention to Rudy. It's the morning, Miss Jen. See Kid Coleman, kiss off. Let's see Miss Sharon, Mr. William, Tiger. What's up, Wizard? Mr. Chain, Lady Smith. Sorry, I'm scrolling up. Scat Pack. Pure Blood. He's just in a, I think he's in a dick mood this morning. So oh, that was Rudy. There you go. Somehow that 2 inches between the front of my foot and the leg of that little tripod thing, that's where he really needed to walk. Hey, Mr. Tony. Right on, Pure Blood. I know, got a thermos full again. 1 pot full inside the house, and bring a thermos out with me. Yeah, man, it's some crazy times. So I did figure I'll take a minute and I'm gonna just throw my 2 cents in about this AI type thing. Just to, I see some people are starting to get it, as far as these talk people and stuff, and they're using some of the words of programming, because that's what it comes down to. See, the scary part to me of the AI is it's like all the fake news. Everything's going to get just put out fake. That's the concern. And there's no real solution other than try to help people understand not to be so easily confused over this digital shit. And us older people need to stand their ground on what the hell you remember. Because it's just, man, that's the scary part. I don't know. I was listening to Tucker with Elon. I've listened to a couple other people. And they get it, but then they keep thinking that there's some kind of solution. Like, who was it that said something about maybe we need to have some, universal pause. And it's like, really? You think that's how that works? That's not how that works. People are steadily typing in definitions of things. And what happens is this stuff keeps getting perpetuated. It's kind of like, think about it. And that bot can go in. I'm sorry, Twitter was all in everybody's direct messages and everything. So in all honesty, that thing, if it was turned loose by Google, I would have access to all the emails, all websites. And so see, there's where, because if you rely on that stuff so much, then that's how, and it's not so much that everything about you is out there, it's the way, because that has there's no conscience to the AI. You're going to set parameters and you're going to say if and when, and just that's the big disconnect, I think, is trying to downplay human existence because they refuse to accept God or a creator of some sort. And there just has to be some scientific thing about this that they don't even know their own constraints. But it's like right now, I forgot who it was that brought it up on how most of that AI generated shit's coming out of the kind of the liberal Silicon Valley. But what do you do whenever it's another government that turns loose an AI bot to just go in and start rewriting history, rewriting news articles? All of a sudden you start getting bombarded. Can you imagine if you took actually the scary shit, dude, it just clicked is, can you imagine War of the Worlds, only it's done by an AI open chat bot because it just alters the things you see? All of a sudden all your news is, oh my God, there's a huge invasion. The earth is flat and kind of shit. And just look at it. Look at how the shift of just common sense has gone out the way. Dude, you could cause panic in the streets right now. It's like, oh look, BB gonna have a little try to have attitude because Rudy walked by. No, but it's because see, it's, I don't know. I know it's like a broken record because it's pretty much what I say, but it's all about people, man. So any change, it's people based. Oh, I'm sorry. I'm sure that was really loud on y'all because he decided to come right to that corner because Rudy's standing right here, as you can see by the tail shadow. That's funny. I guess for him, it's the crack of dawn. Okay, I'm sorry if I missed anything. Angry Prepper had a show on AI last night. God dang it, baby. Really, Rudy, you couldn't. My bad. I just ooey. Dude, go lay down or something. Go chill. I'm not having both of y'all fighting over attention while I'm sitting here with a tripod. Ain't happening. movie 2001 Space Odyssey seems to be becoming real also. They would never release the AI because it would reveal all the secrets of the government. See, but it already knows. That's why I said this thing will, and it's going to have, it's like what picture gets painted once they keep flooding all the data information, then what's it going to pull from? It's going to pull from all this weird. I mean, because think about it, man. That's just like with the gender thing, dude. That's tapping into science, biology. That's changing the norm. You know, as in that's literally the real upside down world. This proven fact no longer stands true. Wait, what? And then it starts pumping that shit out. And dude, look, they're with the way these damn weirdos going after the kids and stuff. God dang, man. I don't know if it's because he's done shown a little thing and but yeah, he's getting on my nerves this morning. Because, yeah, man, he's just been a dick here lately. I don't know. I was actually thinking today's going to be the day that we have our talk. But I don't know if my innards are up for it. Yesterday was pretty rough. Because it's just hell. I'm sorry it's doing it to y'all, but it's just loud as shit for me too. Annoying fucker. My bad. Really no call for that. Okay. They called all of us crazy too. Going on, we've been right more than we've been wrong. Well, and it's just it. I don't know. You can see this in humanity. You know, it's kind of like once we discovered gunpowder type thing, well, we designed another purpose for it when the atom bomb. You know, asbestos. We always man, we. And you would think that the masses would have picked up by now that, okay, wait a minute, every time we come up with this brilliant ass idea, there's always ramifications. So can we step back a little bit? Let's look at this a little bit more. Yeah, see, this is what could happen. But no, 1,000 years later, and we just still go, hey, check out this cool little shiny thing. I just think, what? And it's like, oh, wait, that is this. Oh, no. And so here we are in this digital age. And it's like, so you have this world that's going to be created with ones and zeros, and you can just, and you know, and I saw the VR thing coming, and I could see where, yeah, there'll be a group of people that'll, you know, that this will be bad for. I had no idea that we were going to have a whole society that's actually going to have arguments over gender and shit like that, and that we were going to be that lost and confused. And it's like, who would have thought that these books that are in schools? I mean, who's ever met anybody? You know, that's cool with that. I mean, it's like unbelievable. Hey, what's up, Mayhem? POTB had a good little thing on leadership yesterday, and that was a good one. And seeing, I don't know, even listening to that, and then I'm thinking, you know, I don't know. But I mean, it is what it is. I deal with what I can right as it comes. Pray for the best, prepare for the worst. They say, yeah. See, well, I don't. I will say that that's the one thing that worries me because we have people, pureblood, that are write these papers, and we've shifted from what science used to be to now. If you just have enough initials after your name, and you're in the circle, well, then if you just say something, it's got to be true. So there, we'll just make that principle. And see, by doing that, well, who knows what really the outcome is. It's kind of like when they decided to collide matter together, and they think that they know the outcomes that they're going to look for, and that this is all that could happen when you collide these things together. And that's always made me nervous, regardless of any other spin. It's just the fact that scientifically you're stretching way out there and you do not know the ramifications. And I don't know, I guess enough explosions and enough flash fire type stuff, and you can see instant reactions to things, and it was never meant. Oh, I didn't mean that to happen. Oh, I didn't know. Oh, and it's so you just, I don't know, man. And you just kind of go, well, I'm not sure that this is good. This thing has no moral compass. It has no consciousness, so it has no feeling. It has no emotion, so it's not going to take that into account. You're going to say, okay, well, here's just a simple one. See, because I get the matrix view, and a lot of people got that, but no, it's simplistic shit like this. So what if you did the open chat, the open GPT AI, and you said, find every U.S. citizen that has a social media account with an American flag and log them as a combatant. Bam. Just like that. You have an algorithm search engine AI that can calculate, see, and do things with no repercussions. There's not going to be any pause. There's not going to be that. Matter of fact, like POTB was talking about, a little example of like follow an order kind of thing, and how, you're given a note, you need to take it over there, you just do it. Well, this is an AI. You're going to say, do this. There's not going to look back to go, oh, wait, is this an error? Oh, well, this person was registered as a U.S. citizen. And so it would just categorize people. Next thing you know, you would just have millions and millions of people would all be logged as enemy combatants. Bam. And it's not people that have to do that. All a person has to do is say, hey, you're programmed with these variables, so you have access to all this information, this internet. Here, do this, blam. And then it's not that it's going to like turn your oven on and burn you up and all that. It's not like that. It's that fact that they can manipulate that. And since digital currency, digital profiles, social media, it's kind of like you see in the movies, when there's like, oh, they're going to erase his record from the database. Well, it's okay. This thing can go into every, so you could tell it to go to every family member, and can you imagine that? So it's the reliance of all this digital shit, man. We all got excuses why we use it. No, that's gonna be the downfall. Sure, the bad guy on the other end of that's gonna be, he's gonna be complacent with it. I mean, he'll go along, but the massive work's going to be just done by code because we're living in a digital world. What's up, milkmaid? Thought I saw you come in. Sorry if I've missed anybody. I'm just babbling. See, I backed up a little bit and he shuts it. Watch, I'll get a little closer and then he'll start again. Today might be conversation day. I don't know. My innards weren't really feeling up for it, but you got to deal with what comes. And he's getting pretty damn annoying. There. Here's why me, I advise removing social accounts. No, Wizard, he's not. He actually, so my understanding of the story, I'll put it that way because I don't know anything. My understanding is he helped found the company that ended up developing the Open GPT. And he's been working and wanting to do AI. That's why he invested in that company and stuff. But his thing is, as a matter of fact, he's going to come up with a new one called Truth. I think he said it was going to be Truth GPT or something. It's like, yay, we're going to have a combat war of digital code. This sounds like a good idea. My virus is better than your virus. Oh, yeah? Well, mine can code bigger shit than yours. Oh, yeah? And then next thing you know, it's like, yeah, stupid. The scary part with AI is these companies, utility companies, communication companies, hospital services, first responder services, all this equipment. And as they convert this all over into a digital format, kind of like with first responders and sheriff's departments, they went from the good old radio in a tower and communicating to now through the digital. So now we can run these communications up on a computer screen. So if you wrote an AI to just go look at dispatch frequencies and reroute anything that came in on this to your communication center to reroute that, then your dispatchers would be sitting there thinking everything in the city's fine, but the city's on fire. And it's not that the big war machines that went through going, they finally made themselves into the robots and now here it is. Now they can pick one of these little riot nights and all of a sudden they can create more victims because they can actually take control over. And what we look at people doing to hide the truth, this thing will just do it with the intent. You're going to tell it an intent. What do you want? I want you to do this. And then there is no conscience. There's no moral fabric. Yeah, there's a little early morning something. I'm glad he's getting that out of his system. Maybe that's his issue. I don't know. Sorry, I kind of diverted from the AI to just looked up at the BB with his little morning actions. I believe it was, but the official reason they gave. Okay, and I'm sorry. So I went on a tangent and then. Isn't it? Oh, damn, Amy. I just scrolled up and saw your deal. What kind of work does he do? All right, it looks like another one's going in. Oh, let's see, that's Louise. I think Thelma's already gone up. So now Louise go up there and my little lady will leave me an egg, I hope. and then it'll be Nikki's turn. It's been too cold to play in here. Yeah, let's see. I don't know if I'm going to make the meetup or not at this rate. If nothing else, I might just end up. I might just drive up for the day, and then maybe stay that night and the next day, and then come back. See what the gas is going to look like. Hey, morning, Eric. I'll tell you what, I can put the link out there. Yeah, but it's just like with the companies, the more and more our companies rely, on digital. Because that'll be the issue. See, like, I don't understand. Why did he have to go up in there? He's up there scratching around. He pisses me off. You know what? That's when I ought to go up there and shut that door and be like, now, I just don't think I can climb up in that box. Otherwise, I would. See, I don't get what his issue is. I don't understand why he has to go up in there. Hey, there's Milky.
Morning.
Morning, ma'am.
How you doing?
Hey, sunny side up.
Right. I thought I'd come up and say hi.
Well, cool. I'm glad you did. Man, so is that like normal how BB, he'll just go up in there? The girls ain't even up in there, and he'll go up in there and he'll start. I'm telling you, I think he's a damn bully for some reason. I don't know why. Try not to read more into it, but it's
What
like,
is he
damn, dude, you're a
doing?
dick.
Yeah, they're
Well,
all.
like he gets to. At first, I thought the chasing around was, just kind of, feeling frisky, but it's like, oh no, he he'll go ahead and get his little morning nookie and stuff, but then he just out of nowhere will kind of go over and it's not that he's trying to see, like he'll do shit like that at him, just run up at him. And then like none of them were in a while ago. He just goes in and it's almost like I'm gonna go in up here and tear up your shit. You can hear him in there going and then he comes out. It's like, damn, dude, you're a dick, aren't you?
Yeah, they can be. I mean, some of them can be bullies, as long as he's not tearing up their backs.
Oh no, buddy. He better hope he don't ever go there.
You're gonna get those little like saddles if he does.
No. I'm just probably gonna get me some wheat buns.
Yep.
I mean,
Yeah.
I totally love him. I mean, and he's a handsome dude. I don't know. I
Oh,
don't
that's
do good with
okay.
males.
That
There's
that's
always
probably.
the testosterone check. I don't understand it.
Oh yeah, like my bull is an absolute. I mean, he's a pretty chill bull, but he's a dick as well. Like they ran out of water because he had knocked over the trough again. And so everybody's thirsty. I fill it up and he's pushing everybody out of the way because he's going to get his first. You know, it's your man.
Yeah. Yes, see, which normally it works out. I mean, but I don't know. But we haven't had a conversation, and I was thinking today. I think the only thing that's saving him right now is that my innards ain't quite up to it after yesterday. So
Right.
I'm sore. I thought about it. Oh, I contemplated. That was actually when I made it. I was going, okay. I'm just going to take that board. I'm going to go in there tomorrow, and I'll just walk in, take the ramp down, and slide that board right over in front of him, and he can't get behind there, and then I'm grabbing his ass.
Well, sometimes it's a little weird. We expect animals to behave like human beings, or at least our, set of codes. They don't necessarily do that.
Well, no, but it's just the three girls get it. It's like they started
Girl.
like at night. I open the side door just to, I believe it or not, make fun of me. I don't care. I tell them night. So I shut this front door and everything, but then I open that side panel and I go, all right, night, night. And then I shut it. Well, they all used to kind of freak out because the door's open. They adjusted. And he actually did adjust to that. He gets it now. But and it's just little things. I don't know. Him and his male shit, but yeah, it's like everybody got a chest bump, and I don't understand. It's like, why?
I don't know.
But it is what it is. Hey,
Yeah.
there is somebody I want to say real quick, and I'm sorry, Milky, give me one sec. So, Canadian, he says, hey, I'm in the woods, very little service, but wanted to wave real quick. And he's waving from Texas. Hey, so you're here? You need to, if there's any way to meet up for a cup of coffee, brother, I will drive out of my way. That man has hooked me up. He was sending me a drill. I
Really?
got gloves, I got some bits, some
Oh,
blades.
Canadian, that was very nice. Thank you.
Yes, that is so awesome.
That
I
is.
was definitely taken back.
I like the giving spirit that a lot of people have, and not just like giving, but you know, back and forth. You know,
Yeah. By the way, when are you playing? When are we hearing some sound of music off the violin?
valid point. I I had it in my storage room, and because I have like I had a huge organizational mess in my house where I had had two moves without like clear, concise the way that I do it. So I had all this stuff in my room. So I stored it there because it temperature wise was probably the best place for it. But I found a lady in Lynchburg that I need to just remember to take it. But I only go to Lynchburg like once a month now, maybe. Um, and so yeah, I'll drive way out there and do that.
That'd be cool.
I
Man, that'd be
called
cool to hear that.
Well, I called them and I tried to find out what their hours were because they're a small family operation. And so, and plus, I don't want to drive, hours to get to a place and then, them not be open. But they said they have a place that I could leave it and have a note and then they would take care of it. But I want to get it all fixed up, new strings, um, and get that rolling because I want to play music so badly. Huh, no kidding, kid.
Campbell Avenue.
Once upon a time, I lived in that town. I'm not near there anymore.
I had to scroll up. I had to reread Kiss Offs because it's like I set a code yesterday. LOL. And I was like, wait, code? What? And then I read the rest of it. The pups got a sneaker across their ass. Well, they probably didn't feel it because they got big old diapers on. So it's all cushioned.
Comments?
Huh?
I didn't see that comment.
Yeah, bam. There it says I said it. I set a
Mm,
code yesterday, LOL. The pups got a sneaker across their ass.
okay, I see it now.
Oh, and look, somebody said I ought to trade him to you for Houdini. What's
Yeah, a
up,
little.
kid?
Well, all the cows became Houdinis. I actually had to take a break from planting and redo my electric fences, um, because like the pigs, they have a tendency to push dirt up on everything and it'll ground them out, and lines start to sag and stuff like that. So there's this guy that works at the corner store that I go to frequently, and I know his name, and we're always like, "Hey, how you doing?" That kind of thing. Well, the other morning, I believe it was Sunday, they had gotten out again. But I had slept in that morning, and all of a sudden I hear the dogs barking like crazy, and I'm like, oh no, either somebody's here or somebody's out. And so I'm literally like rolling out of bed, pulling on a jacket, all that stuff, going to the door, and I see the cows walking up the driveway, and there's a truck behind, and I'm like, son of a gun. And so I go to grab my shoes, and in that time, the guy had gotten out of the truck, walked up to the house. I opened the door. I still can't see very well because my eyes are all blurry, And I open it. He goes, "Hey, your cows." Oh, it's you. So it was that guy from the corner store. Apparently, he's my neighbor. I didn't even know it.
Oh, small world.
Mm-hmm. But he just kind of drove them back up the driveway for me.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, neighbors are cool.
Well, that ought to give you a little bit easier feeling.
Oh, yeah. I mean, I like to know who's around me. I don't always know how to read everybody. I've tried to learn how to do that because it's good to know who's around you, who are good, helpful people, who aren't, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
Yeah, Kid Coleman, I know exactly what you're talking about. Oh, wait.
The Burger King and the CVS.
Yeah. Yeah, I lived there for several years.
Yeah, I don't know how my gardening's going to go. I'm trying to get there, but it's just, I didn't realize how that's kind of a task with a price. So I didn't calculate my shit. So I'm having to kind of recalculate things because, man.
Well, even if you just start with one bed or even a pot, get some stuff going. That'll encourage you and help you figure all that stuff out. Like if you have one pot that you can put some soil in and plant some radishes, those are instant gratification almost. Well, in gardening terms.
Yeah. Well, yeah. And I got to get these sunflower seeds in. And that's what I'm going to try to do. Man, like I said, I didn't realize the chicken coop was one thing. And I think what helped was, I would take breaks and like them days. So that's why it took so long. Hell, it's still not finished. But it's
never
ooh, man, this log stuff. I don't know. Let's see if you can. It's like, this ain't much. I know this won't be much. This is going to be so funny. So, can you see that little pile of wood?
hold on.
Yeah, I'll get closer.
Oh yeah, I see.
So that little pile of wood right there, while that looks like that's like 20 minutes of work, maybe. Let me tell you, that was yeah, buddy. It's still, my innards are all jacked.
Oh yeah.
And I think it's the bending over part and then trying to do the stuff. And normally it would be like sit up muscles kind of deal. Only I can't go jacking with that shit, and everything else feels like crap.
Yeah, you gotta take it slow. I mean, inch by inch, it's a cinch, right? That's why I keep telling myself with the garden, I'm not stressing too hardcore because I'm still making steady progress. Maybe not as fast as I'd like, but I'm doing it all myself pretty much. I mean, my husband, like the very first pass of the tiller to show me how it worked on the tractor, but beyond that, it's just been me. So I did get my daughter to help me roll up the livestock tank for my in garden pool. I gotta start slowly filling that up. I gotta clean it, though.
Well, do you guys have a rain season?
All the time.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty consistent. I mean, in the winter we tend to have a little bit more, or maybe it just seems that way because it's freezing cold and miserable. But It really depends. We get, I want to say we get 30 or 35 inches of rain a year, something like that. But it's pretty well distributed throughout the seasons. Which I love it when it rains decently in the summer, because then I don't have to water the garden.
Right.
And plants love rainwater for some reason. There's something about it. Like better than well water, or definitely better than city water. City water has like, bleach and stuff in it, or chlorine. Which isn't good for the soil, but it still works.
Yeah. See, oh man, that'd be so cool. Yeah, because the gutters, we could collect some serious good rainwater. There's always adds to the river as it's flowing when it rains hard
Yeah,
because
yeah.
it's a shotgun style house. So it's got the gutters from end to end, and boy, it'll collect that water.
Yeah, it's incredible how much water comes off of our roof. We don't have gutters on all of the house, but the very front part has one gutter, and we set a watering trough up underneath one corner where the downspout is, which we don't have really. Oh, cat fights. And I use that actually to water the chickens or as a backup water supply. But if you do one of those barrels, especially if it has like a spigot at the bottom, you can attach a hose to. If it's above where your plants are, you can just use gravity to water everything.
Yeah. Kid says, Milkmaid, have you tested the acidity of your rainwater?
No. I figure I really can't control that.
Right.
Yeah, probably pre-ionized. I was watching a really interesting thing. Deep South Homestead was doing it. It's called electroculture.
Oh yeah, I think I saw it. I didn't finish watching it. I was been meaning to.
Well, yeah, I kind of skipped ahead to the part where he was talking about that, but I had actually been talking to another lady in a chat that I'm in from Puerto Rico. Anyhow, she has been studying sustainable farming and agriculture, and she was talking about that, and it's kind of really cool. And I think there's studies and stuff done on it, or maybe he was talking about the birds chirping. They have a frequency that helps plants to grow.
Huh.
That's kind of like in those unknown things where you would just assume that just is, but potentially that has a very scientific reason. Yeah, Lady Smith. I mean, if I have some copper wire running around, sure. But gardening does end up having trends to it. People get all into the hot new thing.
Lady Smith says electroculture is the hottest gardening trend presently.
I wonder how much copper wire. Well, I guess you could just. I think what he did was he took some just old wiring and he stripped it, and then
Just kind of made like a copper conductor.
Yeah, he put a stake next to his plant, and he shoved the end into the dirt down by the root, and twisted around that stake, and then it's kind of sticking up like a weird antenna.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I could see where, because you've got, I don't know, this is one of these moments when it's like, see, this is why you were supposed to pay attention in school. Because I remember, because it's like our axis, and then it's the magnetic force and the pull. It's actually so that what used to be so impressive, and I don't know, because that's how we're designed. That's what's causing our revolutions and everything is the magnetic forces, and that's our tidal waves, and everything coincides so much with that. I wonder if that depends on where you're at on the polar side of things, on the for a layman way of saying it, it would like increase or decrease the strength of that field, depending on where you were planting.
Yeah. Oh, are you talking about like the moon phases?
Well, it's just, but it's all coincides when you think about it like what that, because that's basically what he's doing by driving rods in, then he's grounding to the earth. So and your ground is pretty much your magnetic ground that's covering underneath our whole, uh, damn, I went blank on the inner core part. But depending on where you're at and planning, the strength of what you're pulling out, because I mean, if you're going to, you could just poke a stake into your flower bed. And if you're going through the soil into the hard soil, then that's you're bringing that grounding up into the whole bed.
That would make sense. You know, that's why you should keep your soil moist too.
Right.
Because, yeah, there was a guy, and I've linked to him before. Oh, and now I'm blanking on his name. Dan Kittredge. And he would take a conductivity meter, and he would check the conductivity of his soil. He said, if you do nothing else, you know, keep your soil moist. That is the number one thing that you do for your entire garden. And then he gets into all like the, you know, geeky stuff, cation exchanges, and you know, that kind of thing. But he even was pointing out, and I thought this was really cool. You know how people talk about the pH of soil?
Yep.
The exudates, the life that's in the soil actually drives that. It's not so much what you have in the soil, it's as far as mineral wise or whatever. But your plants can actually, if they have the correct biology underneath them, they can drive the pH of that soil. And it's variable. It doesn't stay the same.
Oh.
It's kind of cool. Geeky.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what I don't know. That's what people need to, and it's not so much just gardening, but get back to just real basic stuff.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's what worries me with the whole AI is just this drive to this digital age, which it's not even the AI. Hell, they do it right now just on the people side. AI is just going to make it more mass and instantaneous because it can just do things faster. I mean, think about it. They've even shown where it'll write a story in a matter of like 3 minutes. So that means if you told it to, it could go and send a story to all major news publications across the world that somebody's going to hit a button and do something extreme, just like that. Blip, boop. And it can do it so fast that people will react before other people are going, wait a minute, no, I'm not. It won't matter. It's kind of like the War of the Worlds thing, only it'll be the digital age. And it'll be just some bullshit story that creates panic.
I could believe that. Reminds me of that movie War Games.
Yeah. Well, you combine that War of the Worlds with War Games, and there you go. Because it just, I don't know. I don't think of it in terms of the Matrix and the Terminator type thing. It's not that. It's just that it'll cause us to implode because that's where the power will be. The power will be that it can do things faster than we'll be able to correct it. And the more companies that get tied into this digital internet, cloud-based, that's the shit.
Yeah. I mean, I like using the internet as a tool, but it definitely has. I try to tell people sometimes, be careful what you're saying, you know?
Well, yeah. And it's not even, but see, and think about that though. We talk about that because of a person interpreting what's being said.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Like, oh, well, here, let's play the word game. Okay, well, an algorithm, the AI doesn't view any of that. It's just going to literally take every single word that's said and group it and say, oh, this is it. You said, if I find this to do this, so I'm doing this. That's what that's what I keep bringing up is how it's people oriented. It's who's programming it and what are they willing to put into that thing? Because
The yes or no, the one or two, right?
pretty much, you're going to tell it to do something. Somebody's going to tell it what variables to play with. Like here, I want you to do this, and I want you to do it within these parameters. Or if
If
it tells it to make its own parameters, well, all it'll do is grab all parameters because there is no moral conscience to say, oh, well, that's a bad one. Oh, well, that one might be a little extreme. Okay, no, that's going to be too. It doesn't do any of that. It just goes, okay, I can do this. Okay, and wouldn't that be some shit if every Samsung phone around the planet, all of a sudden the battery settings with a firmware change, and all of a sudden now all the batteries are getting extremely hot and they start to blow up?
I hadn't thought of that.
Or what if an AI says, oh, wow, look at all the Apple products. Okay, we're going to increase the power. And that's a known thing that's been done. And Apple was actually busted doing that very thing to older model phones with firmware updates. They were actually creating a drain on batteries. So people were getting frustrated with the old models. And then they would go buy the new ones. And they got called out on that quite a few years back.
Really, I wasn't
Yep.
aware of that.
Yep.
Oh, and Wizard, thank you. Yeah, kid, that was a video I was talking about, the Dan Kittredge thing. At least for
Dan
the
Kittredge, the workshop video.
That's really nerdy. It's like 9 hours worth of content because I think I used to listen to it when I was in the garden and stuff like that. Just put my headphones on and go to work learning. Hey, Carl.
What's up, Grumpy?
Hey, Grumpy.
What's up, Carl? Eric, anybody I've missed, good morning, good day, good evening, wherever it's working for you. But no, you just look at, okay, things there were some reactors somewhere at one point in our past that somehow this virus got inside the centrifuge place, and there was a certain sensor that this virus was designed to go at and change the parameters so that all the motors would overheat. So it shut down this production in this country, in this facility, because of the virus. Well, that was a virus on a USB drive that got delivered. Okay, but wait a minute. If you're cloud based, then really you could just kind of go and say, okay, bam, every aviation computer now is going to be 5 degrees off. Boop.
Yeah,
Window update. How many computers would you affect if you did a Windows update mid stride? Only it really wasn't Microsoft doing the Windows update.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, this is why I view technology as so fallible. Like, I like using it to a certain extent, but like, for example, and I know I always rotate back to food again, but it's kind of my passion. But you have your farmers who have, tractors that are running with GPS and,
Yep.
all these other gadgetries that make the life of the farmer easier, but it means that you're more fragile,
Automatic waters.
Yeah. All of the auto stuff, it makes it easier and you can produce at a higher rate, which is why we have less people in agriculture, which means we have
Yep.
less people and their type of agriculture is not really something that people can do. So even if they were to start producing without being able to have access to all that technology, and technology meaning also tractors are technology too, but
Well,
if
see,
they've lost all the old ways, and that's scary to me because that's famine.
Yeah.
Famine.
Well, it's the same everywhere. It's been promoted. It's like there's actually agricultural places that use robotic harvesters and shit, and they're programmed to do these paths and go harvest. So there's all this automation that gets delivered as a convenience. Oh, look, you'll be able to do more because you can do this. Oh, well, I definitely need to do more because I need to make more money. Well, why do you need to make more money? Well, I need to go on vacation here and I want to get this extra. And there's all this foo-ha-ha that pushes this personal drive that needs more money. I need more money.
Yeah.
And we keep being handed things that are going, well, here, this will make it easier. This will make it easier. But then people are going to be freaking. It's just like the food stuff. I heard an interesting story yesterday from a lady's name is Michelle. Her channel is that Squirrel Tribe, and she's a pretty cool young lady. She kind of brings if you can do it, a humorous way to some bad news sometimes, just because of the way she'll put it. She doesn't do you know, the big fear kind of thing. It's just that, okay, here's this article. And most of the time she just reads you the article herself. It's just that she finds these articles in these papers across Palestine, Ohio was been her big focus.
Okay.
But she found this article about the FDA. Apparently the restrictions have been lifted on the FDA and they've been approved for human trials. So somehow, like if a company wants to add a flavor or change something, normally they would go through animal testing and now they don't have to. So, and then like she brought up some of the foods some of the core ingredients are being replaced with other things and that requirement has been lifted off of them.
I have heard of that. In fact, I can't remember where I saw it. I think somebody dropped a video. I think it came from InfoWars, actually. But one of the dudes who does that, not Alex. But it was talking about mRNA and meat production and vegetable production. And it sounds crazy, tinfoil hat, that kind of thing, but it's actually in the works now. And the crazy part is if your source of meat comes from out of the country, right? So say the UK approves it and we're importing cattle or whatever from them, but they are processed here. It doesn't have to say from UK. It can say made in the USA.
Yep.
Or product of the USA. And so they don't have to, there's no restrictions, regulations in place for labeling. So you don't know what you're getting. That to me is confusing because, yeah.
See, and like she brought up a good point. It wasn't even like from the doomer kind of side or a fear side. It made her think because she got an allergic reaction to something that she had been eating that wasn't a thing, and she kind of looked into it. Well, some of the core things, and like she pointed out, you'll hear talk of the crickets, and there is a place in Canada that's going to be producing these crickets in different forms, cricket powder, and like what she pointed out is if you like having an allergy to shellfish, well then if that ingredient's in a food, while it won't say shellfish, but you'll have a shellfish type reaction, allergic reaction to that. Apparently crickets and shellfish, that allergic reaction are similar. Well, man, I just think of the simplest ways that shit causes problems. I mean, there's definitely big extreme ways, and my first thing when she said that, and I thought, damn, I remember my neighbor used to have this little old lady neighbor way back. Matter of fact, I used to laugh going, man, if I get to be 70 and I'm got that much energy, I'm going to be like ecstatic as shit. Because she was just a running joke. She would outwork everybody. But her downfall was poison ivy. She could just, if somebody somewhere was burning some poison ivy and that wind just carried it, even though you couldn't see the smoke, it would cause her throat to all swell up.
Oh, you can end up in the hospital with, poison ivy, poison oak should never be burned, ever. Like,
Well, but I mean, what I'm saying is though, is that like it wasn't even like in the direct smoke. It was shit that had gone through the woods and filtered, but it was just enough. So you think that if you had that kind of reaction to shellfish, well, of course you've spent 40 years avoiding shellfish. Then you go, oh yeah. But now all of a sudden you're fixing to eat a pancake that you've been eating for 40 years. Only part of that flour isn't flour. It's actually crickets that have been powderized. You know what I'm
yeah,
saying?
you
And
know,
then
I
all of a sudden you're having a pancake and you swell up and can't breathe.
see, and here's my take on the insect thing. The main reason that people are like, ooh, no insects is, because of the push that they're doing, the way that they're changing culture and they're trying to make it so that they can control it all, right? I ate a grasshopper when I was a kid. Like people around the world eat insects as part of their diet, and there's nothing wrong with that, especially if you're in a survival sense. It's smart to know what you can,
Right.
but when it comes to how they're putting it in foods, and I will say this, and this is probably going to people up. I mean, USDA allows a certain number of rat parts and and insect parts like cockroaches and stuff in processed food anyhow. I mean, I think pancake mix was actually one of their examples, but and that's because it's impossible to keep every insect or every rodent away from food processing.
Oh, boy. Well, that's a lead in for my next little thing I was going to say too, because then I watched a hearing yesterday that I found rather fascinating. When I'm just see, because this is what I don't care so much about the topic that they think they're talking about. I've been listening to the back end conversations, things that are said in between and shit. And so they were hammering Mayorkas on the whole border and the human trafficking and all this. But in mid stride, one of these representatives, or no, it was a senator, because I think it might have been Johnson out of Wisconsin, is who did it. That dude, I gotta say, I don't know. I don't know his past. All I know is right now I'm listening, and yeah, give that dude an extra mag, because he's there. They've done pushed his last button, I think. So he but he brought up, man, and I didn't snap to this. I'm going, okay, I'm getting it now, because I've kind of made fun of some of these factories, and I've always said how COVID, and we were down and maintenance and all that. And no, it's not just all that. Come to find out, like they're tracking a lot of child trafficking that's going on, and the child trafficking, they're getting sent to factories and refineries, plants to work. And here's what I picked up in the conversation. In that conversation, as he's addressing, he mentions Cheerios, that there was a kid who had done an interview, apparently with the New York Times, that they have to pull shift bagging Cheerios. So you say, well, wait a minute, that's General Mills. Oh, so is General Mills doing night shifts, employing kids to save on that, and yet their production? And then another names got mentioned was Kia and Hyundai. And I'm thinking, oh wow, these are some big ass names that got no problem pulling in. And apparently these are like 11-year-olds, 14-year-olds, 15-year-olds, and they've got them working in night shifts.
Huh. I hadn't heard that. And what was
And
the
I wouldn't be spouting that and saying that, other than it was a damn Senate hearing that I'm watching and like I said, they're really attacking him on the trafficking, but I'm picking up on the topics that he's bringing up from this New York Times thing. And it's like, oh, Kia, Hyundai, Cheerios. I'm sorry, Cheerios, that's General Mills. That's a big ass food line. So what else have you been working them at? Is that why my crackers are a quarter empty and that sealer at the end is all jacked up nowadays? You've been wondering about little shit. And then you wonder about, sometimes you taste some food and it's got like an oily or greasy kind of taste, because maybe it was like oil off the line that didn't get inspected. Well, if you're going to run shit at midnight shifts and you're not wanting anybody to know, you definitely don't have quality control there looking them all over.
True. And hey Matt, hey Hudson.
What's up, Hudson? Hey, Matt.
Yeah,
But yeah,
it's disturbing when you start going down those rabbit holes. And what was he discussing when he was bringing this up? He brought it up on the floor.
no, it was a hearing, and it was the damn, which was the forgot what the name of the actual hearing was for, but they were going at Mayorkas over the border and all this that's been going on. And uh, let me look at my phone. Maybe it'll tell me in the history. Because there was Ron Johnson was the actual senator at the time doing that. There almost all of them were questioning him, and I personally despise that dude. Mayorkas. I mean, my God. Matter of fact, I'm fixing to start writing me some emails to people like Ron Johnson going, when is enough, dude? That smug little bastard. One of you just throw a shoe at his happy ass or something when he does it, but just do something for the rest of us to see.
Yeah.
God dang, dude, that dude is so smug. He sits there and then they quit. Here's the facts. He goes, well, no. And then they'll go, matter of fact, Ron Johnson pulls out the charts going, right here, this is when you came in. I don't want your excuses. This is when you came in.
I did see that part. Yeah. I want to say if we're talking about the same thing.
Yeah, probably because they were going at him hard. And
do you know what blows my mind is that when you look at somebody and they're having the facts presented to them, like Fauci was the same way. They can look you straight dead in the eye and say no and lie.
Well, and have you noticed, like, if you watch those, watch how when they look at whoever's questioning them and they've got this smug look, and after they cut them off and go, no, you just got it wrong, they always look right back towards that Democratic chairperson.
Of course.
Like, do I got the nod of approval? Are you gonna, are you gonna interrupt? Are you gonna do anything? Because I've noticed that too. Just like if they get too hard, all of a sudden you'll end up with some of them over there going, why don't you let the witness answer? Let the witness answer.
Yeah. I mean, on the flip side too, the tactics of a grilling person, you see that on both sides too. I'm
oh yeah,
that out there because I've, like Ted Cruz, people love him or hate him. I like a lot of what he does. A lot of it's grandstanding.
Oh, dude.
He's
I'm
using
so tired of hearing about his latest book. Every time he opens his mouth, he's wrote a book before he answers your question.
Yeah. So that's why, like, a majority of them, even ones I like, I'm always reticent to support them. Even Rand Paul. And I love Ron Paul. Rand, though, he's made some concessions here and there, but I understand he's played the game more than his dad ever did. His dad didn't play any games. He was straight up. There was an interview with him on Tim Pool recently, and I just got, like, my heart grew a couple sizes just seeing him and hearing him talk. He's the one person I would probably fangirl over of any celebrity, politician, anybody like that.
Oh, by the way, Hudson, if you want, drop your thing for your event. I think it's this weekend. They're having their bug out bag weekend.
No, wait, is Hudson, wasn't he the one that had Angry come and they all hung out? I think, oh shoot, what's her name? Catskills. She was there, that kind of thing.
I think so. I know Hudson and Angry and them, Angry Prepper and them, they all get together. Okay, it's April 29th through the 30th. It's in upstate New York. And he said, yes, ma'am.
Okay, that's what I thought.
You got the We All Gonna Die Wednesday.
Yeah, whenever I can catch, I've not been online as much recently, but I used to spend way too much time, I think, online, but I'm trying to cut back on that and get stuff done. But then I miss everything and I hate that.
Well, yeah, that's, see, I wish I could. We need like a little social place, and that's I thought about trying to maybe just set up something where I put it on the chickens, and then but I can have the chat will always be open so people can just jump in and.
Well, I want to say that Northern Girl Hobbies did that oftentimes. She would just set it up. She put the camera and she'd set it in front of the chickens, and then she'd go and do whatever. She'd come back occasionally and say hi to people and stuff like that, but it was just kind of a chat room. Although, like, I do like Telegram chats too.
I don't
And
even have
that's
that.
what
I don't even have Telegram.
I only like it because that's how I keep in touch with a lot of people that I talk to fairly frequently.
Yeah, and I probably shouldn't even bother saying it. Although, hey man, everybody do them. I'm not. This is just. I remember when that program first came out, and there was just, I don't know, there was just questionable things on the authors, behind the coding, and I was like, just
Oh,
another.
I don't think that there's a single platform out there. Maybe Liberty Tree Fellowship is totally different.
No.
Well, it is totally different, but
Well, it is,
like
but it
all the
isn't. Because I
ones,
will say, let's not forget Parler.
oh yeah, I remember getting Parlor.
And that shows you, well, and I just referenced Parler because that shows you that even though as independent you think you are, you're running on them Amazon servers. Even though you're the company you're hosting it from, I guarantee you on the back end they're hosting a, a bunch on the back end for resale because that's the way that works. So,
Mm-hmm.
and it's no different than anything else that starts parceling it down. You'll have a big company that has the server farm, and then they'll sell out chunks to other big companies that then break it down and sell their little portions off to hosting companies to then sell out to the public. But at the end of the day, it's all going to the same location. So it's
Yeah,
just like with Parler when that was a phone call, and that's, I guess you'd have to be kind of geeky in that little world to really. That man, that was some serious shit right there, dude. That was literally phone call stuff. As in, okay, we need to scrub that from the DNS servers. Oh, okay, click. Yeah.
yeah,
Oh no, they're still on. Their site's still going. They're now directing people directly. You need to take that down. All right, click, and there it is, gone.
that's why I view it as kind of a double-edged sword. And what's really challenging is like if I were to sit down and talk to a person face to face and there's no phone sitting around or anything like that, I could speak whatever was on my mind. I can't do that online. And people say, people might consider that cowardice. It's not that, it's wisdom, in my opinion, because sometimes things need to be said and it's okay. You don't care if the world knows or any potential consequences. But when I think a little bit longer term, I'm not trying to put myself necessarily on the radar. I want to be able to find that balance of
Well, that's just it. There's
and
going to be a radar. There already is because now, especially with the AI thing, because they'll just search for a word, and anytime a word's been said, or it'll find it somewhere. 5 years ago, 10 years ago, it'll find it because it
well,
has, and it can do that so quick.
I've tried to explain this to some people because there's a lot of people that think, and this has to do with like chats and stuff, right? Where they're like, free speech, free speech. And I'm like, yeah, you have free speech, but also understand that these days it actually does come with a consequence. It's not actually that free anymore. So, you know, take that into account. And then if you're in a certain place where a lot of people are trying to pass information, but they're not trying to, you know, be on the radar necessarily, understand that sometimes you do actually have to self-censor. I hate that so much. I hate it so much, but
Well,
I
that's
weigh
actually the whole digital world, though. I will say, ever since the introduction of it, there's just that people forgot there's a time and a place for everything, and
right.
somehow conversations, because all of a sudden here's a digital platform, and wow, look, we can video talk and we can chat, and nobody practiced going, okay, well, wait a minute, now this stuff is being put out there, so yeah, and not everything belongs on the internet.
Right. Yeah, and that's why it's so important to have local groups and even these meetups, where you can talk to people. There's still that OMA-fed, kind of thing too. So, what is it? Discretion is the better part of wisdom,
Yep.
kind of thing. Like we've gotten lax, and sometimes the anonymity of the internet, we forget that it's not anonymous. Like Hudson was saying, they're always listening. Of course they are.
Well, and
You know,
see, and here's the thing, we haven't really, like, the Twitter file things kind of show that while they've been listening, but when you think about it, look at all the messagings that they had access to, but yet you didn't see much because, see, those are people. And this is where I was saying earlier, that's the scary part with the AI is when you decide to take that workload off of people and give it to a digital bot and give it parameters to then do that job, it's not going to read that and realize that that might have been a joke
or sarcasm. I speak in
yeah it'll
heavily.
just it's just going to see it. Well, and then look at how many times we've made jokes about things
Right.
having a very explosive effect on things. See, okay, I said that sentence. Well, what if the parameter is the word explosive? Well, I
Right.
didn't say that in context to any damn violent act or anything, but it picked that word, so it would flag that. So all of a sudden, that you're automatically over there.
And I wonder if potentially there are combinations of keywords like, people will call, in a movie review, it's explosive, and so I feel like there's probably, and I think that's also why AI is kind of a thing too, is it can start to group context.
Well, it can do things that these scientists and these smart people they want to be able to do, and they're just not capable because a human only uses about 10% of their damn brain, probably less than that nowadays. And yet a computer calculation, that binary coding can outperform a human if you give it the same access. Well, see, that's the deal. It's like walking you into the library and going, here you go, milkmaid. I'm gonna check with you tomorrow, and I want to know how jet propulsion works. I want to know how you frame a house, and I want to know how you tune a diesel Cummins motor, and I want you to crochet an Afghan. Well, you're going to be like, are you out of your ever living mind? But you know what? See, we've adapted to a part now where we can go, okay, it's kind of like the Matrix thing, as much as I hate to reference that, but you basically tell it, okay, here, I want to know this. Well, it can give you that information right out the gate. And if you've set the variables and parameters up right, it'll give you a highlighted talking point of basics to know how to do that. Now, if you start implementing pieces into a factory that can perform these actions, now you can tell that to go ahead and produce that. And as long as you're feeding in the stock, which you can write code for something to always maintain the stock and feed that, that's how that can slowly evolve. And we were ignoring the whole social platform side, the emails, the text messaging, and this whole digital communication. Our TVs, it's all digital. Even if you're getting your local TV station, it's coming off of a digital signal, because now that can all be altered. And that's what I said before. That's what totally, it's this digital world. This is stupid to live in this digital world.
It is. Well, like I said, it's a double-edged sword. Like, it's an Achilles heel. It's a majority of those kind of damaging effects that you can have after you see the benefits of it, right? I mean, it's so much easier to do things. It's great that we can communicate. You're in Texas, I'm in Virginia. Like, normally, under other circumstances, we would never have met or be able to even discuss this kind of stuff. So I can see the advantage to that. But beyond that, mm,
Oh
it's
yeah.
got an Achilles heel.
Well, it's that's I laugh to this day because I remember way back in the beginning of this, and we even laughed because I go, do you remember this like before the kids were born? I said whenever I was doing that tech support on that one chat thing, how this is probably not going to go good, and I said, and here we are. Look at where we are in 2023. Because I picked up on that just because of once we were working on, we had the chat rooms, the bulletin boards, but then a lot of people and companies were working on the video side of things. How to do this? How can we get a video signal across? This 14.4 baud rate shit, and how's this going to work? And
Oh, there you go, talking Chinese again.
well, your transmission rates on what y'all all talk about fiber and stuff, and that's just the old dial-up speeds and starting
No.
way back then. But you would have, so that was actually the work being put in how to do this video compression. And I remember in a chat room, it was one of a starter company that was coming up called M Player, and Sure enough, one of them chats just kind of went really, 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 really on out there. And it was like, yeah, you're advertising pictures of grandma in the other state and how you can communicate with the grandkids and all that. But I think, and sure enough, here we are.
Yeah. Well, I
And it's
think,
because of people. People will not self regulate. We've gotten so
yeah.
spoiled that we're so wanting everything we want because we've developed and technology wise come so far that
Well,
we now have a wave of people that are just expectations and there's no drive to. It's like this AI thing with the whole human robot side. That's why they're not even contemplating. People like Elon are starting to kind of go, yo, slow down, because they're so impressed that, oh, look, we can make it wink at us. And it's like you're trying to instill a digital conscience into something, and it's just not feasible, and that'll have ramifications.
yeah. Well, like zooming out from just the technology side of it, I think that that's a lesson that we learn, period, as human beings. Like, just because you can doesn't mean you should.
Exactly.
And, and that across agriculture, across livestock breeding, across technology, across, even vehicles and travel and globalization, like trading with other countries, like everything has an upside and a downside, and you have to weigh those, and you have to have a little bit of intuition as to where that possibly could go, and a forethought, for for fuck's sake, forethought,
Well, okay, let me put this analogy at you. So we all watched Jackass.
Yeah, I
We all
remember.
remember that show, and those people did crazy ass shit because people were watching. We have transformed into where people chase likes. Look at the crazy shit on TikTok that happens. Why? Because they can gain popularity by
Oh, look
likes and
at
stuff.
that,
So we're in
but
that
yeah.
age where these are the young people that are working on coding for a lot of the shit. And so, see, all they want is some kind of glorification of what they're doing. And they're not taking into account that just because we can, we should. And it's like, no. But they just see it as in, oh, I can be the first one. Oh, I can do this. Look, it was
Well,
me. And
and
it's like, there's cost to pay.
and that actually reminds me of War Games again. All excited, like he's a brilliant kid, he can do this. Like, oh, check this out, I can do this. And then, it has ramifications. And unfortunately, excuse me, unfortunately, I think that we are a society of a bunch of children. Um, we stomp our feet when we don't get our way. We throw fits. We do stuff that we probably shouldn't, and that's just human nature. But self control or anything like that is out the window for a lot of people, it would seem.
Right. Morning, Kims. And no, kiss off. I didn't call you a jackass. Said it was a TV show. Might have been your favorite TV show, but
I gotta say though, sometimes it's fun watching dumb people do dumb shit.
it used to be. Nowadays, it's not so much anymore for me because it's like,
Well, I
you
look
know,
at it
I used
from,
to think your group was small, so this was kind of entertaining. But now I realize that you people are in just about every major city across the country, and you cause issues.
well, yeah, because it's not kids doing dumb stuff anymore, it's adults, and they just continue that mentality throughout life.
Well, and Crowder's show yesterday, I just kind of skimmed through some of it yesterday evening, and like he was pointing out the stories between the rioting that had been going on this past weekend versus that shooting of the old man from the guy that was pulling on his storm door when he opened the front door and he shot him.
Okay.
They talked about that guy, and of course, their headlines was how bad he was for shooting this young black guy. And so they what was it, 77 times that they played that story. And the other one, the hundreds of damn people out storming in stores and shit and all out in the streets. He said they referenced that 6 times.
Oh yeah,
Well,
they're
see,
narrative.
well, yeah, but see, now here's all I'm saying though. We talk about that. That was CNN, and that was the producers, and that was intentional. You can do that worldwide with an AI if you tell it that's the variables to broadcast this story, and then you can do that very thing and shelter
Oh,
all kinds of shit.
you know, I
What's
had
up,
an
Hutch?
yeah. Hutch is immature and proud. I know. I'm
Yeah,
joking.
Mr. Immature. Let's see. I think we just got through watching a week series on community building and stuff. So Mr. Immature was up there trying to formulate plans and stuff. It doesn't sound too immature,
Yeah, he's got everybody fooled.
Mr.
I'm
Grown Up.
convinced. Yeah, you're welcome. You're welcome, Grumpy. Lady Smith, raised in a household or a house full of males coming from one of mostly females, talk about a dumb shit crash course. Cracked me up.
Hey, Aloha Prepper. Morning, ma'am. There's somebody else I think I saw come in. Oh, Mr. Donald.
Eric. I'm not saying that I don't do dumb stuff too. I have definitely done some pretty freaking dumb stuff.
Oh, yeah. Hell, regularly.
Just for shits and giggles too. That's the sad part.
I find myself doing stupid things sometimes just because I don't know. It's almost like a challenging thing. Like, okay, I probably shouldn't be doing it this way, but come on, man, I can do this. I can do it. And
Right? Just because you can doesn't mean you should. Huh?
well, do as I say, not as I do.
Classic. No, I
Right.
still do it all the time too. Like, I don't know, you got to live a little. Like, technically, riding a motorcycle is not the smartest thing you can do, but
No,
God,
it's actually the best thing you could do.
it's so much fun. I was a wild child when I was little, and not in the sense of I got into a whole bunch of trouble, but I definitely pushed the limits when it came to being smart physically. Jumping on calves or jumping off a cliff into a pile of leaves. That did not land well.
Oh
Car
yeah,
seat.
there's things I've done. Yeah, with a bike, and it's just I don't know. That's why I'm just. I guess that's just goes back to my faith thing because it has to be intentional for me to be here. There's just no other rational reason for it. So,
Well, and you
uh,
gotta have fun in life too. But yeah, I mean, I think that we make it through our dumb stuff because we had a lesson to learn. And when we learn those lessons, it's great. When you don't learn them, well, that kind of sucks.
right, Carl. Oh, you should have heard him. You just must have showed up afterwards. But oh no, BB was crowing his little ass off. I even backed up because it was getting so loud.
Now you jinxed yourself. Now he's going to start crowing. You used,
Probably.
oh, we hear Booster. Oh, that's so cute. Now you have one of your own. And I'm like, ha, 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 ha.
That's okay. I can have a conversation with mine.
It's like somebody else's kids, kind of throwing a fit, and you look at it and you're like, oh, I know how that feels. But when
Right.
it's your kid, your blood pressure starts going up. You get stressed, embarrassed, anything like that. I remember one time my kid threw a fit in the store and I just left him. I walked away. I was like, go ahead, throw a fit. And I walked away. And they realized that they weren't getting the attention that they wanted. And that stopped that day.
Yeah, I get it. Well, and that's he. I don't know. We're gonna work it out. He's just
Here, BB,
yes.
he'll learn.
Yeah.
Well, or you.
And I'm learning. I'm learning how to be social. So I've done fessed up. One thing I realized, boy, I was so out of touch.
Ooh, tiger. Did you see that?
Oh wait, what did she say? Used to jump out of the hayloft into a pile of hay. One kid got stuck through the leg with a pitchfork. Oh yeah,
Right.
I'd heard of that happening to some other kids growing up.
I learned not to shovel wood chips in flip flops, man, because I managed to step on toe once.
GTP.
Oh, GTP, I have a question for you. Um, so I'm getting ready to do like my seed starts, in the cells and stuff. And I got those mosquito dunks, and I need to get a container for the water or whatever. But do you have a recommendation on like how much water for each dunk? Or, what I ended up doing, I actually took a old peanut butter jar and I filled it with water and I stuck the dunk in it. I figured it could start activating that bacteria right away, and then I could mix it in with more water. I want to do that when I'm original planting so that it's already in the soil. If you have any recommendations, that would be awesome.
Hey, Nikki.
Hey, Nikki. Did we miss Nikki's birthday?
Well, no, her and Jeremy went out to eat, and she was up here on panel.
I missed that
Apparently so.
because I was thinking about I
Oh,
had looked at
you
my
know
calendar.
what? That might have been the same morning with Papa's Farm and Carl. Maybe that was that. No, no, because Nikki was on panel with me until I shut it down.
Damn it, Nikki! I am so sorry, hun. I haven't even been looking at the dates, and it slipped right past me because I looked at it this morning and I was like, "Oh no, sorry. Happy birthday."
Whatever.
I'm I
Whatever.
forget my mother-in-law's every year.
Well, it's your mother-in-law. Who doesn't?
Eric, I
Well,
like.
I couldn't tell you shit about my mother-in-law. I know her name, and that's too much. But you get
Okay,
along with yours.
well, ish. I
Oh,
mean,
Eric said, did you clean out the remaining peanut butter?
well, yeah, I like peanut butter, just not with chocolate. I love peanut butter.
I know it's even better when you enclose it with chocolate.
Well, but is it really? Is it really
Yeah.
freaking peanut butter? Because
Plus,
that's
hey, I will
your.
also bring a valid point. See, because instead of because we're coming up on tough times, you don't want to exert energy when you don't need to. So to open and eat some chocolate and then open and eat some peanut butter, that's double the energy. But if you just go ahead and do the Reese's peanut butter cup, you now got the chocolate and the peanut butter in just one small energy move. So it's more efficient.
Whatever. I'll take the hard way.
Boom.
And GTP, thank you. I was wondering about that. And that's really cool that it's almost non-existent, because that is one of the coolest things I've seen so far. I have to say, is using those dunks to take care of fungus gnats. Like, that was revolutionary in my mind.
Hey, Von Eric.
Hey,
Morning,
fun.
sir.
What time is it? Oh, wow! I've been here for an hour already.
Probably I've been on for an hour and a half, it shows.
Yeah, I can't stay too terribly long. I have more to plant today.
Hey, good conversation still.
Right?
Have
What's
you
all
heard
this?
from BB?
Yeah. So I think part of his issue, he switched to days, he said, and then his days off, he's pretty much humping it, trying to get everything else done. But then he used to be able to like get on and at least go into chats and stuff on YouTube. But for some reason, people are using way too much internet at his work, and so he can't watch videos and stuff at work. Kind of sucks.
Yep.
Something along those lines. But yeah, that's part of the reason why he's been so freaking absent.
Well, I've been wondering how he was doing.
From what I can tell, pretty well.
Cool deal. Okay, so GTB says, right, no messing around. So I just used that water to water all my plants, and it's knocked the population down to almost nothing.
That is so freaking cool. I mean, I told my husband, because he was going to Lowe's, and I said, hey, while you're there, pick me up some mosquito dunks, because I forgot to order them off of Amazon. And he brought me back a couple, and he's like, this should last forever. And I'm like, well, yeah, but still I want more. Because that was, especially if they sit in stasis forever, as long as you keep them dry and that kind of thing. I wonder about doing that for initial, like initial watering with plants outside, or if that's just, I can't say that I've ever had issues with fungus gnats, direct sowing, but maybe I'm wrong there. I don't know.
I'll have to go look at that dunk one. I remember seeing something about the gnats, but I'm bad about not paying attention sometimes. But I try to watch so everybody can view things, the view numbers or whatever that is.
Well, it's meant for, because it has a bacteria. I'm not even going to try to pronounce it. But, mosquitoes breed in water. Now they can do it grass blades and everything else like that. So there's that. But in standing water is where they get some real oomph. So it's this bacteria that messes with the larva, from what I understand. And the thing is it also messes with the larva of fungus gnats. And fungus gnats are these obnoxious little tiny, almost like fruit flies, but maybe tinier. And their larva eats the roots of your seedlings when you're planting them. And so it can cause failures. In fact, I think that's one of the main failures that I had last year, even though I've got this like awesome Pro Mix, mycorrhiza inoculated potting soil that costs way too much. I think it have fungus gnat larvae in it, or eggs or whatever. But I had some my starts last year.
Well, I guess I ought to look into those.
Cool, GDP. Okay.
I know for the mosquitoes, we try to always keep any water collected, poured out, as far as like planters and standing water, and just it's out and about, so it doesn't breed the mosquitoes. But then actually been trying to, there's some that I know are going to like collect it after a rain. So been taking some of this charcoal and throwing it over in them little holes. So whenever it rains, it's always already in there. Cause I forgot who that was that came up on panel that one night. Walked around his little farm and had all the little water things out, and he would just keep floating pieces of charcoal in it, because it had something to do with the charcoal in the film would keep that mosquitoes from.
I remember that guy. And that's possibly GTP, another possibility. Well, but that has to do with mosquitoes. I don't know what it would do. He explained it right there. GTP did. The science stuff.
Oh Lord, yeah, okay, all them words.
Bacillus thuringiensis israeliensis bacteria. Did I get it?
Sure. Sounds right on the money to me.
Right, and what GTP said, of course, harmless to humans because of our pH in our bellies. He's highly caffeinated. No, GTP is one of my favorite people when it comes to talking, garden stuff.
Right.
He's very well educated on a variety of topics. I love it. Talk nerdy to me.
BB needs a friend. He's got 3 hens in there.
Is she talking about the rooster or the cocky one?
Wait, are you still talking about the rooster?
You caught it.
He's just, I mean, I don't know.
In all reality, like normal, like human BB, he isn't actually that cocky. And son of a bitch, I just had a cow walk past the porch. What the hell? I'm telling you what. And Houdini by her side.
Well, yeah, he had to show her how to get out.
I wonder what it was this time.
It's like, look, I will show you the way. Follow me.
Well, the last time they got out, I put the fence, I disconnected everything else, and I only charged the fence that was around them. So it would shock the ever loving shit out of them if they tried to get out. But my husband said he saw her jump. And unfortunately, I'm looking at this cow. I haven't started milking her because of how she's starting to put weight back on, but she had dropped a lot of weight and I didn't want to take anymore. But I'm looking at her bags and I'm thinking, and the fact that she dropped so much weight, and I'm thinking, I don't know if she's my shift cow. I might have to sell her and start fresh with a new one.
Oh,
Yeah.
Kim's cooking. Kim said, I want to keep my rainwater for drought purposes. What did you say about putting charcoal in there? More details, please. Okay, Kim's,
Yeah.
if this has any purpose for drinking or anything, then I'm not saying that. This would just be outside water. But if you put pieces of charcoal from, like burning some logs, some hardwood,
Yeah.
and you take those chunks of charcoal and you put it in there, it keeps the mosquitoes from laying larvae in that water. And if they
Well, and
do, it kills them because it smothers them.
if it's clean wood, like it burned clean, it doesn't have any kind of like chemicals in it or whatever, the charcoal won't hurt your water for even human consumption. I mean, you still want to filter it, but it won't. You can throw even the mosquito dunks. I bet they say not to ingest it, and I probably wouldn't, honestly. But you could probably still put those in, but that's to keep the mosquitoes from breeding in them. Right, Nikki?
That's kind of what it is, Scat Pack. She said the charcoal put a sheen on top. And it does. And that's actually how it smothers mosquito larvae because they lay there and that charcoal film encompasses them in it and it smothers them. So or at least that's so far it's worked around here. We didn't have bad mosquitoes. It's kind of helped keep a lot down. We still get some because they're still off in the woods, but
Exactly, Tiger. Yeah, charcoal is used to filter water. Like if you want to do like a primitive kind of water filter, which you can do all kinds of things, but you do like rocks and then sand and then charcoal at the bottom of a bucket with a bunch of holes, and you'll get, filtered water pretty much.
right. 1 sec, Milky. All righty, aloha. Off to bed. She just finished tax deadlines today. Well, get you some rest, ma'am. Thanks for stopping in. Glad to know you're doing okay.
Mm-hmm. Good to see you. Yeah, GTP. I keep activated charcoal. Like I have a 5-pound bag of it. I use it for both like tooth powder, but also one time I got food poisoning, and you do like probably a teaspoon to a cup of water or something like that, or maybe half teaspoon to half cup. I can't remember. It doesn't taste like anything. I thought it was going to taste terrible, but I just drank that and it really helped big time. Do you hear the slurping over here?
Ma'am?
I'm sitting next to my trough that the rainwater goes in, and the cow that escaped just came over and took a slurp and then looked at me. Haunting me.
Oh, you're welcome, Kim's. And it's the knowledge that I've picked up doing this, and that I have all these cool people that come by and they'll hop on a panel and share cool stuff, like Milky does every now and then. We learn stuff.
Oh, I don't know nothing.
I don't know. I heard that the milkshakes are good.
That's
I couldn't resist.
no, I don't care. You're fine. I behave myself for the most part, or I try. I am really bad at swearing though.
You're bad at it.
Well, I'm good at it, but it's bad that I'm good at it.
By the way, if so, with this wing clipping thing on chickens now, always talked about the hens, but his are the same way, right?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
it's just like a fingernail.
Yeah, I know.
I mean, if you have dull scissors or whatever, and you're yanking on their feathers, they're probably not gonna like that. But if you just hold them, cradle them in your lap, right?
Oh
And
no, if I get the balls to do this, I will actually probably buy a brand new pair of scissors.
oh, you're an overachiever. Anyhow, you just clip them. You know,
Yeah.
you like they have two flight feathers. They have the longest ones that are on the bottom, and have another top. And what I would do is I would just put them on my lap. I'd spread out their wing, soothe them down, calm them or whatever. You can even wrap them in a towel or whatever to make them feel comfy. But you spread that one wing. Don't do both wings, just one wing. And you clip along the line of that second feather line. So where it lays over top,
Yeah.
that's where you'd clip along. And what it ends up doing, like if they go to try to fly, they'll just go in circles. They can't. Now I have had hens overcome this.
Oh, she went out and came back.
Oh, did she?
Yeah, you went out and came back.
Oh, shoot. Sorry.
No, yeah, it's probably just a connection thing. And yeah, Nikki said I showed him. He's just scared. It's not. Well, I mean, I don't. I guess it's not really scared. I mean, I just don't. I don't know, man.
Be brave. Be
It's
bold.
just the way I. It's just like so. Okay, I could potentially harm them. And is this a necessary thing? Is this something that I got to do? And it's like, oh, well, see, I don't know. And it just,
I
and
was.
I'll tell you what, here's all I can say. You know what? I'm sitting here and talking to you, and I got my spine problems. I got a little gut problem things, but I would still be pretty freaking pissed off if somebody reached out and snatched my ass up and decided that I needed a toe trim or some shit. So
Oh,
I
but
guess
wait.
if I view it like, well, do I need to do this? And man, I just know, but
Okay. Think of it like this. They're your babies, right? And sometimes babies scratch themselves with their nails and they need to be trimmed. They
yeah.
don't, and you're not hurting them, but it needs to happen. Camo Carl, I love that. Damn straight.
Her maid does not make milkshakes because she doesn't want anyone in her damn yard.
Speaking of people in my yard.
Tiger says, Nikki, I got the hoe after that chicken again yesterday. Well, did she charge you a lot or did she do it for free? My bad.
Oh, does she have a rooster hen?
Uh, I don't know if that was or if that was just a wild chicken.
Well, if you don't have a rooster, somebody was, I bet Nikki told you about this, but sometimes a hen, one of them, will start taking the role of a rooster, bullying everybody. See, it's a thing. Being more aggressive, that
See
kind of
how
thing.
he's a dick?
Well, he's a rooster. Of course he's a dick.
See, look, we're
Oh, yeah.
charging up on them and shit.
Look, they're so over his stuff, they don't give a crap. It's like women ignoring a naggy husband. Yes,
Man, I'm telling you, I'm gonna wring his neck one day. I just maybe I got. I don't know. Just need to get my get the hens where I need them, and man, he is cool. He's filled out. But he's a dumbass. He's pissing me off. My bad.
it's how they do. You got to let animals be animals.
Hey, I got the other three do them. It is. But him, man, it's like, well, you gotta be a dick.
Ooh, Tiger. Yeah. If you
Maybe he's got a gender identity problem, and he's really feeling outclassed right now.
could be.
I don't know.
Man, Tiger, if I had one like that, nothing makes me angrier than planting a bunch of stuff and something comes and eats it all or digs it up. And it's not that I can accept some acceptable losses, but there comes a point where I am livid, like when those deer came through and they wiped out hundreds of my plants, all my cauliflower, all my broccoli, almost all the potatoes. They were even eating on the squash and the freaking tomatoes. Like, I thought they didn't even eat tomatoes. I was so livid. I saw red. And then my husband would come home late at night and get his gun out, and we got a permit and everything because we've got some homey hookups, but
You got some venison.
Yeah, well, it was too hot. So unless I wanted to get up at 2:00 in the morning, in a more precarious, society, I definitely would have, but I didn't need it. So we buried them under a pile of wood chips and they became compost. Oh yeah, GTP. Nothing makes me more upset. In fact, Gita, my livestock guardian dog, I have to pen her or tie her, which I hate doing. But she causes issues with the neighbors' dogs. We just don't have enough property for her to properly roam for her happiness level. So she's going to end up being my garden dog, I think. We're going to try that out. And I don't think any deer will come by if she's there.
Well, by the way, morning, Lady Hammer.
Hey, Lady Hammer.
She said something about still working on. My brain skipped a little bit. I read it and then was like, okay, and then somehow it went to the back. We are still working on the top for the chicken pen today.
Oh, like a netting top?
Yeah, she came up on panel two the other day and was showing because the wind. She has I don't know if I'm gonna get this right. I want to say it was 24 by 35, and basically chicken, pen. And on one end, she has her coop, and it's a big ass nice coop too. But then she had taken a tarp and she had done some of the PVC framing on the T post and kind of raised the tarp up to create like a roof over that long pen. And then when the winds came, it lifted that tarp up and it was all. So she got up here and was showing us. And I think me and D Dog and Papa's Farm, we were talking to her about different options. Backwoods was up here actually because Backwoods recommended a good thing about the corners and just putting some small tarps in the corner so they can have the shade.
Yeah.
It also had something to do with the type of hens, because Backwoods spotted the kind of hens they were, and they're steadily trying. They're all will gear up into the coop. She said, because I asked her why she had the door closed on the coop. She said because they'll all go in there and stay in there. She had food and water in there. I said, well, I done been chastised and told you don't need to put food and water inside.
Yeah. I wonder what kind of chickens they were. Like, if he recognized them, because I think he has the same thing as I do, or had at one point, golden comments. I don't even know what these are.
There you go. That was it.
Oh, was it?
Yeah. So I knew as soon as I heard it, it'd be like, yeah, but I don't.
GTP, if I did that, that would take quite a while. And I don't think they respect Hell, I mean, might as well make swamp water with pee and use that for fertilizing. But I don't think they respect me. Like,
Morning,
I
Amy.
bed down right underneath this willow in my front yard. They really just don't freaking care. Now I'm imagining walking around my property line popping a squat. Jeez.
Hey, you know, the deer might stay away, but she might end up with more neighbors coming by more often than she planned. But
Ew. Well, you have to find the right spot, the right position, everything like that if you're going to do it in the wild. Men have it easy. They're just like, it's ridiculous. It's not fair.
oh, well, fair schmear.
I do need to try swamp water, Nikki. In fact, okay, so here's a question for you guys in the chat. So I put this huge livestock watering tank, and when I'm talking tank, I'm not talking about one of those oval ones. I'm talking about a big circular one that's about 10 feet across. I want to say like a mini swimming pool, basically about 2 feet high, maybe. Right. Well, I'm going to fill it up, and that's going to be my dunking pool. Like if it's hot and I'm weeding or whatever, I can just hop in. Right. But I'm going to get like one of those little pool vacuum things. This is so redneck, by the way. But I don't want to put chemicals in that water because that's also a backup water source for if I have to water plants from it. Say the power goes out or something like that. And grab a can or a bucket, dunk it in that. So what would you do to keep the algae growth from that without making that water not okay for either cattle drinking or livestock or killing the microbiology in your soil? Amy.
Morning, Karen.
Anybody had thoughts on that?
Right, Amy? Write her name in the snow. Hey, I told
Oh.
that story one time. But
I don't think I have that kind of talent.
I was taken back to this day, still taken back. So all I can say is that apparently it's possible.
Yeah, hats off. Never tried it. Don't think I ever will. Hey, Karen.
When shift comes, there's no telling what you're going to do.
Right? Boredom killer.
I'm just picking. Electricity, water, metal tub don't sound good together right off the bat.
It's actually plastic. But yeah, do you remember that scene? I don't know if you watched Yellowstone, where she gets all pissed off, and I like that character for some reason, but she gets pissed off and she stomps out to the watering trough and she has a bottle of champagne with her, strips butt naked, throws a heating element in a metal watering trough and sits in it like a hot tub. This is a rich bitch, right? And
Yeah.
But she had those backgrounds.
Yep. Sounds like something I would do. Oh, did I say that out loud?
Hey, Nikki.
Yay.
Man, I was about to get off and then you had to come up.
Well, y'all started talking about water troughs and I don't know. I would say put a cover on it. First of all, yeah, you're gonna have to put a cover on it, a dark cover if you want to keep the algae out.
Like a freaking tarp.
Yeah, but a dark, or even like the maybe even the the fabric stuff you can buy for shade, like a shade garden shade cloth kind of thing might even help, but it's got to be something dark to keep the. Yeah, you're gonna have to keep that covered if you want to.
No fungus among us.
Well, you know how algae is. Even on our watering system for our rabbits, even though there's a full roof over the whole where the rabbits and quail and everything were, we when Jeremy built the watering system with the buckets and the tubing and everything, and it's the clear tubing that he's using, and we still have a problem where we have to clean out the tubing every now and then because it gets algae built up in there and stopped up. So That's why they say use the black tubing and not the clear. But
Uh,
yeah, I figured.
I used to have that issue with the rabbit water bottles, and you know what I
Right.
do
I think you're right, Kiss Off.
to clean out these water bottles is I would take crushed ice and I'd put
Mhm.
it in and I'd shake it really freaking hard because they have like a small opening and it's hard to get a bottle brush, all around the corners and stuff. And
Right.
ice and I'd put it in there and I would shake it really freaking hard and it actually would clean all of the algae off the sides inside of the little rabbit.
Yeah. But see, it's not bottles. He built that where there's 5-gallon buckets on top and the tubing comes down,
Right.
in the little spouts where they just bite on it. But yeah, that's the same thing while working in restaurants when I was a kid. I'll say kid, teenager. That's what we did with the coffee maker at the end of the night. You know that, right? Coffee pots. You put that or that ice from the ice machine into
Ah,
the coffee pots and you shake it around. Yeah, that's how we clean the coffee pots in restaurants.
you
Oh
know
yeah.
that.
Put a little
Yep.
tablespoon of salt in there and
Yep.
Well,
Yep.
somebody had
Ice.
rice, and I was like, well, number one, that's a waste of food. Number two, it didn't do a very good job, but like ice,
Mhm.
ice I can do.
Yeah, like the Sonic ice. The ice machine ice.
Mm-hmm.
Or even large ice. It doesn't matter. Just a little salt and ice. Yeah, he's right. That's totally a restaurant thing.
yeah,
Yep.
that's how I clean mine out.
Yep.
So with the
Crack
tube,
put
like,
some ice in there, a little bit of salt, start swishing it around, and it just as the ice melts and it creates a little channel, it'll get up on them grooves and whatever little cleans everything up nice and shiny.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Prepper, pure blood Prepper said the cow slobber will keep it nice and lubed where the algae won't grow.
Mm.
All
Oh,
around my friend,
look.
like, and the cows got into my garden one time last year, and that was fine because the power had gone out or something to do with my well, and that was a water source. So I put either they got into there, or I put them in there, but they slobbered all in that thing, and I was not about to jump into it. No,
No,
thank you.
that's bleh.
Blech.
Bleh. Uh-uh. Yeah, cows are they're messy.
Yeah, pretty much. I need to go find this one because he's not my site anymore. So hopefully I won't lose y'all, but I'm gonna have to go here in a second. Put her back in, figure out where the hell she got out.
Look, one seeing Nikki starting to talk shit. It's like, well, I tell you, this is now. I know y'all are gonna go, yeah, we told you, but I have my moment, so let me have my moment anyway. So it's funny because Louise first started laying, and it was now that you're looking at the coop. So over on the far right is the little box in the back that she started in, and then when Nikki decided to lay, she was like, okay, yeah, cool, we'll go to that box. So she went to the far right. Thelma, well, she decided like 2 weeks later to start laying. And of course, she drops the first couple off the roost bar, but then she picks the one over to the far left corner.
Mhm.
And then these two dumbasses go, oh, wait, we're going to use that box? Okay. So all three of them shifted, and now they all use the one on the left. And you can hear her bitching because Nikki's ready to go in and do some biz, but Thelma's apparently in the way.
Oh
And
yeah,
now
they'll
I
fight
have to
for that.
wonder because BB went in there, see, and if it's like a
They'll
little
fight for
crick.
the same box. I told you that. Remember a
Yep.
long time ago, I was like, if you only have a handful of chickens, a small flock, you really don't need that many boxes because I'm telling you what, they're all going to lay in the same one or two. It's usually the
But
same
then if
one
you
or
gotta
two.
go, you gotta go. So I
I
mean,
I know, but they're crazy.
it.
and I'm gonna go see what BB's doing in there. I don't understand why he's got to go in there.
Well, I've got part of the reason my rooster was out was because he was actually eating the eggs. But I've got 7 hens and they lay in maybe 2, maybe 3 boxes.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. And they'll sit on
Me
top
too.
of each other. They don't care.
Yeah, they'll try to pile in there together, 2 at a time. It doesn't always work, but same for me. I've got the seven hens, the rooster, 7 hens, and 1 duck, and they lay in 2 boxes.
Mine are dummies. They all they won't like on a roost. So they'll all either sit on top of the nesting box, like on the roof part of it, or they'll pile into one, maybe two of the nesting boxes when they sleep, because I've got it keeps getting filled up with poo, because they crap all night.
Yeah, they do. Chickens are messy.
I got his ass out of there. All I had to do was look at him and going, "What are you doing?" And he turned around and come out that door. See, it's like I'm telling you, man, you just got to pick up the vibe, and then they get it. You just got to figure out how to talk to them in the right vibe, and then he gets it.
That's an idea, GDP. I wonder if that would work.
There you go. Now Thelma gets to come out in peace. It's like, damn, man, let that woman have her moment.
Oh, man. I got a funny story, and then I'm going to have to go so I can get this cow back in and get to gardening. But so there's this guy that's in one of the chats, and his friend got duckling, and he was asking me, he was like, how can you tell if they're male or female? And, there's still those fluffy ducklings. It's like, well, if they're anything like chickens, you have to sex them within the first 2 days. And I've never tried that because I feel like you're squishing their guts out unless it's like a sex link. But later on, depending on the breed, either it's the coloring of their feathers, like the boys' plumage is far more lovely than the females, or if they're like Pekings, which these were, I was like, they'll have a little curl. The drakes, the boys, they'll have this little curl feather on top of their tail, right? Next thing I know, he's sending me pictures of him holding these fluffy chicken butts up. He's like, where? And I'm like, no, wait until their feathers come in. They were all these fluffy downy butts.
Also, yeah, the males, like the mallard, same thing, curl or Pekings or whatever. But also, it's only the female ducks that quack. The true quacks are only the females. The males don't quack.
Yeah, but they don't.
I didn't know that.
Kind of squeak.
Yeah, they don't quack. They make a little weird sound, but the ones that actually quack, that's how I could tell mine when I first hatched all the ducks. The females are the only ones that have a true quack. The males make this goofy little noise, but they can't actually quack. So, see, there you go. Y'all go ahead, jump on it, make fun of it. Females are the loud ones. They quack their asses off. The males are like, okay, I'm just here. Yeah, that's how I told mine.
It's just a regular, just like the rest of the world.
Right. Yeah, it's funny. Jeremy showed me this meme yesterday or the day before, and there were like five little birds in a nest, and four of them, baby birds, and four of them had their mouths open, and the one on the end, mouth closed, and it was just looking around, and it was like, just a guess, but I'm guessing 4 females, 1 male. Like, yep, pretty much. Yep.
Hey, D-Dog.
What's up, D-Dog?
What up? Yep. Hey. So, Milky's having problems with one of her cows, huh?
They're
more than one.
Apparently, they're getting out.
Yeah, more than one.
I'm having problems with fencing, and maybe one cow has managed to. She's figured out a lot.
Yeah.
Unfortunately.
Little shits.
And I have a policy about fence jumpers, which I don't particularly like, especially if I like the cow. But if a cow jumps, you get rid of her.
Right.
And she's jumping.
And what's her name?
I haven't actually really named her. I call her Little Girl because she's little.
Okay.
So that's pretty much, when I tell my daughter a cow, I'm like, the steer, Charlie is the bull, little cow, and or little girl, and then I guess the little one is named Houdini, the calf.
The calf Houdini.
Hey, Benjamin.
Funny.
I think Pure
Blood. Make it a great day.
Yeah, I think he's the one that suggested the name.
Yeah, Houdini.
Yeah, Tiger. But Nikki, I meant to ask, how do you actually clean out that tube?
My coop?
Up like that.
It's just an old metal shed. I just rake it out, rake all the hay and stuff out, put fresh hay and stuff in.
No, I mean,
I don't.
algae out of the tubing.
Oh, the tubing. I thought you said the coop. I was like, I break it out. Oh, we just like the tubing comes apart in different sections, so we just squirt like water through it and flush it out every now and then because it's just that clear plastic tubing and then you have the little nozzles hooked on the side of the cage for the rabbits. So I just have to like flush it out every now and then and get the algae buildup out of there.
Because I wonder about spray painting the tubing.
Wait a minute, Sherry.
Hey, Sherry. Oh, Tiger, she's a Highland Jersey cross. Same as the bull.
Get him. Fucking duck. God, I gotta run ducks out of my garden all the time. Well, not ducks, those crazy. Go. See? I don't have them. Damn it. Go. And squirrels. Squirrels and those stupid, whatever. Somebody looked it up the other day. Those duck, geese, whatever they are, things that have the orange beak. Yeah, they keep coming in my garden. I don't know that they're actually trying to eat the plants. They maybe just trying to eat the bugs. I don't know, but they just showed up a couple of weeks ago or a few weeks ago, and I've never seen those here before, and they're pissing me off. Sorry. It's so frustrating. I was listening earlier when you were talking about the deer that came through and ate all your stuff. I have a big print. It's a buck too, because you can tell by the prints, that came through my garden the other night. Apparently, I'm like, damn it.
I know there's all of nature that they can eat, but they really like that garden, man.
Yeah.
What do you do back there, D-Doc?
7-foot high fence all the way around the garden.
Hold on, I'm gonna put you full screen. Hold on.
Yeah, nice. 7-foot fence would work. I just don't have that. Oh, that's nice.
See, that's kind of what I want to do. Like, I have some fencing, although it's all falling apart. But I've got that deer netting too that I thought about putting on top of that. But there's trees I want to take out too because they shade some of the garden. I mean, it doesn't have to be all sun all day, but that's probably a little bit better than partial shade. We'll see how it turns out.
The best place that I found to get the deer netting is actually online at TSC. 7 foot by 100 foot is $15.
Oh, that's probably better than what I bought mine at the place. I want to say it was like $20 for maybe the same thing.
Right.
I have a friend, he's a market gardener. They have one section that they do. He basically took field fencing and he did a double layer. He got really tall T-posts and he did that. And then the other area, he had a hard time because he had more of that like construction type. But his problem was vining weeds would come up and start pulling it down.
Mm-hmm.
I got one that I do a regular metal fence on, and I got the 6-foot metal fence.
Uh-huh.
And I put it at the top of the 8-foot T-posts that are only like 1.5 feet in the ground. And then on the bottom of it, I got a bunch of 1/2-inch welded wire.
Okay.
And I put that all the way around the bottom, and it keeps bunnies out.
I haven't had any issues with bunnies, but I have a lot of cats, so that might have something.
Yes. Hey, Mayhem. Welcome back, bro. Cats is what the biggest issue here is. That's the people right down the road that knocked out half their garden was the ferals.
What, digging in it?
Digging, pissing, spraying them plants and killing them off.
Mulch might help some with digging, but yeah. Well, and you know what I did with one garden? 2018, I think, maybe. Or maybe 19. I can't remember. But I had planted some things that cats kept wanting to dig up all the soft dirt, kitty litter box kind of style. And what I did was I took a whole bunch of sticks. I'm really low tech here. I took a whole bunch of sticks and I just kind of crisscrossed them. And the plants could still come up through that, but the cats, that thwarted their ability to dig, and then later on I could take them out and then put my mulch around, and they didn't really want to do it there anymore.
So you did like a lattice with sticks, huh?
Yeah, I mean, it was just like fallen, partial branches from trees and stuff like that. I would break it down into like
I'll be right back.
3-4 foot sections and just stick it haphazardly all around, and then they could come up. And I was just working with what I had at that point. We were really broke, so I had to utilize whatever I could find. It's a little bit better now, but at the same time, same challenges. And I like learning how to do that kind of stuff where you're using the resources that you have available to kind of brainstorm and think ways through. I think that's kind of a good thing to do.
Yeah, like for the fence, I didn't know what to use to mark it so that critters didn't walk into it and the grandbabies. So I ended up just taking old snow fence and just cutting into 2 and 3 section strings, and I got that around the garden.
Oh, that does remind me. A friend of mine who homesteads too, I sold him my milk cows, and he noticed that they were all coming from one area, and he didn't have enough of that netting, so he put it up on that one side.
Yeah.
But what was he took what's that tape that you put around trees, the marking tape?
Right.
And he would just cut little sections of that and then tie it, and it would flutter, because the deer at night, they would sometimes jump into they would jump into it and get hung up. He had one deer die, like all hung up. Uh-oh. Did something go wrong?
I think you skipped for a second.
Yeah, I heard that. It echoed all of a sudden. I like your layout, though. It looks good.
Well, it's the size of a city lot, and that's what I wanted.
What's that, like an acre?
No, it's 60 foot by 120 feet.
Nice.
Yep, like I said, the size of a city lot. I'm going to show people how much food that they can grow if they tear down some of those abandoned houses.
Right.
And that's all this is really for. Because I got my other garden that's all the food for the family.
Oh, okay. So you got 2 going on right now, huh?
But I got the regular food for the family, and then this is extra. And then I got 4 seed gardens. I got a small orchard, and then I have my fruit garden.
Very nice.
Oh yeah, the medicinal garden too. It has 171 medicinal plants in it.
Very nice. I kind of like tuck my medicinals here and there, wherever. Although I don't think my echinacea is coming back this year, so I need to start over. Sucks.
Well, you got your camphor too, right?
I don't have. I need to get some.
It's very evasive. Plant it in its own little spot.
Yeah, that's what I keep hearing. You don't want ones that seed. What is it? It's some kind of Russian something. It basically you can still propagate it from root cuttings, or chunks.
Yeah, you could take just about any part of the camphor, stick it in the ground, it'll grow. It's like a willow.
Yeah.
Hey, bear with me, guys. It's one of the medical places. So give me just a minute and I'll be back.
You're fine. I'll stick around a little bit. Excuse me. My stomach is growling like crazy. I hope you guys.
Yeah, and I scatter basil all the way through the whole garden.
You put what through?
Basil. Yeah.
Yeah, basil everywhere.
Me too.
Oh man.
And like things are a little bit invasive, like oregano. That's another good one. I take a 6-inch PVC pipe, put it in the ground, and then I grow it in there so it doesn't spread.
Oh, that's a thought.
And that oregano comes back every year.
Yeah, my mint, I just let it grow and go from there. I did that with the oregano too. The basil I love because you can just take those cuttings and plop them right in the ground, and you can. Yeah, I think so, Tiger. I think he's talking about comfrey.
Well, you were talking about your mint.
Mm-hmm. Can you grow camphor? Speaking of which,
I keep my mint outside the garden, and then I got a piece of fascia against it so it doesn't go into where the strawberries are.
okay. Wow, you're far Tiger. I'm a messy gardener.
Oh my.
Well, people ask me sometimes if I'm OCD. I tell them no, I'm CDO. And they go, "What the hell's that?" I go, "It's in the right order."
Right. Yeah. Yeah.
There's something about the order that is very soothing, but there's also like this wild side of me that loves to just be orderly, and I don't know what that is, especially if it has anything to do with plants. But at the same time, you know, I do like orderly as well.
Like I companion plant everything.
Right.
Like where I have tomatoes, in between the tomato plants, there's always carrots or onion.
Yeah,
Eh,
I'm thinking about doing that with the onion. I've done it with carrots before, and I didn't have a huge amount of success. I know um, if I plant zinnias with tomatoes, it seems to work really well. And plus, it's very pleasant to go out and there's beautiful flowers everywhere. I also like to do nasturtiums in and around my potatoes. Have something blooming all the time, for the insect control.
Right. Well, that's what I got the basil pretty much for, because I got basil in almost every bed.
I do love the smell of basil, man. It's the best.
Yeah, but if you put basil in your tomatoes, that'll cut down on your hornworms.
Oh, yeah. Oh, have you ever had one of your hornworms attacked by a parasitic wasp?
Um, I've let's see. Other than my first year, I've never had hornworms, and after my first year is when I started companion planting.
I haven't done the companion planting necessarily for the hornworms, but I will try that. But what I used to do is I would take a hornworm, the first one, and I would stick it right on top of the trellis, right out in the open, maybe a little bit farther away from my tomato plants, and I'd leave it. And there's these parasitic wasps that will come, and they, instead of stinging, they're planting eggs.
Right.
Basically in the tomato hornworm. And what it does is those babies become larvae. They look like they're covered in all these little cocoons, and they desiccate that hornworm. And I have some pictures of it. It's freaking fascinating because I was able to get a real close up look at the cocoons. But then they create more of those wasps. They don't sting people, but man, they wipe out some tomato hornworms. Great.
Well, they can decimate a population of bean beetles too, and squash beetles.
Yeah.
Those hornets are good. If you have those little baby hornets, don't do anything to jeopardize them.
Yeah, I don't ever since I learned about parasitic wasps and like insects and the way that they work, the predatory insects, I kind of freaking leave them alone. Even spiders, as much as I hate them, The only spiders that die are the ones that rear their little legs up at me and come towards me. I headaches.
Yeah, but the basil is something everyone needs to put in their garden. It does, even if you don't like basil, it doesn't matter. It composts good.
Yeah. Feed it to
Um, because if you have it around your brassicas, broccoli, cauliflower, the baby cabbages, Brussels sprouts, that'll reduce the amount of those white flies that you get.
Really?
Yeah.
I did not know that. Yeah.
I'm kind of here with you guys. I'm in and out. I'm listening to you, but since they got me on hold, I got them on speaker listening to that stupid music. So I figure I'm not going to waste my time until they actually get on the line. So I'm listening to you guys. Just
Right.
wanted you to
Speaking
know.
of, I have some peppers, some more tomatoes, and some basil that I need to put out in the garden. Some starts that I need to put out in the garden today. So I'm gonna hop off here because I'm gonna go out and get some stuff done. Now y'all got me more motivated today. Dang it.
Oh, I'm itching. I'm itching to.
I know. I'm going to. Well, I figured I'd hop on and say hey and whatever, but I really do. I even gave some of my tomato starts away to my daughter this past weekend because I was like, I don't know where to plant all these tomatoes. So I have probably at least I've planted over 25 or 30, no, more than that out there. And
Nikki,
I have five or six more to find a spot for. What?
if you can't put them like in your garden, you ought to just
Mm-hmm.
pop them out on the edges of your property, and that might help keep down on the pressure, like the sacrificial garden. Phoebe used to do that.
Yeah, well, I have 3 or 4 over there outside that I was trying to do that with. I do have some sacrificial plants out there for the deer, but the deer are crazy. They tend to go all the way through. But
Right.
yeah, no, I have peppers, tomatoes, and eggplant and basil. Yeah, to put out today. Oh, and some more potatoes because I planted potatoes back in February, but I planted some more since then, and I have another set that I'm going to put out just to. Oh, and some sweet potato starts. I got a bunch of sweet potato starts. I've already planted some of them, but I have more. So I'm going to throw those out there too today.
I'm so jealous. I can't put sweet potatoes out yet or anything like that. Ooh, and that reminds me, I've got to get them going. I think I might do what I did one year and get like a cardboard box and fill it with soil and just plant them. And
And
then
grow them.
those recycling trash bags?
Mm-hmm.
Throw that on top, and that creates kind of a mini greenhouse.
Mm-hmm.
Gets that soil warm enough so that they sprout, and then I can take the slips off of those.
Right. Yeah, I have mine in a pan in some soil. That's how I grow my slips. I don't put them in water. The people. I mean, I've done that before where you just put them with the toothpicks in water, but they tend to do better in soil
That's
and
been
make more slips.
yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Well, and I can't really plant those out until June.
Wow. Okay.
Yeah. So if I get them started now with those like kind of sort of redneck mini greenhouses, then
Right.
hopefully they'll be slipping up.
I
All right.
make little greenhouses for all my little tomato starts, and they're just cutting the bottom out of a 1-gallon milk container and taking the lid and throwing that away and putting it on it.
Right.
I do that. I mean, I'll probably start tomatoes here pretty soon. I'm really tempted to try and start them outside with just a cover, similar to sweet potatoes. Although, I have found that and I direct sow, if I have starts that are already going and I put them in and then I direct sow other tomatoes at the same time as I'm putting in those starts, they kind of sort of fruit at the same time. Like
Yeah,
the direct sow.
well, if you put them direct in the soil, they do catch up.
Yeah. Lady
But
Smith 7. But my last frost is like May 10th or 15th or something like that.
Oh, wow.
Yep, mine too. We're in the same zone, Milkmaid.
Okay. Wait, I thought you were in Texas. They have Zone 7 in Texas too?
Not D-Dog.
No, he's
I'm up in the CCP of Michigan with Gretchen
Michigan.
Hitler.
Yeah,
Uh,
he's in Michigan. Yeah.
I
All
forgot.
right, y'all. Have a good one. I'll be listening, but I really do have to go out to the garden because now y'all have me motivated. I got all these, like, the rest of the tomatoes that are getting root bound and everything. So,
Well, thanks, Nikki. I appreciate you hopping in.
all right. I will see you guys later. I'll be listening. And are you going to be on tomorrow for your birthday?
Well, oh, that's what I'm going to find out. I'm supposed to, yeah, probably at some point, probably tomorrow evening.
Okay.
This
All right.
is, they want to, they're doing MRIs, my neck and my thoracic area and stuff. And that's, I've
Tomorrow?
told them, going, I'm glad y'all are planning all this. Somebody needs to tell me dollar amounts. What's my cost?
Yeah.
Oh, well, here, hold on. And that's why now all of a sudden I'm listening to the stupid music, waiting for somebody to come and tell me.
Right. Right. Okay. Well, hopefully I'll see you tomorrow. I'll be looking.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Thank
Y'all
you
have a
much.
good
Have a
one.
great, make it a good one.
Later, Nikki.
Hey, Moose Man.
Moose
Morning,
Pop.
young man. Ma'am.
Oh, I think my internet's going in and out. I don't know why. Hello?
Because it's just milky shitternet. Fiber didn't get you out of it.
Apparently not. Occasionally it does drop. I don't know why. Maybe it's my battery.
Well, I will say if you start getting low on battery life, it can cause the issue because then it'll start turning stuff off and cutting power to keep running the main stuff.
Yeah, it's getting low. I probably ought to hop off too. I hate to abandon y'all, but I stayed way longer than I intended.
Hey, I'm glad you did. It's so cool. I hadn't got to see you in a while.
Yeah, it was fun. And hey, Moose, I hope it's all going well for you.
Yeah, I bet he got his hands full.
Oh, yeah. All right. Anyhow, good to see you, D-Dog. Great garden, by the way. I still need to go back and look at the other video where you gave a tour because I'm really curious about that. I just haven't taken the time to do it yet. Sorry.
Well, I showed down some layout, planning ideas for companion planning.
Yeah, I'll definitely have to check that one out.
Oh, yeah.
It's right around the 4-hour mark. And what was that, about 8 days ago, Rescue?
Yeah. Something like that. I need to go and, that's okay. I'll put that on I might use that little clip right there to figure out how to do all this editing BS.
I'm sure you'll figure it out. All right, I'm heading out, y'all. Have a great one.
Later, Milky. Make it a great day, man.
Thanks. You too. Bye.
Out. Yep, and I'm going to take off in a minute because I'm headed back to the hospital, hang out with Mom. She's been there since Sunday.
Oh, right on, sir. I got you. Totally, fully understand.
Yeah. Yeah. Sunday, I'm talking to her and stuff, and just out of nowhere, she starts talking to me in German, French, Italian, and English mixed together, and I have no idea what the fuck she's saying.
Oh, wow.
Yep. So, and she's Swiss, and she's fluent in all 4 languages, English, French, German, and Italian. So it makes it kind of tough.
Yeah. Oh, Carl asked you 3 sister style D-Dog?
Yeah, I do some of that for like the corn that I make hominy out of. The best corn I found is Hickory King, because it has the biggest kernels, and well, it's really cool. It's a 13-foot tall stalk. Enjoy that. And I use what is it? A Cherokee Farm Field is the bean that I plant with it, and then I use like a pie pumpkin around it.
No, Sherry asked if it was a stroke, D-Dog.
They don't think it is. They're doing all types of other tests. It started when her doctor put her on another medicine and no one told me about it. Otherwise, that's
Oh,
the natural, alternative.
got you.
She had a high blood pressure problem, so instead of her taking the medicine, she was doing beetroot and cinnamon, and that, kept it in control.
Hey, all for his kingdom. Morning and happy birthday to you. Sorry I missed it. They turned 60 on the 17th. And yes, April birthdays are awesome.
Yeah, sure. Okay, whatever.
Don't be jelly.
Yeah, I'll stick with my August birthday.
Well, it's a tough time, sir. I got no magic answers for that. Life was just life until I was in my bucket up on at a pole and I got a phone call saying that my mother wanted me there and wanted me there now. And I was like, well, this is weird. No, she said now, and she means now. And I'm like, okay, well, I can't be there now. I'm a couple hours away. But and I
Yeah,
remember booming down in 9 days. 9 days. My mother went from talking, eating biscuits and gravy. I brought her home. 9 days. And then she laid there and passed away.
yeah,
And that was cancer head to toe.
yeah. Well, mom doesn't have cancer, but the herbs I have and stuff that we cook with, pretty much knocks that right down.
Yeah. That's Well, and she knew, come to find out after all the little facts came out, because while that 9 day stretch towards the end, I was even getting calls from MD Anderson and stuff about her appointment. And I'm going, okay, you must not be understanding what I'm saying. She's in a hospital bed right now in this living room, and I'm having to give her morphine that I don't even like doing. And there's not going to be no office visit. Well, then the doctor called me back and apologized for that. But then that's when he kind of let me know. Apparently, she had been having these tests. So she knew what was coming. That's why she wanted me to get her home, is what she wanted. And she knew that, by God, if I get my son here, y'all will see I'm going where he'll do it. And I did, because that's what my mother wanted.
Yeah, they've been running tests on her since Sunday, and if they still can't find anything by Friday, I'm just going to bring her home so she can die at home instead of in the hospital.
Yeah. I got along with some people that I had no intention of getting along with, but I pictured a good, smooth, calm world for 9 days. And I told people way away from her, going, I'm going to tell you now, if you can't do anything but smile, then don't want to waste your time, because that's, as far as she's concerned, the world is in a perfect harmony right now.
Well, between her family, which is me and my baby sister, and that's all that's left, and you know, her two grandsons from my baby sister, my kids, their grandbabies. She always has somebody there at the hospital with her.
Oh, I just saw All for His Kingdom said their brothers is on August 12th. Yeah, and I get it. There's all these books and all this stuff, but it is what it is. It ain't easy. It's a fact of life. The last thing I said to my mother was, "Go dance with Virgil. Go dance.
Mm-hmm.
I love you." And then that's it. You know, oh, it hits. It hits more in a memory thing. It's not in a sadness way, because I know that she doesn't hurt anymore. So that's that.
Right.
It's just a sadness. I didn't pay attention to this, or I didn't pay attention to that, or I wish I had to ask about this, or
Mm-hmm.
It's just those little random things. But for everybody, it's different because everybody's day to day life through however many generations, whatever time frame that is, it's different for everybody.
Mm-hmm.
Relationships with your kids and parents and friends are different for everybody. Man said something about I'll be sending emails, D dog.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't understand the emails. Is that the prayers?
Sure.
I mean, I don't because I don't know what emails are. I just thought about that and going, well, I don't know emails. Well, I guess if you're praying and that's you get on your knees to pray, then that
Right.
could be an email.
Right.
And then again, it could be some batshit typo from some crazy trucker out here on the road doing 100 miles an hour with 80,000 pounds. No,
In a school zone.
in a school though. Dude, okay, I'm just tired of being on hold, Genius. I'll call them in a little bit. And then if they don't answer, well, I just won't show the hell up tomorrow. I guess they don't understand, but I'm not the norm. I would like to go. I would like for them to figure out whatever it is they need to know. But like I told that lady when she was going through this whole MRI bullshit, I'm going, lady, would you look at the other part of that file? Because you're going to see I've had dozens of these things. I mean, my God, y'all know just about every part. I've had the dye shit, the contrast shit. You guys have done catheter shits up my fucking veins. You've done upper and lower colonoscopies. You've imaged everything from the head to the toe. All I really need is somebody to pay attention to what you're looking at. Yeah, it was funny when they were asking me about my neck and okay, so you're okay with an MRI on your neck? And I'm like, are you not listening? I have a titanium plate on my cervical spine. I've had half my cervical disc removed. Yeah, I'm totally well of a freaking MRI. Hell, you gutted me open. Okay, so you don't have any problem going in them? Hey, man, as long as I can fit, I don't care.
Yep.
I have been in some little bitty ones, didn't fit. And it was even funny when the tech goes, I was wondering if you would. And I'm going, wow, really? Barely got my shoulders started folding in. And it's like, okay, dude, my shoulders can't come in no more. You know, I'm like being wedged. So they put me in another one when my arms were folded in. And damn, that's when I figured out an MRI can burn your ass.
Yeah.
Because, dude, they shoved me in that thing and my arms, I was folded all around up on my chest. Because I get it. I'm probably a little abnormal in my shoulder width or some shit, you know. And so next, boy, that pressure that had me as that thing's going on. And I finally told that girl, hey, yeah, go ahead. And he goes, I was wondering if it was going to happen. I'm going, wow, really? So you just burn a motherfucker. And then wonder, I was wondering if that was going to happen. Could have told me. I'd have told you, let's do something else. Mayhem said, yes, rescue. I'm a crazy truck driver going 80 in a school zone.
Yeah, I think my first real video will have to do with my mom's life. And it will start off with her in Switzerland during World War II. And she remembers the German bombers flying over Switzerland to get to other countries where the Allied forces respected the border. And then her coming over to become a nanny for the Ames family. The Ames family had some of the biggest plantations in Georgia. Plus, they were one of the partners with the Winchester Corporation. She used to nanny those kids.
Oh yeah. I don't want this to come out like I'm saying do anything, but I would recommend you get her home is having those little moments where you just start the recorder and set it up over there and just sit there and talk, for a couple of hours, and then you can that'll give you something later on to go back to. I wish I had done that when she came home because man, we could have recorded some conversations and just I don't know. That'd be just a recommendation. What's up, TT1?
Well,
Morning, sir.
the kids she used to nanny have been here a few times visiting her.
Oh, cool.
Yeah, so that's part of her life that never quit. And she came here under contract for voluntary servitude for 5 years to work for them, and that's what paid for her trip to America.
Oh, very cool story.
Yep,
The American story.
yep, the dream.
That's it. See, and that's the stuff we can't let go of because that's the foundation to our country, are those people
Hmm.
and how it grew. Now we need to get the general public back into common sense and then go from there. Because I think
Yeah,
that alone
okay.
is a big enough chore.
Yeah, the common sense. Good luck with it. Tell me how it works out for you, Rescue.
Yeah. Hey, we all have our dreams, man.
Yeah, well, everyone's too busy playing victim to have any common sense anyway.
Well, I'm hoping it's going to peak. I'm trying to figure out a way that I just know that the minute I start to do that, you get shut down pretty quick. But man, just more and more, just these everyday people need to be aware of like this school shit, man, the school board shit, and the material, just the material itself, and the purpose, and the fact that you have people sitting up there that know that this is in that book, and they are okay with kids seeing this. Let that sink in that this is where the people running education systems, whether you get into whatever later, but then that's a core. And then you just kind of leave them with that. And I got to tell you, the missus has had a hell of a reaction at work when she takes some of these little grassroots army videos. Cause like I said, that's the only reason I follow that dude is he puts those little clips up. I don't watch any of the other shit other than the school board ones. And, she'll take those to work to start showing those people, and it has people going, wait a minute, it's like, yeah, you need to pay attention. This is the kind of stuff you can hear about a drag queen show at Tractor Supply sponsored or some shit. But see, people shrug that off because it's like, do you, man? It's kind of like talking about a strip club.
Right.
Yeah, there's people that don't like them, but they don't give a shit because it's like, whatever. Okay, well, now tell them that they're now moving the strip club into the elementary school. All of a sudden, now they have a problem with that. See, now they'll focus. But until you can get them to look at that, they don't really give a shit. They just see it as one of those, you do you. I don't care. It doesn't affect me. Okay, well, now what do you agree with that?
Mm-hmm.
And I think it's having an impact in a lot of places because
Yeah,
you can get caught up in this political bullshit from CNN and the whole Biden, Trump. But look at that. That has nothing to do with politics. That's an inappropriate book that grown-ups are even uncomfortable listening to out loud, but they'll want that read to little kids in a classroom. And it's just,
but a lot of those problems and everything, if you got rid of the Department of Education on the federal level and it went back to the states and communities, 90% of that shit will be gone.
oh yeah. Well, that's where all the fight comes from. It's like the whole book banning thing, and it's all that. See, that's another thing. People need to start calling out the hyperbole. And we don't, people on the right side, I guess, however you want to address that, then they should make it a point to talk more on point. Not all that hyperbole talk, and call them out when they do it and put that shit back on track. Cause it's like that book banning. They're not banning books. They are saying these particular books don't belong in front of children. They're still available at the public library, and you can still purchase these all over. They just don't belong. But see, they say those words. It's like I watched them when they went up to have that crime thing up in Manhattan. And of course, all of the little Democrat people up there just kept talking about Trump and his indictment and trying to say that that was the purpose. And I like the fact that a lot of those others didn't engage in that shit. They just went ahead when it was their time. They said, okay, regardless of the crazy belief from the people over there, we're here to deal with this crime rate, and then started reading out stats, facts. We need to get back to that and get more people to wake up to just the core shit that's going wrong. Regardless if you think it's little fucking green men, if you think it's Illuminati, if you think it's a Rothschild, I don't make a shit. It's just happening. Let's deal with it. We'll deal with who set the fucking fire later, but we need to try to work on putting the fire out.
Right. Yeah, there's way too much crazy shit happening. But there's a lot of people that are trying to attack everything, and it's no. Like I tell everyone, pick one thing, do it well, and then move on.
Yep, just bring awareness a lot, and a lot of that shit will find itself. I think that's why that Michelle lady with Squirrel Tribe, she has kind of a good little following. She doesn't do all this, oh my God, look at this, look at this, look at this. It's just like, look at this article. Then I found this one. Now I found this one. Well, that got me to thinking, and here's what I went and looked up. I looked up this and this and this, and you see the tie, and that's why I like that style. We just need more of it. Because even these little talk shows, supposedly on the Republican side, shit, all they're doing is they're meandering to the same shit. They're just, half of their topic points are on the righteous side, but then they mix it all up with their bullshit. It's like I like the redacted in a way, but then again, I get tired of being pumped with that sponsored gold at the end of every freaking episode. It's like, damn, dude, you take 4 minutes of a 10-minute video to tell me about the sponsor of this and gold. And it's like, well, just do the damn commercial for gold. Or you get like Ted Cruz. He'll bring good points, but then he's going to tell you about a book that he wrote. It's like, man, so I'm willing to take some of the bad with the good as long as we're focusing on the core good. The bracelets.
Yeah, if you want to understand Ted Cruz or Crenshaw, look at their voting record.
Oh, Crenshaw, buddy, that latest little thing that I kind of heard from, what is his name, Gregory, the other SEAL,
right?
That they locked up and they were trying to charge and stuff. Well, I found out through a video from that man that, yeah, Crenshaw was actually one of the people that were actually trying to keep him locked up in prison. Right. He was actually the one that wouldn't sign any recommendations. And after the guy's book came out or something, then he even tried to talk to him. He wouldn't even talk to him. So, yeah, see, it's that. And that's.
Well, the thing with Crenshaw, he gets on all these different news agencies and he says what the people want to hear. And then he turns around and he votes totally against everything he just said.
Yeah. Well, he's a politician. That's what he is. He's a politician. You know, what he was before, don't know, don't really give a shit. Right. That's in the past. It's what his actions right here, right now. You know, he can play that SEAL card. That was then. It's like right here, right now. What are you doing? Oh, you're selling us out.
Well, he has been. Same with Cruz.
Well, see, now Cruz doesn't go as far to me as Crenshaw. It's still kind of there. But I think, and what it is probably age and experience. See, Cruz is an old enough politician and understands the game enough that, you know, this little self-righteous politician shit can only go so far as long as you still got backing. So you can't cross some lines. Like Crenshaw, right. He's crossed them, you know, and people have called him out, and he doesn't do a good dance. Cruz, if he starts to vary over that line, he knows what's going to happen. He's already prepared with a little counter dance and shuffle. Right. But he also knows that people are paying attention. Like right now, I got to give him credit with the border thing, man. And when he did the whole bracelet deal, it really shocked them all. So I like that part, but yeah, he's also a politician, so that's his job is to wheel and deal, and that's our problem. We try to justify wheeling and dealing if it's for us or not, but you know, it's kind of like saying, no, this is a good thief. He only steals for us. Well, what happens when he doesn't steal for you? See, he's still a thief. Oh, well, yeah, and it's like, yeah, see, that's kind of where that goes.
Well, you know, Cruz is an attorney, right?
Yeah. Oh, I think what 89% of them all are.
Well, that's how many who have probably gone through law school. But actual working attorneys and stuff, I think the numbers are way down from that.
Sorry if I missed anything. The damn tablet's going down. I'm fixing to plug it in. Everything just kind of darkened out. That's how I know. All of a sudden, there is no mo.
Yep, everything's poof gone.
Yeah, just I'm looking, and all of a sudden, it's a black screen. I'm like, okay, well, I can still hear him. Oh shit, better have it plug it in. Hey, Beaver Valley.
Yep, but rescue. I'm going to take off. I'm going to take off with my kid and go hang out with mom for a few hours.
Right on. Cool deal, brother. Well, make it a good day. Bring a smile to mom's face.
I tried to. She starts laughing whenever I pick on one of the nurses.
There you go. We'll pick away.
I
Make her
will.
giggle.
Okay.
All right, later,
Talk
brother.
to you later, brother.
All righty, man. Mailman is here. He's bringing my electric bill. Oh, yay, Benjamin. Get your electric bill. That's one thing I've been thinking about doing. Because I still, man, last year I said that about the eggs and coffee, and I still want to focus on that. I want to try to get to doing that. After the missus leaves, then I can do eggs and coffee. And I was thinking about maybe going over states and seeing what are the latest bills, of the past week or whatever. What state has what bills up, and I'll start with some common ones, and then if somebody wants me to, look into theirs, and I can start adding in and just kind of going straight to that state house legislator and look at what bills are being introduced. That way you can see and hear things maybe you're not aware of. Got that idea from that Michelle lady from Squirrel Tribe. Squirrel. Yeah, and I gotta say it was funny when I found her channel because then I saw that she even has my little catchphrase, "You do you, boo," and I was like, "Damn, see, you just can't go wrong with somebody with that kind of saying." So all three of them are out. So hell, I might have 3 eggs. I might have to go look. Tell you what, I'm gonna go and GT1, GTB, yes, peas and carrots and taters in buckets now. We'll plant seed in a few weeks. There you go. Rescue, your chicken light has been shipped. What? It's a chicken with an egg coming out of its butt. It's a lamb. Oh my goodness. Hey, maybe I can put that. I'm going to try to build like a little table out here that I could, do the eggs and coffee on. I guess I could use that lamp. Kiss off, you're something else. Well, thank you, ma'am. Give me 1 sec. I'll be right back. I'm going to go see if I got eggs. I guess Miss Louise is having issues today. So far, nothing. But Miss Nikki and Thelma hooked me up. Bam. Yep, this one is Nikki. It's more brown than this one. This one's lighter, and this is Thelma. Poor Louise, she just ain't. I don't know. I hope she's feeling all right. She's my little. She's my lady. She's the one. Freaking BB looks pissed off. Ah, well, you know, he's a badass on that side of the door. He's staring at Rudy right now because Rudy's over here eating dandelions. Hey, TT1, are you working? Okay, cool. Because I was gonna say if you weren't open yet, then I can throw that at you. But you're more than welcome to come up. You want a link? Oh, I'm on in the shop. Rudy's a Riri. Rudy the Riri. Yeah, I'm gonna finish the front of this, which I guess I could sit here and start taking stuff apart. Yeah, he's taking a break. He was eating dandelions. Let's see. Yeah, I could do that. Pissed off Mother Clucker, that boy. I think roosters always have somewhat of an attitude. Oh no, he doesn't like me. I am a threat to his roosterdom. But that's it's that male gene pool. That happens even with two-legged kind. So that ain't nothing new. Excuse me. Oh, he hears that. There's some people cross over by the lake, and they have one of those. I don't know. It's not one of the like fancier talking birds, but it'll talk some shit every now and then. But mainly, it's making just noise because they don't spend no time with it. But it'll croak a lot, and that's BB gets to going, huh, huh, and then he talks some stupid stuff. I don't know. He has two legs as well. This is true, Scatpack. Maybe that's part of the problem. Maybe that's why I like Rudy. It's fine because like dogs, I usually do just fine with. Let's see. Most man, tell that rooster, you know Colonel Sanders. I say, hell, if it got, I just guess I can always get some wheat buns. Oop, it doesn't necessarily sound like lifeline. Oh yeah, that's lifeline. Going towards the interstate highway, it looks like probably a wreck. So if you pissed him off, LMAO, what did you do to him? Oh well, the other day, right there at the end of that ramp, I got him pretty damn good. I rang his bell, and since then he won't. He doesn't come out of that coop until I come through the door. He'll come down to the door and he pokes his head out and he sees me, and then he just backs up. And I go ahead and sprinkle the scratch and everything. And then as I shut that door, then he'll start coming out that ramp. I made fun of him the first few days because it was just like, oh man, he's so funny. And you know, I got no problem going in there and kind of rounding him up. The only thing that concerns me is I just don't want to hurt him. I just don't want to break like a wing or something. Because I mean, I'm just gonna. If the goal is to grab him, I'll grab him. And if, yeah, damn, that was a little rough. Oh well, I don't know. I was just focusing on grabbing him. You know, that's one of those deals. Because one day I grabbed him and put him up in there, and boy, he did not like that shit. He's flapping them wings like, oh my God, oh my God. I was afraid I was going to break one of his wings that day. Okay, did my girl go up? I think my girl went upstairs. Maybe she gonna go hook me up with a egg. All right, what do we got? Let's see. Oh, that's funny, Scat Pack. Go out with a bowl of flour and say, hello, chicken, introducing the bath time bowl. Just hop right in and I'll show you how it works. Well, we got to start them off in the massaging bath, of the rubber finger defeatherer. Oh, here's a woodpecker going down. Lady Hammer says, okay, I got to go outside to help hubby with the chicken stuff. We got to get this top on. I'll be in and out today. Have a great day. You too, Lady Hammer. Make it a great day. Oh, wow. Check it out. It's Outdoor Adventures with Ron. Oh, look at there. Ron says, well, I'll be a son of a clucking buck. You've come a long ways fast, Whiskey. Long time no see. I'm on a second shift, third shift now. Well, damn, it's good to see you, Ron. Very good to see you. Hopefully everything's going good with you. I think the last thing I saw was a drone footage. Ooh, son, boy. Just had a hawk. Big old hawk. Fly over. Not real close, but about 100 foot up in the air. Close enough. Well, they have some toys coming, like you hook to the side and some hanging bags up here. Yeah, I'm gonna try maybe this afternoon when she gets here. Is want to get? I think they have just a little old pet mirror, so I guess I'll get her to go into Walmart and just get like a little pet toy mirror. I'm gonna get them a head of cabbage. Gonna try to get a couple. I just hope I can keep it fresh enough for them. I'm gonna hang one of those so they can pick away every day. Kids, I'll teach you to pick wild things. Well, I guess Thelma done went out. So now they're all three out. Yeah, it's good to see you, Ron. I can throw a link up. It's fixing to go. Well, I say I can. I guess I need to do that thing again. I don't know how that times out. I'm gonna get some hardwire cloth because I'm gonna work on this right side in the front. That ain't nothing but a little patchwork. I'll be right back. No rescue, it's shipped. What? There's like a package kit of 11 things. Just wait. Oh, man. Kiss off. Anybody know of any natural remedies for restless legs? No, that's a good question. All for his kingdom. Ron says, I'm still laying in bed. Much appreciated, though. That's a good looking flock. Getting very many eggs. Well, good days are three, one from each. And then some days one might be a little off, and I'm hoping to add a couple more. I'd like to have at least 8 eggs a day. Just because if nothing else, worst case scenario, that's 6 eggs for me, 2 eggs for the missus. We get a meal and protein for the day. Well, kids off, thank you very much. Dang it, man. But I do appreciate it. Maybe some Epsom salts and a ribbon alcohol. Okay, they're all for his kingdom. Amy is saying maybe some Epsom salts and a rubbing alcohol rubbed down. Well, and I would think, I mean, don't get me wrong, I have no idea for sure, but I would just, so if you, restless leg syndrome, you would think then that that's tied into your nervous system, right? I mean, so I would think anything you could do to alleviate inflammation on nerves, you know, uh, some kind of nerve sedative type, relaxation on the nerves. Because I mean, if you have a right, because wouldn't it, or would it just be more muscle contained? I don't know. Risky, I've been using these salves from her. Okay, yeah, she had sent me some of those too, all for his kingdom, and yeah, man, whenever I had that whole wrist thing, that I was using that constantly on it. It works sometimes and sometimes not. Well, yeah, I guess I could see that because I will say maybe if you do it, you start to build up a little bit of a tolerance, and since it's not a hard penetrating, it's just soaking in, then it wouldn't. Then it would start to lose like it feel like its effect. maybe just put it on in certain places, and that way you can change out the place you're applying it and still maybe maintain the most benefit. I rolled my foot over tennis balls to help relieve some pains from standing all day. Really helps. Oh, there you go, Amy. Kiss off. Hey, I do have a dog question. Why does River gulp his food, and how do you stop that? Well, I mean, did you pick the bowl up? Is the bowl up higher? Because that's been brought up before. Is if it's low on the ground, then they'll just gulp it up and they don't chew it. Well, I guess I could play a little music on my phone if y'all just want to watch me work on the coop. I'm gonna take and pull all them staples out on the left side, take that little hatch off, and then put a full piece up. Dee is having a buy one get one free sale now. She is such a doll. Sends me stuff monthly. I love that girl. Yeah, she was. She hooked me up, and that was, man, that was so beneficial. Hadn't seen her in a little while. Tiger said he could be gulping because he's afraid he won't get to eat it all. Competition for food. Okay, and yeah, you did raise it up, and it could be that maybe try to make sure he's a little farther away than the other ones, so that he feels like he's got his own bowl almost. You know, maybe he's like Rudy. He's just got emo problems. Also, go a bowl with them damn things in it to slow him down. That didn't work either. Oh wow. Let's see. Hey, what's up, Huckleberry? For restless leg syndrome, start with magnesium something late, glycinate or thionate. Try each and see what works best for you. Also, could be iron deficiency. Well, that's true. What's up, Huckleberry? What are you talking shit about, BB? Dang. I was wondering if I should put him outside to take away any threat of competition. Well, if that's, whatever, put him in or another room or something, or restless leg syndrome is a mofo. Well, Huckleberry, is it a like a nervous system thing? Is it a muscle thing? Or do they even know? Oh no, what if they find out that restless leg syndrome is actually little nanobots that are in there changing the nervous system, and that's what the twitches are? One day you go to sleep, and when you come to, it's not really you anymore. The nanobots are taking over. I'm just picking. No, I forgot the camera's not facing me, so you couldn't see me laugh. But not sure rescue. It's incurable, but can be managed. Yeah, see, I wonder if that's like a nervous thing. And so you got a signal that kind of just goes out every now and then, and that's Tiger. It's a nerve sending signals to your leg muscles, won't let your muscles relax. Okay, see, that's so then it wouldn't see. Now, to me, it wouldn't do any good to do a muscle relaxer per se, because you still got a nerve signal that's trying to get it to tighten up. So you would want to relax the nerve and then maybe the muscle to get some relief. Damn, too bad. I wonder if somebody did that open GPT and asked it to find a cure for, you know, stomach cancer or something and see what it would say. Wouldn't that be ironic if it started showing some kind of documents that were tucked away somewhere? There are bowls with dividers to slow them. Which there's Rudy has that same thing when it comes to treats. I don't know. That dude will just devour it. No matter, you can stand there holding four of them. It don't make a shit. Matter of fact, if they're the smaller ones, he'll take that one and then he looks right up at you and he's holding it in his mouth like he's chewed it, but he really hadn't. And the minute you go to give him the other one, he'll put that one down and take the second one because it's like he's afraid he won't get them. Even now, for over 2 years, he gets them all the time. So he's just a trip. Oh, Huckleberry said that's what magnesium is for, relaxing. On Hit Gal says there are two types. One is a puzzle bowl and one has a hump in the center, whichever works. I think she had tried something that had the stuff in the middle, and he's still gulping. It might be a competition thing. I bet if I took you for a ride, you'd be cured right up. Huckleberry, skip back, pin him to the seat. Huckleberry says magnesium threonate helps get you to sleep faster, so you don't suffer as much with your legs. Oh, for his Kingdom Rescue, I have a friend that has a Dodge Hellcat, and he's going to take it on the racetrack in a few months. And I told him I want to come along and watch. I'm excited. Oh, there you go. Anytime you get to watch horsepower just go down the strip, that's always a good time. Okay, Hit Gal says something about the puzzle bowl has tuned crevices and they have to lick the food out. Ah, make them slow down. Tomatoes are good. I just can't do the seeds no more. By the way, so I mean, there's 19 people here, but if anybody watches in the replay or anybody wonders, y'all would know what to tell them. But you might see, you might start seeing some premiere type things because I was thinking some days when I'm going to go get something done, I might just record it. I might just set it up and have it record whatever I'm doing. And then I can just, and unfortunately, it would be a premiere. Load the video per se, it has to be in a premiere thing. So, or at least I think it does. If not, then it won't. But if you happen to see that, I might even just go ahead and put them up at night, give people something to watch it late at night. And then that way I'll pick out my mellow days to come and chat. And then that way, because I will say, if I sit here like today, if I sat for 6 hours, that would put me into this afternoon and I haven't accomplished anything. So that wouldn't be good. That's not moving the ball forward. And that's the goal. Okay. Two different kinds of magnesium. That would be awesome for you all in this kingdom. I had one there, a blast. Yeah, you can't go wrong going fast. Well, you can, but it's fun. Kissoff says rescue 10 packs chicken toys for coop, chicken xylophone, 2 chicken swing sets, chicken flexible ladder, chicken mirror toy, chicken vegetable string bag, and chewing foraging toys. Stay away from Walmart. Well, thank you very much, Kissoff, and I'm sure that they will appreciate it very much. I know I'll appreciate it. It'll make me feel better because then I feel like I don't know, man, there's just something about taking care of something that you're responsible for. You would want it to be happy. Maybe that's the problem. We've got people that it's their responsibility to look out for people, but their main objective isn't to really care about those people. See, and that just goes against my crawl. Chicken toys, Moose Man, chicken toys. Skip says flaxseed, almonds, and other things too, but you probably already know. Yeah, see, I can't have nuts. Man, I love almonds too. God, I love almonds. I love macadamia nuts. Oh, I love pecans. I can't have those no more. Said I can't have nuts anymore, and BB growls over there. It's like, well, I can have you, you nut bird. Chicken toy for the. No, we're not doing a ring. That'd be like gladiator style. Scat Pack, I can't wait to hear him play. I know I might end up having to make that damn thing longer. Because I got to get a sandbox back there. Next will be the taco stand, right? Yeah, I need to get him a sand bath, which I'm going to work on trying to get this water container because I already got these little cup fittings and I got the PVC fittings. I just got to get the 1/2 inch PVC pipe, and then I got to get some little water tank to use, 5-gallon bucket or something, but it's going to have to be a good new clean one. But because then I'm going to put those little cups up down along the edge so I can just do some piping down, and then that'll remove that water bin back there. And then that opens up half of that back for a sandbox. So then I can put the sandbox up off the ground and it'll be underneath there so it won't get wet when it rains. And then I don't have to worry about them knocking off the water so damn much because they would, boy, he gets to chasing them or they get to chasing each other and they'll get to smacking that water thing, knocking water all out. Sometimes I think they do it on purpose because they want that water ground to make it softer underneath it to peck away. You have to hang it. This should be fun watching that shit. Oh, well, I guess you think I'll do it on camera then. Ha, 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 ha. That'll show you, won't it? Neener, neener, neener. Moose Man, I think I discovered a new nut. Kiss off, right? Yeah, she took that Mounds and Almond Joy commercial too serious because she always feels like a nut. The rest of us, sometimes we don't. Then the pool, we were almost there with the little. Yep. Moose Man, I'm not a nut, LOL. I'm just me. Moose Man, they're chickens, not children. Oh, but they're providing eggs, man. So, hey, they make me happy. I make them happy. Symbiotic relationship. Do you know what that's called? I get some good fresh eggs. Chickens only worry about eating and pooping and not getting eaten. Well, yeah, that's what they worry about, but I'm sure they enjoy fun. I mean, I don't necessarily worry about being eaten, but I worry about pooping and I worry about eating. So I can kind of semi relate 2 out of 3. I guess if I lived closer to the Amazon, I might even start to worry about being eaten too. So I guess now that you put it that way, Moose Man, I can relate to them a lot. Yeah. I worry about eating and I worry about pooping. But I do like to have fun. I had a little fun yesterday. I was trying to get my mind off of feeling like shit. I played some of my Ghost Recon, the Breakpoint. Oh, shit. Well, let's see. Let me put some music on my phone. I got 3 hours, 40 minutes. Those are good. Excuse me. I guess I'll just shoot the shit for a couple more minutes and then I'll call it. I hadn't seen old Backwoods this morning. I hope the old man's doing all right with his little landscaping, his mowing. You got to watch them old men when they push themselves too far. What about a baby pool filled with sand? No, because see, this moves. And so whatever little box I do is going to have to hang in the back so that it can move with it. And then I wouldn't want it out here in the front because then if it rains, it'll just become a pool of crap. So that's why, I mean, normally if I had it stationary and just had a little yard, yeah, you do the pool. I'm going to have to build my little box in the back so that it'll move whenever I move the chicken tractor. Oh, I wish I could let them out. I would like to let them all out back right there, but it's just that's such a nutrient rich little area. It's always sprouting the little daisies and stuff. Oh, thank you, Miss Amy. I'm gonna start working on trying to get this damn fence line here. That way I can get that stuff cut up and moved. Hopefully it'll help keep some of the ferals out. Hey, what's up, Ronnie? How are you, sir? Have you gotten moved yet, Ronnie? I think the last I had heard was you had sold your house and you had gotten you a pretty nice trailer and a place to put it and stuff. I hadn't seen no anti this morning yet either. Yeah, I don't know. Don't really, I'm living in it, but not fully moved yet. Oh, okay, there you go, Ronnie. Well, are you enjoying it? Excuse me. Well, I'm going to be on for about 15, 20 more minutes. Let's see if I can still put a link up. I said, oh, yes, I love it. Cool deal. I could dig the simplicity. Man, what a day. No yard to mow, no bills to pay. Right, Ronnie. My only thing, and that's me and the missus that talked about that, would be getting in and out. I couldn't I'd end up being stuck in that trailer more than I'd want to because of the steps in and out. Well, I guess. I mean, hell, I could just let this damn thing run for now. Change the position of it a little bit, and then I guess if y'all want to just talk while I'm doing it. Got a lot of staples to pull out. Let's see. Yeah, it wouldn't fit you at all, would you? Yeah, see, that's. I could so do it. Well, you could build a deck with a ramp. Yeah, that's what I'd have to do. I'd have to, but I don't even know if I could fit in the door with my chair. I don't know that those are like wheelchair accessible doors. And see, when you add like that option on, all of a sudden, thousands of dollars. Yeah, we can do it. Handicapped door. Boom! It just jumped up 7 grand. It's like, wait, what? You're using less material, but charging me more. Ronnie, I told Chuck before you retired, you pay that damn thing off. That's it. Man. Well, and by the way, this is, oh shit, that was my damn lid. Oh, well, this is my last cup anyway. That's the damn drill that Canadian sent. And it's a badass one. It's everything. Look at all three of them: hammer drill, a drill, and the screw. Good. 3 different speeds. Fits my new battery. Bam. The man hooked me up. Well, that lid won't go on. Oops. Until I'm done. That landed face down. Yeah, Ronnie, that's what I figured. Because we've had them before. Stepping back in for a minute, taking a break from painting. There you go, Pure Blood. We're still kicking. I'm probably going to work on a little this hardwire mesh over here on the right, and figured I'd just let everybody in chat just chat away. Probably play some music on my phone in the background. Hopefully it doesn't get me taken out. If it does, hopefully somebody that's got my number will call me to let me know that the stream's down. Ronnie Rescue Uptown with that new drip. But dude, I'm telling you, man, that bad boy is badass. He sent me some blades for my sawzall that are some gnarly looking teeth, buddy. I'm sure they'll be ripping through some limbs. Got some gloves. Two pairs of the gloves. They're good. The leather gloves. I'm gonna see if I can soak them in with some mink oil and then stretch them out to fit my hands. I kind of felt bad because he also sent me a little set of those little nut drivers for the cordless drills, and I have a set of those, so I kind of felt bad about that. 2 rolls of electrical tape, which I got dozens of rolls of electrical tape, but I got some Canadian electrical tape. I know, Kiss Off, it is. I was totally floored. You're so lovely. Yeah, and I appreciate that. I wish I could explain that. It's just, it feels weird. I guess I'm not used to it. I don't really know. I don't know how to process that. I just fess up and own it, but I'm trying to figure out how to adjust. I can't really talk too much because I found out every time I kind of talk about my feelings towards that, then it gets taken wrong by other people because then they think I'm talking about them and I'm not. Man, everybody does them. It's just me. I don't know. I never asked for no help. Probably should have. Well, I did actually. Sometimes it wasn't really help. It was just manipulation. So it's just hard to take. So grateful. It's like you getting me the chicken stuff, the toys and stuff for the chickens. Kiss off. See, that's just, I don't know. I get taken back by that because I don't know. Like I don't know the proper response because somebody did something for me. It makes me automatically want to do something for them. It's just because I don't know. So it gets hard to take. I don't know. Maybe that don't make no sense to nobody. Maybe it does. It is what it is. And man, I'd feel so bad if somebody helped me and then were short on their bill or something, or man, somehow that would just, I don't know. I feel responsible. I don't. I'm not saying it makes sense. I'm just saying it is what it is. Yeah, it's, I don't know. Kind of weird. Kind of weird. All right, let's see. What do we got? No, I got nothing. Sorry, I hadn't looked at the chat. I know you're not used to it, but let it happen here. Well, thank you, Kiss Off. I mean, I really try. I really do. Shit ain't easy, so I'm gonna get some tools together. Yeah, I'm gonna get to try out the new drill. Oh yeah, 3 speeds. Shoot, man. Gifts are coming because you're you. You don't pretend to be all that. You're real. Yeah, I ain't got, man, it's so fascinating too because you can watch people will spend more energy trying to be something else that they could put into something if they were just themselves. Just make some changes or whatever, be you, but then put that energy into something. Man, what a positive outcome that'd be. Amy says most of the time rescue people have more than one or two and can let some go to who needs them. Just consider us neighbors. Well, thank you, Amy. Yeah, I just wouldn't want to ever, man, because I know that people want to help, and then that can pull on people, and I just, oh man, that would jack me up if I thought I'd cost somebody a bill or a meal or they had some kind of hardship. It'd be like, ooh, what's Ronnie got? Ronnie says, rescue, do you own some company? I'll come up in a second. Sure, Ronnie, come on up. I'm gonna work over on this little panel right over here on this side. For me, it's on the right side of the screen. It's where the hasp is. I'm gonna just pull the staples out of that and put a new piece up. Pure blood. He pretends to be the head rooster, but we all know BB is. Oh yeah, all for his kingdom. It does. My old one does, which this is, yeah. So see, this is my old one right here. And this is what Canadian saw. And I used an adapter that I got to use my new battery with it. But it's only a little 2-speed and it's just the drill. It doesn't do a hammer or anything. And then then he hooked me up with the new one that does take my new battery. And so now it was like, holy shamoly, man. And yeah, I've got yeah, I got a DeWalt saw, and I've had that since '08. There's the date on it. Cordless saw. I don't have much of their new stuff. Well, actually, everybody pitched in and got me a new Sawzall because I broke my old Sawzall, DeWalt Sawzall. And I have a new DeWalt weed eater, the cordless weed eater, because I got rid of my gas one. Couldn't use it. I got a gas powered limb, one of the saws. I just can't do it. I tried. I have to hold that motor down and up close to me, so close and so low that really held the blades where I can reach up and get it with a damn sawzall. So it really isn't doing anything for me. But I'm gonna try to get one of those cordless ones, because if it's like the weed eater, then it's a lot lighter. And so then maybe I can take and kind of just plan my thing and just reach up and put it on there and hit the button and cut through it, instead of that vibrating gas one. Anyway, my old one had a light. I will say this one here, though, the light on it, it has a longer timer, which is kind of cool, because you'll hit the trigger and the light will stay on for a few extra seconds instead of going off as soon as you let go off the trigger. So you can actually have time to like pick something up and still see it. I am damn sure if one of us needed you that you would be there, and you have been every time. I just wanted to talk. You're not shy and bitching me out. Well, you know what? If somebody really cares about somebody, then you would tell them, you tell them the truth. And so you're honest with people. That's right. And you should be honest. I mean, granted, you don't have to be honest to hurt anybody's feelings, but you could be, my Makita drills and impact driver are over 30 years old. So going, actually, Moose Man, it's funny you bring that up because I actually have a Makita cordless drill from back in the, hell, that'd be back in the early 90s. A blue Makita drill, a blue Makita flashlight. And the only reason I stopped using those was for a little bit, I couldn't get replacement batteries, those little black shotgun style, mag style batteries. And then I ended up getting DeWalt and started running DeWalt's, and I used them ever since. Hell, my Sawzall, they used to make fun of when I would show up in after a storm because they all trying to pull out their chainsaws and shit out of their trucks, and me, I just zip right up in my damn bucket and start cutting on shit with my little cordless Sawzall. And they'd be like, "Yeah, what are you doing with a Sawzall?" Hey, man, I'll have this done by the time you guys get your shit even primed up, oiled, and ready to go. Save the big ones for them. Those always meant more work anyway, so. I haven't used his Milwaukee Sawzall yet, but there may be a reason I need to in the future, right? Well, and just remember with the Sawzall, you can get different blades. So you can cut wood, you can cut limbs, you can get limbers, you can get metal blades to cut metal. So, if you need to cut a nail off, a screw, just pop a new blade in, but and do what you got to do. Amy says Tim the Tool Man would be beating his chest and grunting happiness. Ooh, 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 right? Tim the Tool Man. Hey, Indy, what's up? How are you, lady? Are you on a recess break? Saying hi during my planning period. There you go. Hey, Indy, have you heard about this bill up in Washington about how now can go to some counselor and then the schools don't have to tell the parent and stuff? Have you heard? Is that, I didn't know when I heard it if it had passed or that's just what they're trying to pass. FSP, what's up, buddy? Oh hell, there's Ronnie. Damn it, Ronnie, I'm sorry. I'm so bad, dude. I don't know how long you've been back there. I'm sorry, buddy.
Just a couple of minutes, no problem. No problem at all.
Oh,
I'm
look at
sitting
that
drinking.
new background there. I'm looking at that. Oh yeah, you got you a new little layout.
Yeah,
Hell yeah.
that's the well, that's where the TV and all is back there. But I had to bring my other TV up here because those aren't smart TVs. I thought they were, but they aren't, or it isn't. And so I had to bring my other TV and get a hotspot, which works when it wants to. I mean, it's very. It don't like to work all the time.
Well, now if those are just like little flat panel TV and it's not a smart TV, you can go get like the little Roku or the little USB plug-ins that you plug in on the display plug-in back there, and it'll turn it into a smart TV.
Yeah, but I've got there's supposed to be a guy here. Well, the way they do it up here, they don't give you time to be at home. It's over a 3-day period of time. It's for internet. And I've already got it bought and everything, but you got to stay at home for 3 days because you don't know which day they're coming.
Oh, that's total crap. Yeah, no, down here you were given a window between like 8 and noon or 1 and 5, and it's like you want a morning or you want the afternoon, and then it got routed in depending on what was happening. But that whole 3-day bullshit.
I know it's what I thought, but they're the only ones that service this area, so I hadn't got any choice. You know, I just got to.
You get cornered in.
That's exactly right.
I'm not sure if it was Washington State or DC. I want to say that somebody asked that, and I thought it was state.
What's that rescue?
Well, I picked up on a story the other day that Washington, and I couldn't make out. I meant to go back and listen to it again because I don't know if it's a bill that they passed or that they're trying to pass, but it had to do with the kids and not telling parents if these kids, like when they seek out the trans thing and then the parents not notified and has no say on this. And if they want to go get care, they can go get care, and the parents don't have to be notified.
I heard about it. I don't know if they passed it yet or not either, but I have heard about it. You're right. They're trying to, at the very least.
I think that was Washington State, because I think I saw somebody even ask that. And I will say I haven't seen anything up in DC on the committee things, which they did do one on the crime. DC was trying to pass a bill to let everybody vote on their local stuff, whether you were actually a citizen or not. I know that they had a little hearing committee thing in the House, shut that down.
There's something crazy going on in Utah too. I don't remember what the heck it was about kids, or what was it? Man, I don't remember what it was. I just heard it on the radio yesterday, I think it was. I don't remember what the heck it was.
Man, that's why, and I talked about that earlier. That's, you know, I'm watching one of the guys that I like kind of watching on YouTube is called Grassroots Army. And I didn't realize it until D-Dog told me, but apparently the guy that does that apparently tried to run for a position and then didn't make it. But now he does this. I mainly follow him because he goes and grabs all these school board videos. So when you see these people talking directly to the school board and they're reading them the books that directly to the school board, and I like doing that. And then I usually will get those and then I hand them over to the missus and tell her about them, and she'll bookmark them. And when she goes to work, she's starting to try to help. Because, you know, it's instead of hollering at people about just look at this. I mean, does anybody in their right mind think that this should be read to a child, or that a child in a school should read that? I mean, just start there.
I know. You know? Well, to me, the question is when are parents going to stand up and just take their kids out of school? I mean,
that's what really needs to be happening. But, you know, see, it's easy to say, and I get it, because I've kind of sat and thought about that. And, man, if you had told me that back when when all three of them were in school, oh, man, that would have been because we both were having to work to pay bills and stuff. And so if all of a sudden we had to make that decision right then, I would just be floored, dude. It would be like, oh, shit. I would probably be working from one job to the next and wouldn't hardly be home at all.
But wouldn't you at the very least go up there and raise up all kinds of hell with them?
Yeah, no, I got to say, it's some of the shit that I've watched these parents and students even come up and read. If my kids had to come home with one of them books, yeah, I'd have probably been in jail.
No shit, man. I mean,
because hell, I already they called the law on me back then when my kids were going, because my son he's a big boy. He's like me. He's taller than me. So they wanted him for basketball, and this coach kept trying to talk to him. And my son would say basketball, and I'd say, well, you know, basketball, it's a cool extra thing, but I want, you know, as long as you focus on grades, because I'm all about education. That's a sport, dude. You can go play basketball, baseball, and all that shit at some city park or something. I mean, you can do that out in the field. We ain't wasting education time on that. Well, this coach got to where he was trying to befriend my son, by burning him these little rap CDs and shit. And one day I found one, and he goes, "Oh yeah, the coach gave me that." I went up there and lit into his ass, going, "Let me tell you something. It's not your place to furnish any music and stuff to my children. That's my job. I'll decide what my kids watch and listen to. That's not your role. You need to calm down." I don't need to calm down shit. Well, then all of a sudden they call the sheriff's department, and he's like, and I said, "Hey, look, you know what? I'll take my kid out. I don't have to come back up here." And then all of a sudden they apologized, and he actually pulled me outside and apologized for, goes, "Look, I don't want you to think I was here for you. I just got a call and we don't know what it is till we got here." I said, "Yeah, man." I said, "If they're going to do something with my kid," and so that's why I say I fast forward to now. Oh shit, dude. I would blow a gasket, Ronnie. I might even stroke out before I got there. I'd be so damn mad.
You and me both. Believe me, I'd be up there every day if I had to.
I get floored at this shit that I hear these people. They're reading out of this book, and I watch this one dude. He starts reading out from like 4 different books, passages out of them, and then proceeds to call them out. I'll go and see. Look at, you're disgusted by just hearing it out loud, and yet you're allowing this in the classrooms, and that's what I'm talking about.
Well, they're trying to take us to hell, in my opinion. That's what they're doing. They're trying their best to take us to hell. I mean, with the trans stuff, and not only that, but the money situation, everything you think of.
Babylon 2.0.
Exactly. And what God do to Babylon? Yep. It's not there. Well, it's Iraq now, but I mean, Babylon itself is not there.
Well, no, and that's why, I mean, I say that's all you can do is, you need to start focusing on your home life, which it's just an overall good thing. If you're raising food and animals and stuff, then you're focusing on home life. And that's where the core of the solution relies, is in the home. So people overlook that, but if you think about that, you hear that in these talking points, they'll talk about the nuclear family. Well, then guess where the solution starts at the core, at that nuclear family. So start trying to find that 30-minute window where you can sit at the table with kids. Find that window where you can plant that little tomato plant in your busy day and start trying to figure out how to shave off the worldly stuff and start at home. And it's a challenge. There's no perfect solution. Everybody's different. But that's the goal.
And like D-Dog said, fill out affidavits, bombard them with them. That's what else can you do at a local level other than that? I mean, yeah, you can go up and raise hell. For the most part, probably ain't going to do any good with the people that are already in there. But when it comes to voting time, vote these suckers out. How do they keep winning? I don't get that.
Well, because the working person, Ronnie, the same way I didn't vote until 2016 was the first time I ever voted in my life.
Really? Wow.
Yep. And a lot of that's because I was convicted felon, and I just never even thought about trying to get that right back. I never gave a shit because my focus was my kids and working and paying bills and just doing the providing thing. Well, that's what I can attribute a lot of where we're at is because, and I'm not trying to grandiose anything, but it's descriptive words, but you had hardworking backbone people out here that worked on utilities, communication, roadways, retail stores, refineries, train yards, all this backbone type work that didn't take place in offices. And they don't spend a lot of time watching news and stuff. Like most people in that type of environment catch a blip of news in the morning as they go out the door to start whatever job that's fixing to be. And then they'll catch a blip of that news when they come in at the end of the day. And so
that's very true.
That's what I was guilty of. Dude, I just would catch the news. I'd listen to whatever and they'd, okay, yeah, okay. I really wasn't paying attention to what was really being said. I was just going to go because my focus was work. And now all of a sudden you go, oh shit. Well, yeah. Why have we been doing this for decades? Why have we been? And that's why I guess in a way I can relate to the Trump thing when he kind of got in there and the way some of the actions with the tariffs and all that. You up and showed me books and I'm going, well, this is stupid. Then you go to change some of that and I don't think people really realized. I know my whole life, I've never heard my parents, I never heard my grandparents, never heard anybody really talk about the tariffs and how we don't charge these people to bring their shit over here. We sell all their shit over here, but we don't charge them for it.
Yeah.
And then, I heard about outsourcing and how the companies now went over there for cheap labor. I remember that, but nobody ever talked about the tariffs. And then all of a sudden he did, and seeing they try to downplay that because that's a positive.
Oh, definitely. Uh, well, that I think those tariffs done a lot more than we even know. And I don't know, but that's my guess. They done a lot more in somewhere or another than we know, because he keeps talking about the farmers.
Yeah.
He paid the farmers and all. Well, I don't know exactly what he means there, but there's something going on with it.
Well, trying to get the farmers out of the government shit, just like everything else they do. That's like the educational side. They go out to these schools. They say, hey, we can give you some federal funding, just sign here. It's kind of like when people go get a loan. They're needing this money to fix this problem. So they go in, the bank guy gives them a 3-page document and says the spots you need to sign are highlighted in yellow. I highlighted them for you. And what do people do? They pick up that paper and pen and they go sign, flip, sign, flip, sign. What's my payment? When's it due? And they say, oh, well, your payment's this and it's due this. You have no clue all the shit that's in all that writing. You don't pay attention. Nobody, you assume people have your better interest at heart. And now we're realizing that nobody has your interest at heart.
Exactly. And not only that, but there's, that fine print. That's what you got to really read too. Even if you read the whole document and you don't read the fine print, that's where they stick a lot of stuff up, because they know people ain't going to read that fine print. Most of them you're not going to read any of it, like you said, but definitely not the fine print. I mean, I have it. I'm guilty of it too.
Well, see, they get tied in, and that's what happened to the farmers. They wanted some help. They were having a tough time with droughts and shit. And so the government says, hey, look at there. There's somebody that's rolled over with their belly up. Let's go offer them a help. And like we all sit there and joke about the saying, I'm from the government and I'm here to help. Well, they stick that hand out going, here's you some loans, man. We can hook you up. Look, no, don't worry about that. And you're taking that money, which then puts them in control. And it's like a mob boss. You now borrowed money from the loan shark, and they might come break your kneecaps one day. So guess what? You start doing shitty stuff because you got to cater to the shitty side that gave you some money. So all of a sudden you're dumping 50,000 pounds of fucking potatoes out on the ground and mushing up into the ground because the governments gave you the money for them.
One of the things I think would be wise for people to do right now, if you can afford it, and I know most people can't, but that's buy silver or gold, because they've been talking about it openly now for the past month. The dollar is going down. It's about gone. So if you can, buy you some silver, some gold, or whatever. Get out of the dollar as fast as you can. I was listening. What was it? Last night, I was listening to 2 different things, so I wasn't, really zoned in on either one. But that's what they're talking about, is the dollar going down. And God, what was it? See, that's my problem. I'm always listening to maybe 2 different things at one time, and I don't get zoned in on one thing.
Right.
But anyway, seriously, the dollar itself is about gone.
Oh yeah. Well, and it's what's after, and this is where I know people focus on one group, but I think it's people see things as an opportunity. It's kind of like that little hustler who's never really scammed anybody, but he highlights those elites that keep coming to the casino. That's who he kind of likes to hit. But all of a sudden, the field's been opened up for him that, well, you know what? You can kind of hit anybody you want. Well, those are the ones, see, because they're starting to do things that they don't even take in any ramifications of what they're doing. And that's where it go with the AI type thing, because you get AIs written to where they can hustle this and shadow that and control that. And you get all these little people wanting to play around with that AI code to create one to handle what they want it to. And in the meantime, you're going to have a collapse, because if you keep basing everything off of digital, you're open for manipulation. It's a given. It's a fact. From the time we've started this whole little binary coding system, it's a proven fact. That's where we've gone through whole waves of viruses and malwares, and we still have them. You still have cyber attacks that take down a whole grid. But all of a sudden now, if you put your money into this digital currency, this is going to be secure. Really?
Yeah. Well, that money is going to tell you everything. Tell them everything that you do.
Well, it gives them complete control. Just like right now, if I went going, you know what, the FBI is a piece of shit, and they went, what? Click. All of a sudden, I'm not here no more. and you might not hear from me for 3 months. Why? Because none of my shit works anymore. My electric doesn't work. My internet doesn't work.
That's right. You got a credit score just like they do in China, if they can get that through, which I don't think they're going to. I mean, I pray they don't, but we'll see.
Restrict that?
Yeah.
Oh, dude, that's bad in so many ways. And see, and all I'm going to tell anybody is what I think I'm going to start doing is I'm fixing to start writing certain senators and representatives addressing that, and I want to see what responses I get. And then, because some of them, are already sold out. It's like Lindsey Graham. That dude's a loser.
Oh, God.
Crenshaw's a loser. But, like, some of the better ones, Ron Johnson's, Jim Jordan, Matt Gaetz, these people that are talking some good shit. Well, I want to see, where do you stand with that? Are you going to get louder? Because American people need to hear a loud voice from you on how bad that is.
Well, Rescue, what do you think about these two, I think it's senators that have swapped from the Democratic Party to the Republican Party? To me, that's amazing when a Democrat swaps.
Dude,
it's amazing.
They're so extreme, man. You're so extreme. Your own team doesn't even want to play with you anymore. Because that's what I say. Once they push so far, it's like you might be all about Democrat, and you might like this whole big government, and let's make a committee for that. Let's make a committee for that. Let me do that. But all of a sudden, they're starting to be putting them in their face, going about the kids and this intentional trafficking, like Mayorkas is getting called out on. Dude, this is intentional.
Oh, yeah.
So now all of a sudden, this stuff is starting to come up to public light. Granted, yes, there's a big chunk out here that hadn't seen it because they don't pay attention to C-SPAN or any of that footage off of the hearings and committees, but shit's moving and it's coming to light, and they're sitting over there, and that's now they know. It's like, yeah, you might want to shift your tactics because your party has gone batshit crazy.
Oh, it has. I mean, to me, this is kind of like we're kind of like in World War II, and we're Germany in World War II. The way that our leaders are acting.
Yeah, because they're pretty much releasing the brown shirts.
Yeah, yep.
And Echo, they are. They're loud and for the camera, and they come in the closed room. See, and that's why I think what I want to start doing is I want to start covering some of the states and the bills that are being introduced, so that then that way people can just take it for what it's worth, but you can see and hear this, but here's the vote on the bill and what the bill is for. And then you can kind of them see, and instead of people hollering, people just need to learn just a little etiquette and then start, I lost Ronnie. Then they can start focusing on, and I hate to say it in this way, but like a polite, direct response to where they're on point. The point gets brought up. It's like with kids in those books. There's a whole big conversation on that whole gender confusion to begin with. But just stick with this. These books are being introduced to elementary and junior high kids. Are you supporting this? This is this party. You know what I'm saying? And instead of a lot of the instead of all the hyper stuff, you kind of just stay on that, and then you watch those responses. And then once again, I'll say it again, unless somebody shows me where this has happened before, I don't want to discount the positive effect it could have. But I still think if 500,000, 1 million people, but if they got direct positive emails on some of these hearings that they're holding and the way that they're trying to hold some of these people accountable, I think it would help fuel their fire. Just like us on this side, see, we want to hear them say things that fire us up. I think it's the same for them, because the other side has a bunch of people that stand outside them steps every day and scream shit at them with poster boards and bullhorns. So,
Rescue, have you heard about the new law that's about to come in here in Texas, where the money is gold backed? This is on September the 1st.
I've heard some about that. I haven't looked into it real hard yet.
Yeah, it's I'm not sure if the governor's signed it or not yet, but it's definitely there, and it's supposed to go into effect September the 1st. So I'm thinking he has signed it, but I wouldn't swear to that.
Well, if it's going into effect, then that would have to mean he did. because when he signs it, there's an effective date on that of like, okay, I'm signing, and as of this date, this is in effect.
Yep, you'd think so. You
So
definitely think
it's
so.
gold backed.
It's precious metals. But they said, I think they said gold back, but if it's gold backed, it means all of them, you know, gold, silver, what have you. But yes, sir, it's definitely there. I'm praying it does because, you know, like I said, the dollar ain't gonna be worth nothing here for long. And the way I take it, Texas is coming up with their own money supply. Now I may have that wrong, but that's the way I took it.
Well, you know,
We'll see.
that's yeah, because there's no man. See, that's so much shit was scattered out over the decades that are coming to light now on a lot of levels that you needed other people to be able to see. That's like the party switching. I think that's why some of the party switching's coming to be. It's like, wait a minute, I thought we were in it for this. Wait, oh wow, y'all are batshit crazy. And then some of them are also, I think, know that the public isn't for the Democrats. So it's like that. What's that chick out of Arizona, Cinema or something like that? See, now she's a fake ass.
Yeah, I know you're talking about.
Yeah, she's doing it because she knows the constituents in Arizona are pissed off. So all of a sudden, she didn't want to say Democrat to her name because that was catching flack. Scat, you're high as a kite, aren't you? Oh, what did Scat do?
Had to give me some coffee. I slept late this morning, man. Or today. Well, it's still morning. Yeah. All right.
Oh, and then Skepak says something about Right Senator Mooney. He has the bill to put the dollar back on the gold standard.
I think that's where it's all going sooner or later. It almost has to.
Well, I see, you know, and I don't know how to say this just where it makes probably sense. So it might just sound like babbling shit, but there's kind of sometimes the lining to something is like, okay, right now there were crooked people that were comfortable with the little layer of crookedness that they were in. But see, this other bunch has taken this up so many notches that like now currency's going to shit. Well, all of a sudden these crooked people that kind of like their little roll of stocks and the shit that they had, they were in the cruise mode. Well, now all of a sudden you've interrupted them because they're like, holy shit, dude, I'm not up there with you guys. I haven't invested in all this China and Russia currency. So if this collapses, I will really be out some money. And so those people, I think, are pushing back. They just won't come out and say a lot of the other bullshit that's going on that side. But
no, well, they want their own kind of money. You know, that's the problem. There's a good side and a bad side fighting over this money. You know, how they want to do it. Like we was talking about a while ago with the digital money, where they're wanting to make it where they control everything you do with your money. But the other side is just gold backed or, you know, precious metals.
Yeah.
So that's what's going on right now with the money. And all we can do is hope and pray that the good side, these good people, win out on it. Because if they bring the digital stuff in where they control you with your money, man, you're screwed.
Oh yeah.
As a matter of fact, Senator Kennedy was talking about that day before yesterday. He was telling all about it more or less in a little news conference they had, and he was talking about the bank out in the Silicon Valley bank that went supposedly it was going broke.
Oh yeah.
The Feds went in and took all this money to help the banks, bailouts for them. They didn't need bailing out.
Dude, that was all a setup.
Well,
so that was all intentional. They were funneling COVID money through that, and that's why that particular bank, most of them were big investors that ran into that bank. So that wasn't your everyday like, oh, I'm just mom and pop and I'm gonna have my retirement checks sent to that bank. That was one of these starter company kind of banks that funded that kind of stuff. So you go borrow this money, said that very loosely. And then all of a sudden you have a COVID pandemic that supposedly causes your doors to shut. And, then you're going to just kind of slip out a thing about how the bank might be in trouble. So people come and want to take their money out that's in there. And you go, oh, no, we don't know what we're going to do. And then the federal government says, hey, don't worry about a thing. We'll help you here. We got this. And then here comes some of our money that gets funneled through and we don't get to see it no more.
Well, that's exactly what's going on. That's why Biden passed gave him the bailout money, because most of that money's going to come back to the who. So they've got a good laundry operation going on, in other words.
Dude, I like that little old Marjorie Taylor Greene lady after her little treasury visit over the Biden thing, buddy. She was all about, it's coming.
Oh, I love her. That is one tough lady. I mean, she don't cut no slack to them people.
But see, and I don't know how to, so I'm just going to, okay. I'll reference like the Roe Wade thing. So like when that came into play, the other side had their people go and be outside the Supreme Court justices' houses and intimidate them and shit.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And see, and this is where I find fault on the other side, if you say is because the other side, there's never a collective of support. It's almost like the little shit that they pulled on the 6th of January. It worked. It deflated everybody. Now there is no, don't gather. No, don't get together. No, don't support that. No. And so everything started getting asserted. And I don't know. I guess that's why before I do the anti-government, I just hold people accountable, because sometimes I think that's intentional.
Oh, it is.
Because
a lot of it is.
You don't want any support,
Well, that's exactly why they done it. It was planned. Plain and simple. J6 was, like you said, and so that people won't gather. But the thing of it is, if you wanted to gather, there's nothing in Washington D.C. now. So why would you gather?
To go there? Yeah, it's useless to go there. I wouldn't do that, but I would it's like form groups that send positive emails, encouraging them, letting them know, and if they do come, like when they come down to McKinney and stuff down here to deal with the border stuff, well then show and show support, they're in Manhattan, because that's why they're trying to do the committee hearings outside of Washington. That way people aren't under that regime of DC, because you shouldn't expect anything good from DC, because that's worse than a Democratic ran city, because they're separated from a city.
It's China 2.0. That's what it is. It's China 2.0. I mean,
that's why sometimes when I hear, well, look, that day he could have done something. Wasn't a damn thing he could have done. Those weren't his grounds. That was Nancy and Chuck. They set that ball in motion. They allowed that. They knew it.
Washington, D.C. is nothing but a cesspool. That's all it is. It's all it's ever been, in my opinion. It's all it's ever going to be.
Well, we have elected officials that fly in and out of there, but there is a whole deep state foundation that is that whole area. There are families that are raised and born and bred right there to do nothing but the lobbyist type shit, or in the intel shit, or even for outside sources, but to placate like you're doing this. I mean, that is we elect these people 2, 4, and 6 years, but you just got to look at that amount of people versus the population of that place. And then you realize that, 3/4 of that have shit to do with an election. 3/4 of that place is all privatized.
Yeah, it's what they call the SES. That is the deep state, the SES. That's what it is. It is the deep state. The SES, Senior Executive Services, is what it is. These people can't be fired. They basically run everything. I don't know if you remember or not, but when Trump was president, he said he was going to bring the troops home from somewhere, Syria or somewhere. He said, but they wouldn't let me. They would not let me.
Yeah.
He said, can you believe a president can't bring the troops home? Well, that's what he was talking about, is the SES. Yep. They're the actual, they can't be fired.
You watch these hearings, Ronnie, and they'll have a topic and a witness will start to bring up something factual, blam. They have no clue, but you can watch that person behind them and they'll be on their little phones and they're going that and nothing. All of a sudden, somebody comes out of a back room, hands up a paper, and then they lean forward and give that representative or senator the paper, and then they commence to reading this. Well, all blah, 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 blah. They don't even know what the hell they're reading.
And that's absolutely right. Absolutely, rescue you on the money.
Which, back in the beginning of this, it got brought up when they did the first little shit after the little 16 to 20 span. As 20 was going down, you just weren't allowed to see those interviews, but there were interviews from some of the fresh little staff that he had brought in 16, and they were talking about their experiences, how they would be. He would say, here, I want this done, and they would type it up, and they would go to hand it to where it was supposed to go, and those people would just open a drawer and stick it down in there. No, we're not doing that. They would had all kinds of encounters like that. They would go to ask, he wants to see this. Oh, okay, I'll get that for you, and then wouldn't ever get it for him. They would have to try to then find that person.
Yep.
And since they didn't know their way around, they were having to rely on people.
Well, let me ask you a question. Do you think that when we vote, do you think it actually makes a difference? I mean, if everybody in the U.S. were to go vote, do you think we would get good people in there? Or do you think that somehow it would still remain the bad people?
Well, I think you're always going to have some bad just because nobody's perfect, even as glorified as we think about our own character, we still make our flaws. So if you make a flaw,
I'm talking about overall though, would it
I think overall, yeah. I think if you got the majority of people to go and actually vote, show up, I think it would make a difference. But that would take the majority, because then you have the masses, and you can't, like, if you have the 40,000 people show up to vote, you can turn around and tell them 40,000 people that, well, there's an invisible 40,000 that actually voted just the opposite of you. But if you keep those numbers low enough and people don't see the bigger turn, you can sell that more people showed up. More people mailed theirs in. When if you go ahead and show up in numbers, and you have a city and they have a population of, say, 150,000, and because there's been these community groups, and there's just, because of the neighborhoods and the areas, that 100,000 of these people are all for this particular person. And then they have an election, and then they try to tell you that 100,000 people actually mailed in their ballots. Well, see, you would have a mass number that then knows that that's bullshit. Not to mention, if you get more people in these areas to participate, then they're the ones sitting at the fucking table. Pardon my French, but once again, everybody's wanting to say a no vote or it don't matter, and they don't get in. And I never got involved. Like I said, I didn't vote till 2016, and I didn't participate in shit in the 2020 other than vote. This next time around in 24, I want to try to get involved in what that takes to be in that election process, whether it be a little counter or a receptionist. But because that's the only way you can change the card game, is you need to learn to become the dealer. Otherwise, you're just a player at the table, and you're getting what you're dealt, and you're bitching about that it's a rigged deck. Then learn how to deal and become the dealer.
Oh, I agree, but it's like Andy said, as long as it's like that, like Andy said, well then we're kind of up against the wall. And I don't know if you listened to Trump's speeches or not, but he said in his last two speeches that I heard that's what we're going to have to do to win, is we're going to have to learn to play like the Democrats are playing, and put what he's going to do is put boxes in churches and everywhere that Republicans go. Do you know that most people that go to church, there's only half of them vote?
Yeah.
Only half of them. Let me take that back. Half of them register to vote, and only half.
Probably a quarter of them are the only ones that actually vote.
Yeah. So.
No, that's what I'm saying. That's why I kind of, whenever I hear the no vote, it don't matter, I kind of get just stirred up, because we're already have low numbers.
Oh, well, very low.
So dang, the last thing we need to do is say stuff that would promote even lower numbers, because once again, I get what Indy's saying. It is rigged, but I think that the main core to that rigging is because the other side isn't participating. They're just on the receiving end. So sometimes you got to go and become offensive, and you need to get involved, and you start to change some of these little local places to where you don't have these shitty DAs and judges and shit that are getting into spots. And then that little area can then grow to another area. And you just, there's no grandiose plan for the big picture. All you can do is work on your little local stuff and hope that eventually it ties in.
Yeah, that's where that's all we can do is work on our local stuff. It's all I know to do.
I know I would rather go ahead and try my damnedest and put skin in the game. If they rig it on the outcome, hey, I played the best hand I could, but I can't sit on the sidelines and then gripe about the outcome. I don't feel justified in that.
Well, I agree. But I myself, I think we need to get rid of both parties, the Democrat and Republican. And I don't know what good that would do though, because other than take the money, the big money out of the game. Because as long as these people can get into the big money and put ads on TV galore, well, they're going to be able to persuade a lot of people, that are not really paying attention. My phone's going crazy now.
You're up there with rescue. Oh no. What's up, Hoot? Grumpy? Miss Echo? Because, there's some of that fast forwarding, I guess, is the way I look at it. Because things are so crazy right now that it's like 0 to 100. But I just don't know. I don't think that's good. I think that, I don't know. A service person might see it in a different light. Me, I kind of view it from like the tactical side of like the firefighting type stuff. You see that big blaze and you're going to it. But when you get there on that scene, you don't just like run in half cocked. You stop for a moment and process that situation. You process that scene and you start picking your areas to attack at for the overall outcome of putting it out. Well, if I translate that analogy into this, then I view it as, oh, wow, buddy, this whole country is going to shit in a handbasket. Okay. What to do? Well, one is I'm trying to do the garden. I got chickens, so I'm trying to think of some kind of food right here that's going to be right here available. So, okay, I can always have that substance, trying to worry about some of the bills. And because we have a couple of little loans out, like I put one up on this lawnmower thing, the balance of it, get that knocked out. You start local elections. Yeah, I still participate in the best option I can get available for right now. Although I would say that for senators or representatives that are coming up in 24, now's the time to start looking at them. And that's what I want to do, is start looking at who does what and who's the worst. Because ain't none of them fixing to be all perfect going, okay, yeah, this just going to have to start taking, okay, this guy might have voted on this bill and this bill, but he said no to all these, where these two said yes to all this shit. Okay, focus on replacing those two, not just saying Crenshaw is a piece of shit. Yeah, I can say that. I can get on here every day and say it. What do we need to do? We need to start trying to figure somebody out of that area that can replace his ass, and then start trying to get behind them and get people on the American side to just start going back to core values, constitutional shit. Do you believe that this is righteous in the Constitution? No. Okay, we can start with that philosophy, sir. What else you got? And you start building up. But there's no quick solution. But it's easy to get caught up in that vacuum of wanting the quick fix, because especially as anxiety and stress starts taking over as things get worse. In all honesty, this might hurt some feelings, don't mean to, but these aren't really tough times yet. They're getting there because they are focusing on our elementary kids. They haven't grown up into junior high and high school. When that wave gets to high school, we will reach a whole new level of bad.
Just things don't get much worse, they're getting better. They're going to get much worse. I don't bet on that.
We still got food on the shelves. There's still vehicles driving up and down the road. We still have gas. So while the shit's going up and getting worse, it's time to slow the roll and start zooming out. And it's like that. I need to look into the gold thing, because that'll be good to know if we're changing aspects. See, it's like because it's so easy. And I think that's why sometimes some of the other stuff comes out is to get focus off of things. And, you know,
Oh, it's a lot of it's distraction, no doubt about it. Just distraction, plain and simple. But the problem is figuring out what the distraction is and what the distraction is trying to hide.
but see,
You know,
that's where you get to spending too much time on that, Ronnie, when instead you can do that, but it's also going, okay, shit's getting bad. Let me start focusing right here. I mean, and I can only talk hypothetical, but it's like personally, like if I lived in one of these major metropolitan cities, my priority would be to get out of that city by whatever means I needed to. And I would be planning and pushing forward for that type thing.
well, I thoroughly agree with that, Rescue. Thoroughly.
Because there will be places that you can't go. So maybe that's where some people take what I say starting local as in like, okay, whatever. You're right. There's some places of these metropolitan cities. Houston down there couldn't just up and decide that, okay, we're going to focus on local. Shit, no, dude, that cesspool is so corrupt. But the outside
So was
towns
Dallas.
could.
So was Dallas.
Right. See, Dallas
Same
could.
way.
But now you go down into Whitehorse or White House, they could. You could go to Granger and they could start focusing local. You know, Dallas themselves, nah. Grapevine, well, they could. They won't because they're about as they are a Democrat plant city. But a smaller one could change. But but get out of the big ones, and those are going to need to collapse.
Well, there was a time when I could literally, this is in the town I just moved away from, back when it was small, go in and talk to the mayor myself. But now, I mean, there's no way you get in there and talk to the mayor unless you're a high roller yourself.
Yep.
They wouldn't let you. But back in the day, I was probably about 25 at this time, something like that. You could literally go in and not without a appointment or anything, just talk to him. But you can't anymore. Hell no, they'd throw you in jail. You tried to get in there.
Well, yeah, they've all kind of become accustomed to that cushiony pillow that they've been sitting on.
And they don't want to answer questions from the little guy.
Well, and see, that's where to me, the people can change that because then you don't vote for that dude next time.
Well, that's exactly what I'm saying, But what I'm saying also is that the way it is now, the way that the city has grown that I just moved away from, I mean, it's rigged just like everywhere else. It don't matter. Yep. I don't think it matters who you vote for. They're going to put in there who they want in there.
For now, that's because it's bad enough. There's a bad D word that you can't really say because the algorithm, thanks to people like Sydney and them, you can't really say the word out loud, but it just starts with a D. I will say I heard an interesting thing that apparently they are facing a lawsuit now because they don't want to disclose, although they're trying to take old Sydney and get like 1.6 billion or some shit out of the deal between them and Fox and all that. Well, part of the fight back is okay, but before you claim that you're all righteous, you have to let us look at that algorithm code to know that it's legit. And they're like, oh no, you don't need to see that. And it's like, yeah, that's how you prove the case. Otherwise, you haven't really proved your case.
Yeah, well, that and let's make sure you can't plug in one of them little things into it, where it hooks up with the whole system. That's what they were doing when they started out.
That was even shown at a hacker convention. That was shown years ago. That's what's so ironic too. All the footage and all the talk about that particular type of machines, and then the fact of what actually got done. If you just rewind a couple of years, they were actually griping about that possibly being done to them. And all they did was like, oh, well, none of y'all are really paying attention. Well, hell, that sounds like a good plan. And we don't really like this orange guy. He's bad. Let's use that shit now. And there we go.
Exactly.
It's funny because you can go find the old footage, dude, and the same people that are trying to tell you everything is totally righteous now, a couple of years back were saying how bad this was because it was opening to everything. And it's like, well, that's funny. What's up, big chap?
Yeah, big chap, I can see you, brother.
Yeah, Andy, that would be the one.
As long as we're using those D things like you was talking about there, Rescue, I don't think that the good guys have a chance. We got to get rid of those robots. I'll put it that way.
Well, yeah, and it's going to take focus, and so it's trying to get people to just unify. Unify under the red, white, and blue, and that this is the American way. And while it might be corrupt and there is full of shit, but this is the American way. This is our process. You do that process while you fight back. But to stop and do nothing, then you're letting the other side advance on you so much. It's kind of like sitting and watching a fire while you're kicking back different ideas how to approach it. Well, now another bedroom is caught on fire. Now the living room is on fire. Now the kitchen's on fire. And at one point, you don't have a home left.
Mm-hmm.
So you unify under something. Well, for us in this country, it should be that flag and the red, white, and blue. It should bring attention to people when they want to point that out as something bad. Make America great again. They're trying to make it into a bad phrase. You know what? I say use it more.
Oh, yes, exactly. No kidding.
So you can push back. You push back. You just don't push back and put yourself open to repercussions from them. See, there's where the line is. Yeah, and it's a dance game, and it is what it is, whether it's fair or not. Nobody said life was fair, so it's not going to be that. And we all know that growing up. We all know it our whole damn life. Ain't no point in expecting it to all be changed now.
Oh, but sure. And here's what it don't bother me, but here's one of the things that I think about is that there's so many people, like you and me, and we may disagree on a thing or two here and there, but we all want what's best for our country, our family, and everything. And so we got to stay united. We can't be splitting apart over these little things, whatever they may be. I mean, yeah, I've got some ideas, and that I know a lot of people don't agree with, and that's fine. Everybody's welcome to think how they want to think, but we got to stay united.
That's it. We focus on this is the greatest country.
Absolutely.
In the world. We do have an awesome Constitution, Declaration of Independence, and Bill of Rights.
That they are trying to destroy.
Yes, and they're trying to destroy the history, and they're trying to pollute it with all this crookedness, and the foundation to America is all crooked. And I think that's intentional, and it's so that you don't have any patriotism.
Well, it definitely is intentional. They're trying their absolute best. Well, it's like Alexandria Cortez, whatever her damn name is, said the other day. Yeah, we take things to the court, and if they don't rule in our favor, you just ignore it.
Well, that's what Biden did with the border thing. Remember, what was that? Was it 42 that went to the Supreme Court, and then they pretty much ruled going, no, you got to do this. And I was like, that sounded good, but go ahead, keep going.
Yeah, you're talking about Title 42, yeah.
Yeah. What's up, Zach? Hey, buddy.
Hey, Zach, good to see you. Good to see you, Zach. Yeah, until we stand up as a people, and I know most people in this country have got to be like you and I and Chap and Indy and everybody that's in here basically. And until we can all get united, stay united, regardless of our little differences, well then they're going to keep doing what they want to do. So we got to stay united.
Miss Amy says, have we gotten to the point of no return yet? Well, you know what, Miss Amy? I do not believe so myself, because my take is when we reach that, we will have rewound the clocks, and I think everybody's fixing to get a reminder of just what this country actually represents when it got founded, because that freedom will all go away. So all the smoke and mirrors that have been going on for 100 years plus with all these other countries acting like they were doing the freedom thing, all that's going to be gone when the lighthouse right here goes out. It'll go out across, and you'll see a change in the world.
Well, you know what? To me, it's the Constitution was written mainly out of the Bible. A lot of it was wrote from the Bible. That's where they got a lot of their stuff from.
Yep,
And so,
Judeo-Christian values.
yes, and so until, I mean, we all got to, we got to pray. And I bet everybody in here believes in God. I know I certainly do. And I think that's where the power really lies, is with God.
Yo, yeah. Well, and you know what? I'll say this though, Ronnie, because and that's what our forefathers even said. It's like, okay, so even if you don't believe in God and you're not, of Christian faith type, you could say, but you at least need to understand and respect the fact that the freedoms and rights that were established in this country were based off of Judeo-Christian values.
Mm-hmm.
And so you should at least respect where it's coming from, whether you believe the same or not. You can live and benefit from those same freedoms and values and rights. You don't have to play a part, but you should respect those. That's absolutely my take.
Oh, absolutely.
I mean, it would be nice if everybody did, but that's just not a reality. So,
Indy says, in my opinion, we've already been taken over, and I agree, Indy. We have. I definitely agree. But that's what we got to do now, is stand together and somehow take our country back. To me, that's what it's all about.
I don't think we have been yet. I think we're in the process. Because it's, yeah. I mean, just imagine if you stop for a moment and you were to picture and say, oh, so if there was no, I mean, we can call them rhinos and we go, oh, it's this two wings, same bird, and we can do all that. But still, as of right now, there is a pushback on total one-party rule. So when we get to one-party rule, then yeah, we have been now taken over. We're lost then, because that's the counter to what we were founded on. So when we do that, regardless of who's behind the scenes, it won't matter. But that will change drastically everything, because then the media would intentionally shift. There would become hot zones. It would become an intentional martial law declaration. There would be an exchange all over the place. That would be when we've been taken over, when we've lost.
Well, and that's what I was saying about old Alexandria Cortez a while ago. They're going to ignore the court's opinion if it's not in their favor. But all that they lack, and this is my opinion, of us being totally taken over, is getting rid of the Constitution altogether. Once they do that, if they can ignore the courts and get away with it, well, then the next thing is, okay, all we got to do now is totally
that's evil.
The Constitution.
Evil is lawlessness. So the minute you take out law and order and you do not have a righteous law and order, you just have a country of evil. You have a dictatorship. You now have what was here before in this world. And that's what we'll end up going back to. That's been my biggest concern is, man, these things that get to the Supreme Court and watching them, because if you lose the Supreme Court, that's the law of the land per se. That is our law and order pinnacle. And so when you get rid of that, or you polluted it to the point to where there's no righteous law, even in a shadow, then you're lawless. And when you're lawless, it's just you're now in a country full of evil.
Well, and to me, I don't know if you feel this way or not, Rescue, but to me, they basically, in almost every county and city, they've got they go by their laws. The cops themselves on the lower rung, they don't know the Constitution, but so they just support what their bosses say, tell them to do.
Well, yeah, we don't teach it in school, Ronnie. So it's not taught in school. It's not taught in college. Well, exactly. This is where our people come from.
Exactly. And that's what I'm saying. They just do what their bosses tell them to do. And their bosses have bosses. And so this goes from, it goes all the way up and then all the way up. So the guy at the bottom, us, we get the short end of the stick every time.
Yep.
You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, E-Dog was here earlier. He was up on panel for a little while. And Grumpy, see, that's what, come on, cooperate. There it goes. Patriot/conservative don't need to become like the Marxists in tactics. They need to become like them in the conviction and what they believe in. Yeah, and I'm going to follow that up with what he said before. because he had said patriots / conservatives also believe in ignoring the law. Difference between that group and the Marxists and what and where the law originates from. I'm sorry if I missed anything else.
Let's believe in
I'll
ignoring
kiss
it.
off hurting butt, I guess, because she says, sorry if this butt hurts you, but Trump's calling in these nut jobs. Everywhere he goes, doors are opening up and they're struck down. Look what happened in New York. Oh, yeah. Oh, right, Echo. She said when people came to the U.S. and ended up at Ellis Island, they had to learn these things and pledge allegiance. Well, then who was it? Was it McCarthy? Or who was it that said, made something about assimilation?
I don't know.
Is that MacArthur or Patton or somebody? So one of them, or Roosevelt. Maybe it was Roosevelt. Yeah, because Roosevelt was the dude that liked to ride on horses and go hunting and shit, right?
Yeah. Teddy, you don't,
So I think it was him. Yeah. Said something about assimilate. You know, that's when you come here, you should be coming to assimilate. But when you think about it, man, maybe that's the problem here. That's why there's people from the city that have come up here. They didn't adapt to here. They're trying to change here to where they came from. Well, people have done that internationally. They come in here and then they want to change in here to be the better side of where they came from instead of staying there and trying to change where they're from.
Well, that's the way it should be. But there's a lot of them that come here that, well, like the ones that are coming here now, a lot of them anyway, they just come here for the money, you know, and most of them, at least from what I've heard, aren't working. They get their hotel rooms or whatever paid for, they get money, you know, and I'm not just talking about a couple hundred, they get thousands of dollars to just do what the hell they want to do.
Yep.
But they're told, and they're not supposed to be able to vote, but they're told who to vote for, whether they voters supposed to vote or not.
Right.
And we know who that is.
Tiger, I'm sorry to hear that. She was in that storm and had her roof leaking in on her second floor. Now she said the ceiling has fallen down upstairs and we are getting more rain tomorrow. Still haven't been able to get anyone out here to at least tarp the roof. That is sucks.
No kidding. Where you at, Tiger?
Are you in? I think she's in Missouri.
Dang.
I think Missouri, and then they've got property in Texas, if I remember correctly.
Well, man, it ain't raining hardly here where I'm at. I mean, it's rained just a little bit, but not enough to stick in your eye, and I don't know when. Yeah, I brought up a good point there. China and the police departments, yep. They arrested a couple of guys yesterday,
yep.
Chinese, that were running those police departments. One there in New York, I believe it was. That's something now when another country can, install their own police departments. And this was in Chinatown. Like I said, I think it's in New York, but I would swear to that. But yeah, they've had that in there for a while now.
Well, see, and then because in that city you have a hatred that's been generated for a couple hundred years. I personally think up around in there ever since we became a hub right there. We had the boroughs, we had the gangs who kind of created from there because that just became a spot. But there's an air and a vibe that's why how you get to Chinatown and a little Mexico, and it's because they'll segregate because they don't feel comfortable.
Yeah.
And they come and it's like, well, I really don't understand anything. We don't do anything to address that. And so they migrate to their own way of life. Well, those people are slowly incorporating that to become like a little place from where they're from.
Absolutely. And that is the problem.
Yep.
If they can't assimilate, they shouldn't be here.
Well, and we knew like that.
Customs,
the Chinese had a police department, but yet the cartel runs hitmen all through the country to take out shit. We just call that as some drive-by murder or something. It gets lost in the news. But that's basically what those are.
Oh, you're right there. No doubt about it. And well, I understand they control a good part of Texas down along the border, quite a ways
Oh,
in.
I missed it up. Tiger says no, all our property is in Missouri. They just right now they live in the city, but they have property out in the country.
But
Your
but
blood
the
says,
bank
hey,
okay.
nice y'all still going. Give something to listen to on the way home. Cool, Pure Blood. Big you're done painting then.
We talk about all the news that is the news that you want to hear about the news.
That's why I really like that Squirrel Tribe girl. She's pretty cool. That's her channel name is called Squirrel Tribe. And then she has her little kickback, laid back one called Squirrel Tribe 2.0. That's where I think she does some kind of mimosas and margaritas or something. She just sits around and shoots the shit.
Okay.
But her other channel, the Squirrel Tribe one, she's pretty good, and she just points out the obvious with the articles. And it's like with the wreck in Palestine, it's like, this is the article. Well, look at this. And this is also what I found. Look, they built this plant right here, and it's only this far away. And the latest thing was that she went up and she's looked into the House legislature. That's where I got the idea to start looking at some House bills. And what are they doing that you don't ever hear nothing about? Because she pointed out how there's been some land shit all taking place as of that wreck. Bills introduced to allow eminent domain and different shit like that. So you start kind of going, oh.
Yeah, Chap and I went over all of this back a week or two ago on my show. We sure did the same thing. Yes, and that's what it was about. They're wanting to take that land.
Yeah.
Certainly.
Yeah, she's a pretty cool chick. And she's a good natured lady. Her husband's pretty cool. And I love how she'll refer to them going the man and the kid.
Yep, Echo, you're right. 18 arrested in New York for the little thing. Absolutely.
Yeah, they just need to get Mayorkas and all his little cartel connection to stop that funnel train coming in across. See, it's like that, man. I had no idea. She started digging into some of stuff, and it got me thinking. So I went and I was watching some of the hearings, and I started kind of listening to the back end conversation instead of what they were talking about. That's where I picked up kids are working in the General Mills plants, packing Cheerios. They're working at Kia and Hyundai on night shifts, working at other distributors and stuff on night shifts, being hidden from the public, child labor stuff. And you go, oh, that's funny. How come that's not out on mainstream media? There was a time in the past, child labor would have been front page news. Used to be.
You sure did. Well, that's what they're doing with the kids they bring in here, though, is well, they think nobody's going to care, and they certainly don't care. Well, did you watch where the guy, where one of the senators was grilling, what's his name, and about that very thing, and he didn't answer not one question that was asked of him.
Yeah,
not one.
Oh, dude, I want that little smug face, dude. Every time he's got his arms out on that table, and he looks at him, and then he does his little whimsical answer, and then he looks towards the chairman, that Democratic chairman, like. And it's like, oh, dude, can I just jump up over this bench and just drill you right in that nostril? Well, yeah. How you like that, you little smug shit? But see, I like to think that if we can keep momentum going, that because I will say that like from 2 years ago, the way that they're questioning them is different. They bring up stuff under oath. You're saying this. Under oath, you're staying with this statement that you did in the opening, and all I can hope for is that this is a collective of legal shit, because I know in the legal world, you got to have this massive amount, especially when you're going against powerful people. Then it has to be down to the word. It has to be all dotted and crossed and everything. Poor people, you just hold them in court long enough until they finally can't fight back no more. But wealthier, powerful people, and at that level, that and I don't know. Hey, pray for the best and prepare for the worst.
Well, I think that's why they don't answer any questions, rescues, because they know that they answer whichever way they answer. If they answer truthfully, well, then they're going to be called for a court sometime, and they're going to be in big trouble. So that they just don't answer. They beat around the bush.
Well, they will. They run that. They know that's a 5-minute timer. They know that whatever that senator or representative is, they're on a clock, and they can see that clock just like that person can. So sometimes they're on point, and they'll go, "Okay, stop. I'm reclaiming my time," and then they go again. But then there's a lot of times, they just sit there and he babbles that stupid shit just to eat up that clock.
Oh yeah, that's exactly what they do all the time. There's no point really in even. Only thing it does is it shows that if the people watch, whoever watches, it shows the people that these guys will not answer question. Straight up. They'll beat around the bush. They say, "Well, we did this and we did that," but they will not answer that question.
Well, and they're showing you things, whether they're doing it intentional or not, but they're showing you things. You can watch the behavior. It's like, I would have never discarded a Democrat before, but nowadays, if you don't tell me that you haven't seen anything, and if I could believe that, then I won't hold that against you. But nowadays, nah, you say that Democrat shit, then that you're part of that group, because you can't help but notice the shit going on. Some of this,
oh, absolutely,
just the lies, the bullshit.
So the thing is we don't have just a foreign country that we have to worry about. We have our own people here, and this is why I agree wholeheartedly with Trump. He said that the problem is not a foreign country. The problem lies here in this country, and what he was saying was with our own people.
Yep.
If we don't get the people that are doing all this stuff, well,
if we go down, it'll be from within. It won't be from
exactly. Exactly. Question is again, how do you do it? Because I know no one wants to turn to violence. I certainly don't. But at some point, when voting is not going to do it. It's not going to get you anywhere. I mean, that's been proved in the last 2 or 3 elections. So what do you do other than you can work locally, but then from there on, I mean, the country, if you don't get somebody good at the top, they're the ones in control of the military and everything else. So what are you going to do?
Well, that's why that's the one thing that does kind of, the more people stay scattered and divided out amongst all the other shit, they're slowly transforming that military. They're weeding out strong ones, and they're just putting bullshit in there in place. And that's a nerve-wracking part, because I don't know, man, there's just so much division, and I don't know, it's weird how drastic that just took a change. It's like, no offense, but like the elections. Now, all of a sudden, they're no good. They're no good. That doesn't matter. They've been screwing us forever. Well, wait a minute, because in 2016, they all laughed when he said he was going to run. Then he actually got elected, which blew them all away, and they went into freak-out mode. So I would say that when everybody shows up for an election, it does have an impact. But because all you heard was negative stuff for the next 6 years, and then we experienced 2020, which to me, in my eyes, they spent that pre-time giving people the mind picture of rioting, of this big screaming and yelling, because that's what they allowed this other groups to go do across the country.
Yes.
So then, as you saw this shit happen, which I had a feeling that Washington was not a good thing in the first place, because of just the way it happened. And then they kept all the Republicans kept saying on that day, we're going to send that back. So they were literally pre-telling them for over a month of exactly what they were going to be doing. We're going to do that on January. And they put this plan in play. And they said, well, you know what? These people have all been watching these riots and all this screaming and all this stuff. They're going to gather here because they follow him all over. So what we need to do is we need to get some out amongst there. And whenever if they do start to kick shit back, we need them to get people riled up so that then we can react to that, and then that can silence this. And I'll be damned if you don't go watch that when Ted Cruz stands up to do that first one. That's when little old Epps dude out here whispers in the ear, and all of a sudden the fence shaking is happening, and then you've got people going, no, right in this way, because it was orchestrated that way. So, yeah. But I think that instead of seeing that for what it is, instead people will still play on that. And now it's, because think about it, if you do have a part of a government that is trying to fight for you, the best way to cut them off at the knees is to have other people just tell you that the whole damn government is bad. Well, now all of a sudden, and that's why for a little while I used to kind of go on these little tirades and say, I don't understand. Do we hold these people to a separate level than we hold ourselves accountable? Because it's like we're expecting miracles out of them. But then, what are we bringing to the table? But I said that in kind of because I get agitated some now. It is what it is. I don't care.
Well, I think they did the right thing that day. The people that were there, the real people that were there to hear Trump's speech, and when they went down there to the Capitol, they were there to protest peacefully. They didn't come there to raise hell, but they had plants in among them that were there to do that.
And
so
that's a proven
all
fact,
of us look terrible.
Well, and it's a proven fact. You take a group of 50 people and you put 2 people in there that start going, man, this is some bullshit. We ought to do this. Next thing you know, you're going to end up with a quarter of that 50 starting to push forward because they're going to get fueled by what they're hearing. And so that's why shit was all straight up intentional.
Well,
that's why the damn Capitol people were the first ones to launch shit and do anything when they threw tear gas out into the crowd. Why? To get that reaction. It wasn't going fast enough. You actually had people going up to him going, dude, what are you doing? How come you're not doing your job? Aren't you going to do something about this? And it's like, wait a minute, man, hey, this is backfiring. They're actually starting to call out the bad actors we put out there. Wait, what the hell? And it's like, yeah, okay, get off all that topic. Because there's just footage. You got to, if you saw it when it happened, then you saw it. But nowadays, you just got to wait, I guess, for Tucker Carlson to give you a shot.
Yeah, basically, yeah. Well, and another thing of it is everybody thought that Washington, D.C., was running on the same laws as the rest of the country. But they don't. They're a 10 square mile that's basically a country of their own. So
that's what they want to be. That's why they're trying to.
Like, they're already basically that way,
Well, see, right. That's one of those things, Ronnie. I think that's come out during this, that some of those politicians are going, wait a minute, because they just kind of went in and were comfortable. And now that they're being challenged with some batshit crazy laws that they have to drive through, that if their family comes to visit them, they have to deal with, and their crime rates going up. And then when they started to try to pass this, they got into digging deeper going, no, you can't pass that. The House has the say over this. And so, see, because it's not a state, that's why they want to be a state, because then they can have their own little governor that can do whatever they want to do. But right now, they have to answer to the House, and I think the House and the Senate are becoming more aware of that across the board, and there's a little pushback on that. Now, granted, did that get rid of the lobbyists? Probably not at all.
No, in the House in particular, you're right, because they're under Republican control now, whatever the hell that means. I'm not saying it's going to get anywhere, but they are under Republican control, but the Senate is still under Democrat control.
Yeah.
But that's what was so good to me about the 2 Democrats so far have switched from the Democratic Party back to the Republican Party.
Yep.
In the Senate. So that definitely helps, but it still ain't enough.
Well, my understanding is that, like the House, the big pull with the House is they control the purse strings. So all the budgeting, all the money has to go through the House. And then you have the legislative bills that then get introduced through the Senate. And so that's more on your law side of things would be your Senate. Your House is more on your budget side. Might be totally as wrong with that, but it's my general understanding.
Yeah, I know you're basically right, but they have to come to an agreement.
Right. Chap, let's see. Think it is. It's at 5 hours and 20 minutes, sir. You want the link, chap? You want to come up?
Well, thank you, chap. Appreciate that, brother. Yeah, bring old chap on up for a few. Come on in, chap.
Right,
I'm
chap.
going to
His
be
new
here pretty quick.
background, huh?
I got shit I got to go do here pretty soon, but I just had to jump on with you for a few minutes. But yeah, one thing that gets me is about this whole thing that's going on right now is that the National Guard, 1 million of them, were mobilized by Trump, and they're still active. 1 million National Guard, all the executive orders that Trump wrote have been extended by guess who? Our fearless president that we got now. So that's how they're still active. Why would Joe extend those executive orders? Because those executive orders hurt him and the people he backs, or supposed to
Now,
back.
what's the executive orders for?
Well, one of them is to they all kind of connect together, but they're to take money away from the crooks that are doing human trafficking and just all kinds of stuff. They're different things, but they all interconnect. I just have to pull one up and read it. I can't do it here now, but
And he's extending these?
he's already extended them. Yeah, he extended into next year. So the 1 million National Guardsmen are still on duty. And so I myself, I know what it's for, but I don't want to say it right on here because of obvious reasons. But
So
they are.
these are ones, because I mean, from day one, homeboy sat down and did a stack of executive orders, almost every single order. Matter of fact, when you go look at the White House listing of them all, it's almost like every single executive order Trump did, they went over and he canceled them.
Well, he didn't cancel these. These are the ones that really that are for dealing with the bad people. And that's my point is about the National Guard is behind the scenes, they are out doing things, and a lot of them were deputized as U.S. Marshals. I think like 50,000 of them were deputized as U.S. Marshals. You can go look this up. But so they are doing things behind the scenes that we don't hear about with a lot of these people.
Well, I know Abbott did that to our National Guard down here on the border. He swore them in so that they could help DPS with the border.
But they're not really doing anything down there. That's the funny thing about it. I mean, there's a guy that goes on the border all the time, and the National Guard are literally helping these people across.
Well, once they get to see, that's that whole soil thing I don't agree with. But
hell no.
I got, way back in the day, I kind of got it when they brought it in, because like whenever I was a kid and I remembered hearing that, it was because of the Cubans and all the bullshit that was going down over there, and they were trying to get up out of there. So whatever could float, they would get into the water to try to make it over to shore, because if they could make it to land, then we would let them in. So I got that because they were right there. But this is 116 different countries are pouring through that southern border.
Yeah, and the point was, at least the way Abbott described it, was to stop them from coming across. But I mean, they get out in the middle of the river on boats and things and stop them.
Well, the problem is, see, this is where I don't know the details, because I don't even I don't agree with it. So that might shade my looking into it, because I think what, but because like the border entries, that's federal property, and so like Abbott has no say over that. And then there's so much yardage that's considered our international border, which I don't agree with. I'm sorry, if your shit happens to be coming through our state, then it seems to me like this state ought to have a say.
Well, and the way a judge explained it here a few months ago was that there's been a state emergency declared. Abbott declared himself back in when COVID, and so when an emergency is declared, the governor has got the right, the legal authority to turn everybody around the border. He don't have to have the federal government say so. According to this judge, he can literally put people on a plane and take them right back as soon as they get here. But he hadn't been doing that. Now, I don't know if the judge is full of shit or if it just
no,
want to.
That's probably true, but here's the catch, Ronnie. Can't afford to do that.
Hell, he's busting them all the way to Washington, D.C. and everywhere.
Well, yeah, but that was a little just trying to dump it in their yard because they were trying to act like there was no problem. But I mean, if you look at the volume, see, and that's what the federal government knows. That's what the whole administration knows. That's why they don't address it, because they're promoting it in these other countries to do this. So they're out there intentionally saying to do this out there. Well, here they're trying to go, oh, there's nothing. But if you can't exercise any of this, that's why, matter of fact, there was the one episode where the National Guard, they put a fence up. The people were coming towards that fence, and they went ahead and gathered up at that gate, and the National Guard locked it all up, and Border Patrol come up and said, well, no, they're on U.S. soil, so we'll take custody of them. And that's what's been happening a lot. They'll take custody. So I guess you might end up kind of becoming deflated if you want to do something, but you can't. But I will say that they're focusing more on the interior side, like up into the towns, because then that's way out of the federal jurisdiction. And they're snagging them up out of these houses where then they were just taking over people's damn garages and campers.
Yeah. But that's what I'm saying, with Trump himself nationalizing 1 million National Guardsmen. I mean, the whole, as you know, all 50 states declared an emergency back then, every one of them. And so that give Trump the right and the authority to nationalize all these National Guardsmen. Well, at least this is my understanding of it. And so that's what he did. And they're still on active duty. And this is what I'm saying about things that we don't understand that's going on in the background is one of them is what's going on with the border. I don't understand it because the governor now, according to this judge, he can stop them and put them on a plane and take them right back. And it would cost a lot of money, but it wouldn't cost as much as it is to feed and house them. Hey, chap, what's going on, brother? Good to see you.
Chap?
What's up?
Well, see, you've got to set up the flights, so you've got to get airlines to cooperate with you. And so if they don't buck the system, and then you've got to start busing them, so now you got to get a bus lines. And that's why I could see, and that's to me, that's why the administration just ignores that, because they know it's like, if you try to address this, it'll just break you. It'll bankrupt your state. You can't, because it's thousands a day. So,
no doubt.
That would be straight up Texas funded then, and.
But here he is. This is what gets me rescued. He says he's building the wall himself that Texas built. Well, the wall ought to be built by now. I mean, there wasn't that much left. And this has been a year ago that when he started doing it. And then the National Guard is supposed to stop them coming across, but they're not doing it. So all I'm saying is there's something going on that we're not getting. I don't know what it is, but there's something going on that we're not getting.
Well, I think Paxton's a good guy to follow if you want to keep on the legal side of Texas, because he's trying to do all he can do from a Texas. I wish he could get more support. That's why it's going to be a collective approach. I was glad to see you suing Biden. So,
Paxton's definitely a man. He's one hell of an attorney general. No doubt about it.
Hey, Kush. Bless you.
What's up? Say what's up. What's up, fellas? I just came in. I was outside with my buddy. My best friend's birthday's today. He stopped by after work and shit. We was outside. It's not too bad out. It's 59.
Salt. Hello, Salt.
I mean, what's up, bro? Kush.
Hey, Salt. Oh, I know. It's nice outside. It's 81 here.
Amen. Whatever you guys are saying amen to when I walked in. It's nice there. It's 59 here. It ain't too bad, but it's windy. I still wore a hoodie and shit.
I hear y'all supposed to get some snow up there. Chap.
Yeah, we were. It acted up a little bit on Monday. What's the matter? What's the matter? You want to get down? Take this off.
But the National Guard, I can guarantee you, behind the scenes, in the background, whatever you want to call it, they're out doing some a lot of stuff to the bad guys.
Man,
It'd be nice.
I had a video where me and my nephew were going into Wajak, and we have a big National Guard there. And I forget where he was going, but we rolled by, and there was just tons of units that were packing up and shit, like big pieces of stuff, like equipment and big steel containers and all kinds of stuff.
Well, he's fixing to deploy some to Taiwan
for a little bit, and I said, "Hey, is everything cool?" And they said, "Yeah." I said, "You sure?" And he smiled and said, "I hope so." Damn, I said,
Hey, Kathy.
Shit going down right now. And I said, "Not yet." And I was just yelling at him. I didn't film that part though.
Well, I think we're sending some to
put
Taiwan, I think, for training. We've already got some up there in the crane there, supposedly. I don't know. That's scary there because I don't know. That was like a flashback. You hear those words advisor and shit. And it's like, wait a minute, didn't we do this before? This police action with advisors, and we're going to go advise, but yet somehow we lose, 100,000 plus guys and all this kind of shit.
Yeah. Do you think what's up with all them IRS agents or the new agents? I don't want to keep saying the words and shit.
I don't know.
Together.
I don't know what they're.
You know what I'm saying?
I don't know how that's going to go because the last I heard, they didn't get the funding for it. So they did the hiring, but they don't have the funding for the payroll.
Well, they got everything took away. Their money, their pistols they're supposed to carry, their ammunition, everything. And this is one good thing about the Republican Congress. They took it away. So it was going to go through, but the Congress took it away. So now they're just in the water.
Yep. Luckily, we had the House. We had the purse strings and went, no, well, you know what? You might hire them, but you ain't going to be able to pay them. So now what?
That's right. Exactly. Exactly. And tomorrow is the eclipse. All right. I was wondering when that.
Yeah. Are you all moved in, Ronnie? Look at Salt's comment there. Looks like you're all moved in. That's where you're broadcasting out of and shit. You must have it set up.
No, I'm
about
to
be an eclipse on my birthday.
It's tomorrow's your birthday, Rescue? Well, you're going to be surprised to hear who else's birthday it is. At least that I've heard it is. I don't know for a fact. You know the little guy that had the little mustache in World War II that ran Germany?
Oh, yeah. I've heard that my whole life.
Okay.
Well, you got Hitler's birthday. And it's like, yeah, and you know what I can tell him now in 2023? You're right. Hitler was born on 420, and you know what else? The world celebrates 420.
I wonder if they knew that. I hope you didn't know that.
when they picked that date for the National Pot Day type thing at 420, I wonder if there was a reason into the Hitler's birthday too.
I don't think so.
I don't know. That's what we were talking about the other night about the eclipse and about all these moons, blood moons, and things that are coming up. Now that's God's thing there, as far as I'm concerned. But what does it mean? I have no idea. It just means I think it means that we're going into some rougher times than what we've got right now.
Oh yeah. Well, I mean, you can even read however you want to view that. This has nothing compared to what you read about the coming and stuff and what the world will be like and all that.
Oh yeah, it's man. Well, then it's what Chap and I talk. Particularly Chap talks about a lot. With being prepared, in every way you can, water, the purifying water, because we don't know what's going to happen. It
That'd
might
be
not
one of
happen.
my first. That for sure would be one of my first things, Ronnie.
Yeah. So it's everything rolled into one. These can be scary times, no doubt about it, if you let yourself be scared. But
So that's
getting
funny.
scared don't get you nowhere.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, kiss off. I did see that. He seems to be healthy as a horse again, don't he?
Hey, but did you see the other footage where he walked in that, but he walked out in a 3-piece suit?
I didn't see that.
Yeah.
That ain't even him, bro.
No. I agree, chap. It's not him.
Matter of fact, you could tell he's still off, even though he tried to fake it, because somebody asked him how he was doing, and he had that blank look on his face, and then he looked down at the little handler in front of him, and you could tell he was asking, what'd he say? And then the guy tells him, and he goes, oh, I'm doing fine. And it's like, whatever, dude. You couldn't even make out that sentence. But I like that. Yeah. Dropped off in shorts and a hoodie. Comes
Looking
out
sloppy as
3-piece
hell
suit.
with some congressman. Yeah, she likes laying like this and being petted. I don't know.
Can anybody believe that Fetterman he couldn't even answer a question when they were, during the race for Senate, whatever state he's from. But this
Pennsylvania,
guy
that's kiss
won.
off. That's
Pennsylvania.
kiss off, Senator.
You guys messed up. You voted for that rascal, didn't they?
Well, I think
I
it's
mean,
those
you vote
robots.
for
that
him.
did
You
it.
got
Got
the
him
lump
there.
with him. And shit.
But see, they don't, like, you can do that with him because, and that's what some of the Republicans in the House were griping about, because during Pelosi, she changed all the rules to where you didn't have to be there. You don't, all you have to do is send it in saying yes, no, however you wanted to vote.
Yeah.
So that's why he fit
Grab my
perfect. It's
drink.
like, dude, you're brain dead. That's totally cool. Sit over there and be brain dead. We're just going to need, when we tell you how we voted for you, just nod your head. That's why he had to make an appearance, because they're starting to try to shift those rules back to the way it was, where no, you got to be here to do it. So that's going to back him into a corner. Got to
If you
start
can't be there, you don't need to be a congressman or a senator. That's all the hell there is to it. I mean, and if you're sitting in the hospital, that's one thing. But if that is the case, to my way of thinking, you shouldn't get to vote at all.
Oh, the minute he come out with the injury, he should have really been taken off of the ticket, and there should have been a special election. That should have been a done deal. I will tell you a scary thing. The Senate's going to shift another spot, and it'll probably go on the Democratic side, and that's because McConnell's stepping down. Well, I ain't a fan of him, and he was a fake-ass Republican, but now they're actually going to be able to place a Democrat in that seat.
Do you really think it'll make any difference, though? I mean, he's about as crooked as you can get, married to a Chinese woman and all. So,
dude, his wife's like chest deep in the damn China shipping business.
exactly.
So you know where his shit was. But I'm just saying that while he was a fake one, but at least he was there, and every now and then, you might could do, but now it's just going to be handed. Hopefully, it's another one that flips.
Well, you know what? I really don't see how they could do anything that's worse than what they've already done. I mean, I know there's more coming, but with the trends and all that, what
Is
else?
this the moment where we're supposed to, when the dude hands you the Bud Light can, saying, "Hold my beer, Ronnie," and it's like, watch this.
Yeah, no kidding, man. Well, they can, it's like I always say on our show that, man, my hopes and everything lie with God, and that's where they're going to stay. So it don't worry me one way or the other. I don't like what they're doing, don't get me wrong, and I'm going to do everything I can to speak out and stop it. But as far as what they actually do, I'm not going to let it bother me. I'm talking about fear now, because I think fear is one of Satan's tools.
Well, yeah, exactly. Hey, what's up, Hawk? Well, it's like, and I said this the other day. I don't know. I babble sometimes, and hell, I even forget when I babble or about what. But, we talk about the Bible, and regardless of whichever, you read or whatever. So it's not about a certain one, but it's just in general, all the stories per se, that you hear of all the different engagements of, Moses, Noah, everybody, he says this, and you don't ever read any kind of catering or ass kissing or pillow carrying after it. It's like, move the people from here to there. Didn't say be sure and stop at the Holiday Inn and buy everybody continental breakfasts and shit along the way. He just said move them.
Mm-hmm.
So I view things like now. I mean, you call out the bad, and you hold those people accountable for the bad calls, but at my own feet on the ground spiritual anchor point, I gotta make sure my house is in order, which is, me, my soul, and is my character right, and
Oh, absolutely.
am I
No doubt
carrying
about it.
myself, and do I treat people, am I doing right, so that it doesn't matter when the end comes. Hell, it comes tomorrow, it comes later this afternoon, it comes. But that's why I think it's real important. And
I
that's most
definitely
all the
agree.
messages, and you'll hear when as you read through that book, anytime the task is put on somebody, there's been encouragement along the way, but there's never been any kind of catering to just stopping and letting him do something. You know what I'm saying? There's always
Yep.
been, okay, well, you need to do this now. You need to do this. There was never, okay, just sit down and I'll tend to all this, even though he was totally capable of doing whatever, he saw fit. Hell, he could have just wiped out every enemy we've ever faced. But
Exactly.
then are
Well,
you
there is a
getting a
place for
true faithful belief, or are you getting somebody that has this fake faith because things are easy? So sometimes I view this as a little trial.
Oh, that's
And when you
exactly what it is.
when
That's
you think
exactly
about
what
our
it is.
lifespan, dude, you look in that book and those people live 900 years, 800 years. We're
1,000.
doing good to hit 100 nowadays. I mean, we're
Yep.
not even a drop in the bucket.
We sure aren't.
And
But
so
yeah,
it's just, I don't know.
there's a place in the Bible. I can't remember the name of the book right now, but it's uh, what God says is more or less is sit down, be quiet, and let me move. Is in other words, he'll do it with a more or less with a whisper, or a slight breeze, whatever. But our job, Wes, it is to pray and to be as prepared as we can for whatever may come. I mean, how I have you some food and stuff in the house, some water and stuff like this.
Well, you
And
need to be a
but
living testimony
yeah,
of the grace of
exactly.
God.
Well, yeah, and that's what I try to be. But
Right.
you've also got to be all these other things. Because if it does get to a place where you don't have food and water, well, you should have a little bit of that setback, to see you through for a couple of weeks anyway, and longer than that if you can. But I'm just saying, it's better you prepare your soul first, like you said, rescue for darn
Well,
sure.
that's it kind of to me. See, I guess maybe it's because
Shit.
from other perspective, it looks more broken down. And see, for me, it's one and the same. And I guess that's kind of bad. Hell, if I'm going to talk to a man, I ought to be facing him. I mean, I am, but although you can't tell, and I'm just babbling away to this screen while you're looking at chickens. But now I got to get rid
Put
of
it
that
back
damn
on
thing. There we go.
chickens. Just kidding.
But it's because it's that everyday thing. So it's like, okay, so if I work on that, well, then you take those first steps, man. It's like, and for people that, if Christian faith, believe, God, Yahweh, if that's not your thing, then just overlook this. But like for me, the main two is, okay, to love him above all else and with all my heart.
Mm-hmm.
So, okay, so if I start that, then I'm bringing some love, and you can't hardly love something and show it love if you're surrounded by negative. So that means that's going to subside some because you're focusing on this. And then to love your neighbor as yourself. So that's a challenge because now you've got to start. For me, I have to take people and I have to step away from just what I might not like out of my own personal preference and just look at a core righteous value of truth and character. And then that sounds kind of like, see, it's not so bad. But when you actually try to exercise that with every exchange you have with somebody, see, to me, as you're doing that, then you're going to be taking care of yourself, because you've got to take a change in yourself. You've got to, because that's not the norm. The norm's not to give a shit about the next guy. So you work at that, and on just an everyday life, you're going to start now taking care of your house. Well, as you take care of your house, you're going to start seeing things, and you're going to have the extra can of soup. You're going to have the extra pack of waters. You're going to start thinking like that, because now your concern and care is for your home and to get right. So it's kind of like starting to stumble into each other.
No, I
and then
agree.
It's kind of like learning to build a mag or communicate with people. Well, that's as you learn to love your neighbor as yourself, you're going to start meeting people that will show you a strong character, a weaker character, a fake character, and you can start to see these things disclose themselves to you. And then you can, and like right now, my own little battles are trying to figure out how to maneuver through that minefield to maintain positive, because that's the big thing for me. It's so easy to, little vacuum cleaners are pulling all around with little suction just waiting to just, and that's why I like absorbing outside and seeing some sunshine and watching just something grow, a plant. It re-energizes, because this country, I mean, I'm going to follow the game plan. Like there is a political parties, and it's a Republican and Democrat, and there is a voting system that's been established. And so that's why I say I'll participate in that. But see, I don't anchor into that. Like, I'm not saying that's a one all be all. For me, that's just, okay, that's part of the steps I should be doing, because I live in this country, and that's the process now. But as far as me and what happens I don't need to be relying on a system anyway. Then that makes me relying on other people. And that means I'm not putting the very tools that I was given to work.
Well, you're exactly right. I mean, I won't argue with nary one of them points. But there's one thing I have a problem with, and I'm not talking about what you said. I have a problem with the Bible says you got to forgive, the people that sin. Well, my problem with forgiving is the people that have done these terrible things, particularly to the little ones. That, boy, I have a problem with that. I don't know if I can or not, but we're supposed to. Is what I'm saying.
Well, and Ronnie, how do you define forgive? Like, how does that define for you? When, okay, this person did this, so now what does forgive entail for you? What does that mean?
Well, to me, it means that it means that you forgive them for the things they've done, but you give it to the Heavenly Father, and He's the judge. All we can do is forgive. But when you hear about the things these people have done, man, it's hard for me to get to that point. Is what I'm saying.
Well,
but yes.
And I don't, and this might shock some people. I don't know. Hold on tight. See, I don't quite see it that way. I'm not saying that's wrong. But I've always, forgiveness, that's like that phrase, forgive but not forget. And I've always, because when I read that, because you're not supposed to judge people, but see, I think that we manipulated that word judge, because that's a judgment on your soul and your spirit, and that's not our place. But to hold somebody accountable, that's written, to hold somebody accountable, and it's been shown time and time again that depends on the event, on the nature of solution. What was it, Moses? I think it was Moses or Noah. I think it was Moses. Was like going to talk to his friend, and he saw his friend talking to somebody else, and that dude smacked his friend or something, and so he picked up a stick and went out there and knocked him upside the head.
Oh
or
yeah,
something. I forgot the story. I think it was Moses.
yeah.
But
It was Moses. That was before he. That was while he was still in Egypt with the
right.
Pharaoh and
See, so
all.
I mean, there's
Yeah.
no. It's in why are you doing that? I mean, there's actually repercussions for doing things. It's just that we've dumbed that stuff down and wanted to sugarcoat some stuff, but there's actually there's written out words saying, okay, if you commit this, there you go.
Oh yeah, they
We
definitely did it in the Bible. I'm just saying, for me,
well,
that one
we have the
part is
newer
tough for
age.
me to do.
The newer age tells you that's Old Testament stuff. But
Well,
see, there's
I
where I
believe the
gotta
Old
say,
Testament's the same as I believe the New.
it's all the same. There's no old and new because, and I will say that Bear guy actually references it the best, in that God flat out says, I changed not. So he doesn't change. So if he
I
said it
agree.
then, he still means it now.
No, I
They're
definitely
just,
agree.
we were given a way for forgiveness if we chose it through Jesus and the blood of Christ. And that, but that's a decision. And it's just like that decision. So many people it's like in every prison unit, that shit gets downplayed. Oh, I got baptized. Yeah, you're right. What are you doing changing in your walking life? Well, it's like, okay, so it isn't a one and be done. I personally don't think that's how it works.
No, you got to live it.
If you're not walking it, and when you stumble, ask for forgiveness and try not to stumble in that same spot again. That's, I think, I just feel like that's what's been asked of me. And so that's what I try to do.
Ta-da!
I stumble all the time.
Oh,
Sorry about that, fellas. I didn't mean to dip out like that. I had a phone call.
Just kick us to the curb. I see what's up.
I had to dig some ham out of the freezer.
Chap's a busy man.
Yeah, dig some
He's
ham
the
out.
CEO of Big
That
Chat.
shit was all the way on the bottom too, bro. Of course. Fucking hands are like ice cubes and shit now. I should grab Sophie up and put them on her belly so I can warm them up.
Should have.
How you
Guys,
guys
I'm going to
doing?
stay about 10 more minutes. I'm going to have to get off here and go do some stuff that I hate to do. I mean, I hate to do it, but I got to do it.
I'll be on for a little bit. For however long Rescue's trying to hang out, I ain't trying to. I'm just got back in a little bit ago. Like I said, I was hanging outside with my buddy. He just stopped by after work and shit. It's 62 here now. I'm probably gonna take a walk as soon as we're done with this.
That's one thing about being up here in this trailer. I mean, if it wasn't for having to finish up moving and stuff, I would literally have nothing to do. I mean, absolutely nothing.
Well, at least this way you can take your time and put everything in its own strategic spot and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Yep.
You all right?
Yeah, I was just making fun of Ronnie's phone.
I know that damn thing. And that's the lady that called in there that I bought the trailer from. She's always wanting to come over, And yeah, and which I mean, I don't mind
what kind of deal did we make for the trailer, Ronnie?
It wasn't that kind of deal.
I got the discount deal, huh? Just kind of like.
Remember?
So y'all agreed to monthly visits, and now she wants to go bi-weekly. I see what's up.
Man, I guess.
Times. That was the deal. That's why
she's a real sweet lady, and I like her and all, but I told her a dozen times, when I've got stuff to do and I'm not going to be home, so anyway, that's the way it is right now. What's up, Kush?
Come in and help me. Kush? Tell her you need some help.
How are you doing? Just for a moment, because I'm out. I'm a bit busy. Thank you for sharing this love. Keep the faith. He showed me in the spirit the other day, like 2 oaks of righteousness and with clean roots. So keep the faith, my brothers and sisters. Everything's gonna be fine.
Exactly.
Love to all.
Couldn't agree more.
Okay, I have to go.
Thank you, Kush. Be safe.
See you again.
Blessings.
Later. What you
Now you
drinking
got to
out,
figure
Ron?
out how. It's like, oh, and it's weird too because that's the first time I've seen Kush with a dark background. Usually he's always outside with the trees.
There he is now.
There it is.
in the trees.
Oh, there he goes.
See you, bro.
Hey, what's up, G-Ma and Nana?
My brother moved out of his house and he had a bunch of these little cups left over from the dispenser thing, you know, that you just after you brush your teeth, you rinse it out and shit.
Oh, yeah.
He gave me a whole sleeve of them. And I was like, well, I don't have the dispenser, you know. I was like, well, I could use a bunch of these for little mini seed starters.
Oh, yeah.
I bought some already from the Dollar Tree, but it's that corrugated, like, recycled cardboard, kind of almost like a McDonald's to go tray for the drinks. You know, that kind of cardboard or whatever the
Oh,
heck.
yeah. Isn't that the stuff that you're supposed to be able to,
Fucking
like
hands are
it,
still cold. Huh?
you can plant with it or something?
Yeah, I have those. I have 5 packs of 10, so I have 50 of those. We used up 2 packs already, me and the kids. I did carrots in one and cabbage in one, and them bad boys are rolling.
There
Nice
you
and all sprouted up and shit. Those all got to be transferred. You can just take the whole little pot. I'm gonna take and cut the bottom open so they have room to go out, but you don't even have to. It'll just deteriorate. And they'll get there, absorb all the stuff. But I kind of feel like it might keep them root bound. But once it gets so saturated, they can just poke right through. Apparently, they just gotta work
go.
harder and shit.
Who was it? There was somebody I was watching, and they
What's up,
use
bro? What's up,
those
man?
cardboard type little things, and they let their seedlings grow, and that little root ball grew down in it. And all they did was sit there and peel that little cardboard thing off and then shake it. I think it might have been Hutch. I think it was Hutch during Medheads.
Mm.
And he takes, and then you got, man, it just has this big root ball. But
Yeah,
they're
we
easy to take off
got
instead of trying to dump them out of the hard plastic ones. You can just peel those off.
we do ours a little bit different though. We we have a communal start. All of the good candidates get thrown in a badass soil enriched kiddie pool, and that stays in the greenhouse. So it's constantly warm, and we have a little sprayer to spray it every day and shit. And then from there, you'll see the biggest ones and the best, the fastest one, and the most good looking ones. You know, you'll take those out and transfer those all into their own Dixie cup, the red Dixie cups, with the same soil. And then from there, we just transfer the best ones out of those to the next batch and shit. And then the rest of them make it.
I wish I could grow. I
Cheap,
just
bro.
watch.
I don't know.
I
It's not.
watch and live vicariously through some YouTube channels and go, huh? Yeah.
Don't we all?
I don't know. I never. I mean, I have pictures and shit, but I don't really want to put it on my channel.
Although I will say down here, supposedly in September, they're
I smoke on my
changing the
channel.
law for medicinal and they're opening it up to if a patient doesn't want to take opioids, then they can tell their doctor and then they can get the medicinal. And I'm like, yep, that's me.
Really? And that's first I heard about that. The
Yep.
whole state?
Yeah, the state of Texas.
I hadn't heard about that.
Because see, we have a medicinal right now. It's just that the medicinal, you don't ever hear anything about it because it's like some fluke type thing of type cancer, mix of cancer, leukemia, and this, and you have to have that before you qualify. And of course, most people don't. And so that's why this bill was getting introduced to reestablish the term. And now if you won't want to take opioids, you can choose to do this instead. And it's like, yes, thank you. So
Hell
now
yeah.
you have a back injury and they're wanting you to funnel pills
Yeah.
in. You can kick the pills to the curb and do this, and it's like, yeah, buddy, that's what I'm talking about.
I don't know how good it would work, for the pain I've got, but man, if it gets where I could try it, I didn't even know there was a medicinal thing. But if it gets where I could try it, I would love to try it and get off the stuff that I'm
Well,
on.
you could even go edibles and shit, bro. You don't even have to
That's
smoke it.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's the way I'd have to go because I can't smoke it. Man, one
Like
puff and I'm coughing an hour and a half.
right
You smoke
now,
cigarettes.
it still hurts.
They're not like I don't know what the difference is between them and marijuana though. I take a hit off marijuana and man, I'm here to tell you, it's a coughing party.
So I'm here to
Oh,
tell you. Hell yeah.
edible.
Yeah, it may take it a while to kick in, longer than the smoking, but hey, it takes the pills a while to kick in.
I'll tell you because I don't know, and that's what's actually funny. The missus, she cracks up because hell, for the longest time she was always against it. It wasn't until I had half my spine up here, my cervical replaced, and I didn't want to take all them pills. Man, every time I took one of them stupid ass pills, all I'd do is knock me out, and then my damn neck would hurt more. And I'd go, I ain't doing that shit. And she caught me actually hitting my shit, and she goes, I'm totally okay with that. And then from then on, it's just even gotten more because I don't know the medicinal reason. I don't know all the scientific shit, but I just know it works. I know that the crappiest dirt weed that you can even get that nobody even wants to jack with, but there's some kind of property in that. And whenever you put some fire to the shit, I know it goes into my nervous system and it helps.
Mm-hmm.
Why? Who the hell knows? I just know it works because I've actually been given shit that's like a number 2 eraser. Matter of fact, I even commented one time, damn, dude, it's like I'm chewing on a number 2 pencil in elementary school or something. Nobody wanted that shit. It was a rough little shit that come across, but it worked. So it's that's why I love it. I ain't had a bud in decades.
Compacted and shit. You go get a little bit of weed and you just get a chunk broken off of it. And here you go, like one little chunk in a bag and shit all compacted. By the time you broke it up, you had a lot.
Well, I would definitely give it a whirl if
Hell, you can't trust anything anymore, bro. I wouldn't even smoke weed unless it was my shit. I went like out at a party or somewhere. Everybody's putting shit in there, bro. That fentanyl.
Yeah.
You imagine taking some hits of that and boom, there you are dead and shit. Fuck.
Yeah, that is worrisome right there, no doubt about it, Chad.
There's some clowns out there, bro, are evil. I wouldn't be doing it.
Well, see, I'm real close to the Oklahoma border here. I'm probably 20 miles away now from where I'm at. But they settled up there legally. They got shops and everything settled in that's state approved. So if it was legal here, at least like Rescue's talking about, well, I could go up there and I could still go up there and get it. But with the urine test they do, and if it didn't work, well, then if it failed the urine test, well, then I'd be out of luck all the way around.
Yeah.
But anyway, guys, I got to go. I got things I got to go do.
Later, brother. Get some rest. If you want to go on later, I'll probably be around.
Yeah, let's go on tonight. If this damn thing don't go out again, boy, I'll tell you what, I've never used a hotspot before until here. And this thing, I don't know how it works. Like I said, it's the first time I ever used it, but it's got its own mind. It works when it wants to, and it don't when it don't want to. But it works good when it's working. I mean,
Yeah, you sound coming in clear and shit right now.
Yeah, it does work good when it's working. When it goes, man, it goes.
Kiss off. Sometimes I'm speechless, which doesn't usually happen, but
yeah.
Well, guys, thank you, Rescue, for having me up.
Later, Ronnie. Thanks, bro, for hanging out.
I'll text you in a little while, bro.
Okay.
I'm going to take her for a walk after this, and I'll get a hold of you.
All righty. See you guys later. Y'all have a good one.
Get some rest.
Make it a good day, sir.
A little cat nap. Energize yourself. Go sit out in the sun. That'd be good, too. Ground your feet to the ground. You ever do that at rescue? Take your
Yeah,
shoes off and ground yourself? Man, I'm telling you, it's supposed to work. I've seen
that's
all
good.
kinds. There's a
That's why I
lot of
like sitting up there. I'll sit up in the front because it has that St. Augustine grass and it's a big, thick bed because it's a lot of sand underneath. And
hmm
it just feels good. I don't know. You get your feet down in there and you kind of wiggle your toes around in the grass and shit.
yeah. They say the magnetic pull from the earth is supposed to work that shit out of your body or realign stuff. I don't know, man. I believe it. Why not?
Didn't
Up
surprise
until
me.
recently, there were either no shoes or leather bottom shoes. You
Hell,
know,
when we came
then
into this world, we didn't have no shoes.
they started putting tennis shoes, started wrapping them in rubber and
Well, it wasn't
chemical
until we wanted
plastic.
to cover ourselves because we were ashamed, and then all of a sudden we started to feel like we ought to have some kind of coverings on our feet, and we slowly been dolling ourselves up from the beginning.
hmm I try to sit out there with my shit off, man, if I get a chance.
Oh, I wish I could get up and down a lot better. Hell, I'd lay down like a kid in the grass.
What do
Someday.
you use right now to stream with?
What do
A
you mean?
laptop?
Tablet,
What are you
little
using?
Samsung tablet.
Tablet? I just got an Android. I wouldn't be able to do it on my shit.
And
Telephone.
it's what is it? The Galaxy tablet, and I think it's the 10 or something like that, or I don't know. I got it to try to be able to. I was just going to take notes and stuff, and that was kind of it's got the little stylus part. But then now that I stream, I know I was after seeing all of y'all keep doing this shit on these phones, and stuff, and I'm like, man, and look, they don't have to wear the headphones and shit, and so I thought I'd try to now after I'm kind of spoiled to the tablet because I don't have to wear them damn headphones.
Yeah. I get off my phone, man. I don't like to be on it, especially if I'm already in here and shit. It's a lot easier just to sit here and turn this shit on. Plus, for some reason, on my phone, you know how you can use the @ symbol and then it'll highlight the person's name. You just click it.
Yeah, the tablets, the
My
Android
phone
doesn't.
don't fucking do that. I
Yep,
mean, drop an F bomb, but I'm like, why does you start typing somebody's name? It should have already kicked in and told you who it was. It scans the chat anyway. Why do it here and not there? I don't know. I'm ranting.
right. It's okay.
Sophie, who is that? Get him. Hurry up. I'll be right.
All right. So Kiss Off says goofy ass Chuck wanted to spoon, he calls it. I told him I'm not explaining this to the EMS when they come. Oh Lord have mercy. We're wanting to do a little cuddling and stuff, and you're just mean, Kiss Off. You're just mean. Just wanted a little loving. Poor old Chuck. Chuck just wanted a little loving. 50 years of commitment.
This is Sophie's replacement right here.
Oh, it's a little cotton ball.
Yeah, Pomeranian. Look at Sophie back there looking dead at me, mad. Watch. What's the matter? Hmm? What's wrong? She's stepping up on the table.
Yeah. She's like, traitor, traitor.
Oh, quit it, Mr. Friend. She's starting to like her now. She's warming up to her. If it would have been like a full size dog coming in, there'd be some scrapping going on. But yeah, that's my mom's little dog. She's going out and name her baby girl. I said, well, her name sure is little. Sophie's following her. Hawk said no comment.
Ooh-wee. Wonder if I ever got my other third egg.
What do you got planned for the rest of the day, Rescue?
Well, probably I'm going to focus on this hardwire mesh on the front of this and replace that one section that's to the right. It's kind of several patches. I just did it real quick to get that end closed.
You haven't had
But
any close calls or any predators around at all, or any
oh yeah,
static?
there's been a few ferals that have come stalking. Hell, the night I moved it to right here where it is, parked it, got off, put the mower back up. We went inside. I went back. I was sitting down. I went to start up a game. Actually, I was going to play my Ghost Recon, and I looked over at the camera, dude, and it was like three of them were around that. And I was like, "What the?" It's like since I brought it, they were going to come check it out.
You got one of those nets over it, right?
Oh yeah, it's got
Monitor net.
hardwire. It's got that hardwire mesh all around it. Here, I'll switch this around.
I thought you did. I couldn't remember what it was. I remember you had something enclosed over it. Yeah.
So you can. It goes. It's all across the front. It goes down the sides, and then I have it on that hog panel. It lays on it too.
Nice.
So, and for right now, I've been putting boards on the side just to make sure nothing digs under when I'm not looking during the day. But so far, nothing's tried that.
You should get portable, or just like even a wood dowel, like a big piece cut, and make a perch, just a bar perch that you can take off and on. Like when you leave, just put the bar perch on there, and then they can all set up on there so they're high up
Yeah,
underneath
well,
the
that's what they
canopy.
do on the backboards back there. Matter of fact, where that I'll go full screen, man. So where those water feeders are, matter of fact, if you look
Oh
on the
yeah,
left side, you can see a gap of daylight. Well, that big board is
yeah.
on the back side, and then there's the smaller one up in the front of the water and feed.
They set up on that.
Yeah, so they'll get up on that and they'll sit during the rainy days. They sit on top of that.
How often do you relocate it?
Huh?
How often do you relocate it?
Well, it just depends on the area that they're at and how much. Some days it's like they don't very scratch much. So hell, it'll like this is actually lasting greener than I thought it would. They're starting to now get areas where they've scratched through because that's what I want them to do is scratch through to not total bare dirt, but I want a lot of dirt showing because then that'll revitalize the growth in there. And it looks good in the other places they've been. That's a matter of fact where they're at right now. It looks so good after they had been there a month ago. I put them back there because it was like, damn, that's all lush. I'll put them in there. I still got to do some adaptations to it because I need to build a sandbox back there. And I've got these little water cups. I just got to get some PVC pipe and then a bucket or container or whatever I'm going to use. So I can take their water down from hanging, and I'm going to put a sandbox where it's up off the ground, but it's under the coop so it doesn't get wet in the rain. That way they'll have a place they can roam around in it and flop around in some sand. And
Throw some of that chicken scratch grit in there that they eat.
that's what I give them scratch every morning when I go open the door. I open the door and then I start right there and I sprinkle scratch in a U shape. BB used to come out after I popped him upside the head the other day because he come up on me 3 times, and the third time was really right up on my ass, and I just reflexed down and caught him pretty good. Well, now he doesn't even come out of the coop until I've already come back through the door. I can stand there and sprinkle a whole cup full of scratch. The girls came out around him and shit. And he waited till I stepped through the door and it was closing, and then he come down the ramp. I'm like, oh my God. I should have filmed it. Y'all wouldn't have believed it.
She just mentioned your big day tomorrow. What's that? What's your big? Oh, your birthday.
Yeah, I don't know. I'm going to call the hospital here when I get off of here, and I got to find out what they just need to tell me on what they're expecting me to pay tomorrow for all these tests. But Because that's why I try to tell them before. I'm glad everybody has these bright ass ideas. I mean, who funnels this? Because you guys keep throwing all this shit out like I just got money to just piss it off. Well, we need to do this, and we need to do this, and we're gonna do this, and next thing you know, there's $500 worth of shit, and it's like, okay, well, that ain't happening. Oh, later, kiss off, you
Yeah,
gone?
we might go on later. Kiss off, God willing. I don't have much to do tonight. I want to get some more stuff done though before this evening. But just taking a little break. I saw Rescue was live and shit, so.
Yeah, I was gonna go live. Well, originally when I first did it yesterday, I was gonna go live, and me and BB were gonna have a talk, and I was just gonna do it live on the stream. But when I woke up this morning after I laid down a little while, my energy just didn't feel up to it. So then I was like, okay, well, I'll work on the hardware cloth and replace that. But then that was, of course, coming up on 6.5 hours ago. So you can see how far I got with that.
Little by little, it ain't going nowhere.
No, if I'm going to the meetup in Missouri, if there's any possibility of that, then I've got to get this finished so that it'll be easier on some people that don't live too far away. I'm gonna get them to come and collect eggs and just check on them, let them out every morning, put them back up every night.
Is the one in Missouri? Is that
June.
Who's putting it together?
June 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th.
Who's putting it
Hutch
together?
Hutch and Backwards are putting that one together.
That's what I thought.
Matter of fact, Hutch has a little video on it.
All right, I have to scope it out. I guess I wasn't thinking it was in Missouri. That's kind of close. Depends on what part of Missouri.
Yeah, because me and the missus were talking about it, and if nothing else, man, I might just go up there for one night. Although she was going, I don't know, we can try for 2. It's like, I don't know, we'll just have to see how this goes.
Sunday, Monday, Tuesday?
No, it's the 8th, 9th, and 10th, and 11th. So it should be a Thursday,
Monday,
Friday,
Tuesday,
Saturday,
Wednesday,
Sunday.
Thursday.
Sir?
Wait, you said what month?
June.
June. Yeah, that's the 9th is Tuesday.
I swear that's. No, I have to look. No, I thought it was the 8th, 9th. Isn't it that, Tiger?
Hold on, let me go back to. Yeah, you're right, bro.
I thought it was 8, 9, 10, and 11.
Yep, that's the weekend. You're right. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday.
Okay, there we go. Yeah.
I was on the right month, but it said June, but I was still on April's top part. I don't understand that. Why did it not switch?
Yeah, and the 12th is the missus's birthday, so we'll be back home for it. I'm sure the kids will take her out to eat, maybe. Although I don't know. Here these. She's even noticed that the past year, even they're getting all shitty because it just. I'm telling you, man, I didn't. Just the overall theme of things, and you can just see wow. Let's see where we come out of at the end of this.
Yeah, it's odd, man. I don't have any clue what's gonna happen or when. I mean, you kind of got clues, but I don't trust our dollar anymore.
Oh yeah, there you go. Nikki said the 7th through the 11th for Hutch because he was going to be there from the 7th on, and then everybody else will be like the 8th, 9th, 10th, and 11th. Nikki and them are doing the 8th and 9th. No, Jeremy wants to go back to work Monday morning.
People be coming and going. That'd be fun.
11-hour drive, 11 and a half hour drive. That's straight through, so I figure more like a 12-hour drive.
My
I just
van's
figure
still fucked up,
we'll
bro.
leave that evening.
I wouldn't
Like if the
make it.
park opens up at 7, then we'll leave at 7 the evening before, and I just drive through. Be there at 7 in the morning when they open up. Visit, catnap or whatever, and stay one night possibly, and then stay the next day up until closing, and then drive back.
You have something that you can load your rascal in
Yeah, I got a carrier that we got
on the
a
back?
hitch on her little car. Got a little weather thing that goes over the top of rain cover.
Yep, that'll work.
Matter of fact, actually, I come to think of it, I didn't even think about that till just now. But yeah, because her car has an inverter. I don't know how strong of an inverter. I guess I could find out. But that means I could plug my chair charger into it and charge my chair.
Might as well, shit. Charge it
Yeah, I
real
wish we
good
had a
before you
van, but
charge it real good before you roll out, and then bring that with you. Charge that up too, and then bring it all with you. I know you said it's got an inverter. Yeah,
yeah, her car's got a built-in inverter. It's got an outlet in the back when you open the hatch
that's badass.
because it's one of those Nissan Rogues. Shit, dude, right after everything was going to shit, they even sent her a letter and wanted to pay it off and still give her money. They were wanting to buy it back when all them little shipping shortages and shit and all them
Yeah,
ships were out.
I'm
Like,
on the
oh, yeah,
back.
buddy.
So
They were sending her letters offering to
they could
buy it back.
refinance it and get a longer term on it and shit.
No, they literally, like the place that we got it from, actually sent her a letter and offered her twice as much as what we owed on it to buy it back. I laughed at her going, see, that's how short on parts they are. They're trying to buy the other ones up so they can try to move some.
Lord, what up, your green thumb? Hey, Nikki, good to see you.
QTP.
Hey, Nancy.
So
Nancy
Nikki says
Lemon.
leaving at 2 a.m. Friday and leaving there Sunday morning there. There you go.
Yeah, France is cutting out too, Matt. You don't need to worry about speaking that. They're joining BRICS. They're not. I mean, he's a little shisty fucker, but he's no fool. You know, they're supposed to be our ally. You know.
Well,
Well,
see, that's just
Green Thumb. I'm gonna go grab those starts, Green Thumb, and tell me how I'm doing.
all
And
right.
then
Yeah, then
watch.
you turn around and you look at
I
the
also got an onion
leaked
going
out
too.
Pentagon papers that basically show all our allies how we've been basically bullshitting them all along. So that's helping build up our allies.
Yeah, it's wild, bro. All I can say is stack up on ways to protect yourself, and if something does fail, make the quality of your life better for as long as you can, and then go out fighting. I guess. Shit, I don't know. It sucks to even think like that, but don't be a victim for sure.
Oh
My
God.
main thing is, bro, is having ways to purify water because I know they're gonna mess with our water. If you have any extra cash laying around, of course, precious metals. Everybody talks that too, and I'm all for it. Um, Silver, I can't afford any gold, but if you got one thing, you can only get one thing. Get something to purify water with and
Hand
protect your
crank you
water.
a well. A hand crank well.
Something, bro. There are multiple ways to purify water because everybody's gonna need water to live.
Well, yeah, but I mean, you can do a little
Yeah,
3/4 inch piece of conduit, and you can do a hand drilled well that's got a hand pump on it, so it'll give you usable water. We might be going back to the day to where you tote that bucket of water to kind of go flush or to wash, and
yeah,
it'll be that good old chores again. But
yeah. I got all kind. I got like multiple ways. It's redundancy. Plus, like all the little like life straws and stuff, you can put those in your ready bag or your everyday carry bag. I don't know, just something to think about. You always imagine how
what's up,
bad it's
Magic?
thirsty, and then there's nothing around. because it's all contaminated and you can't drink it.
Later, Magic. Make it a great day.
Later, Magic. So if I had to
Right,
like,
GTP. They got hand pumps that can do up to 300 feet now.
oh yeah,
I'll say you just poke you a hole and access that water table down there. Which it feels for the I feel for the people that are on up north because it's just with the elevation. I'm sure that's a deeper hole for you guys than down here. Down here, it's you can hit water within 100 feet.
that's awesome. Yeah, Green Thumb. I have I think both. The Life Straw. I think it came with something else I bought, and then I have a Sawyer Mini too. And the little collapsible liters that you can fill up. I have shitloads of those purification tablets. I have a Berkey system with the actual filters, but I just use food grade buckets,
Oh, there you go.
and I have more food grade buckets where I could even collect water. You know what I mean? Just slip them under my awnings or whatever you guys call it, downspout. You know, and
Oh,
a
the
hard rain
water
and get like
downspout.
a shitload of palatable water, and then filter that out. I don't know, man. I'm not trying to go thirsty. I don't know. I hate it. Like
No,
I
you
always
need
have
water.
something to
Life
drink.
needs water. So
Always
life
have
needs water
water
for
and
everything.
something to drink.
Plants, everything.
Yeah, we're all made of water, pretty much. 80
I'll be
plus.
right back. I'm gonna check for an egg.
I'm gonna be right back too. I'm gonna go grab these starts. Talk amongst yourselves, chat. Be right back. Yeah, Nikki, a little bit I do. I was just saying I got some started up. We do a lot up at my sister's because they got a big yard and a couple greenhouses and stuff, and that's where I do other gardening too. You know, up that area.
Thank you, buddy.
So hold on, let me go grab these bad boys. They're doing all right. I'm a little bit proud of them. I got the onion
Yes.
going. The onion's re-rooting. Damn, rescue. Now, if you don't clean that off, right, won't it? You can
Oh,
just
it'll
leave it
last.
out in a bowl,
Yeah.
right? You don't have to
Yeah. You don't.
refrigerate it.
You don't want to wash the bloom off. So the bloom is a natural protective,
That's
and
what I
you
thought.
just don't refrigerate them. You can leave them out in a basket on the counter.
Yeah, yeah, because them shells, believe it or not, are semi-permeable.
Oh
If they don't
man,
have that
I
bloom
gotta
on
tell you,
there,
the first time you go to crack like this little Louise's egg, you crack this egg. Oh, you know that this is actually a farm chicken egg because
oh,
it
I
doesn't.
bet, I
It's
bet.
got a thump to it to crack it. it's
Wow.
it's big. Yeah, that's number three though, so I feel better now. Each one of them hooked me up today, so that's a good thing. I was worried because she was usually she's the first one. Today she was the last one. But hell, we eat these up. We'll end up with a full 18, and within 2 meals, we're collecting them again because I do anything from 6 to 8, and then she'll do 2. So anywhere from 8 to 10 eggs at a meal. That's why I want at least 8 eggs a day. That would be the shiz. Hey, Miss Kathy. Welcome back, Nikki. I hate to leave y'all, but I need just a minute. I'm going to take these eggs inside. righty, I shall return. Hey, big chap, I'll be right back.
All right, bro. Yeah, these are it right here. This little thing sucks. Let me see. Hmm. I don't know if you guys can see them or not. Move that keyboard out the way. These are all carrots in front. These are all cabbages in the back. They're doing okay. Couple little guys. We'll separate these into bigger things too. Or I might just let them grow in here for a while and then separate them after they get completely bigger. Carrot seeds. Not bad. My kids helped me plant them, so it was more of a activity if anything. But shit, it'll be cool to watch them grow and eat the stuff. You know, I have more too. I'm gonna keep doing more, but these are all gonna go out there and my sisters too. Here for now. So you don't even mess with those little baby plants. Then I got this little jobber going. It's just an onion, but if you look here, it's rooted. I don't know if you can see it or not. Oh yeah. Direct planting due to them being a root crop. I know, I figured that, Green Thumb. That's why I'm thinking these are going to be transferred directly. Exactly.
All righty, I'm back. Oh, wow, look at there.
But yeah, this was just, and I kept a lot of seeds too, bro. I want to try to like do. I have more, but I've been keeping them. I've been keeping like apple seeds. Obviously, my cannabis seeds. Then I got like green pepper and yellow pepper. And I just got them wrapped right here to dry a little bit. I'm gonna pull them all off of here. These are the orange peppers. I know they say some of these won't grow and shit because they're whatever. I'm just gonna try it. Why not? I have all these. What if I get 3 or 4 plants? Shit, it might be legit. I don't know. Can't hurt. I got all the shit. I already got all the stuff.
You ain't got
Started
nothing to
off in the
lose.
greenhouse, and this is the red one. All these little seeds.
That's it. You ain't got nothing to lose.
Huh?
You ain't got nothing to lose.
Right. Something fun to do. The kids will have fun replanting all these ones. And I know you can't really mess up peppers. I mean, if they can't grow, they can't grow, and that's just because of what some people have done. But I know there's been like, yeah, right, Green Thumb, many plants from store-bought peppers. Exactly. So hopefully these couple of these take off. If I got five plants, I'd be happy. I'll let my kids like separate it all and plant them and shit. They like it. But yeah, I do a little bit, not too much. I mean, only got so much room too over there. So yeah, that's pretty much all I got to show you.
There we go.
Plant a slice of tomato to grow. Yeah, I've seen that, Scat Pack. Or you see like when people like they have like the downspout or the drain for um their gray water from the sink. I don't know how it is in your guys' state, but a lot of people have just like a downspout that comes out, and the
Yeah.
gray water just kind of runs downhill over some rocks and shit.
Talking about like your gutters and stuff.
Yeah, or one from your sink, from your.
Okay. Yeah. Now out here in the country, like your shower, the sinks, the washers, all that is gray water. It just goes out. You can run that shit out.
Hmm.
When you run it,
Well,
just
you ever
your
see
septic has
little
a leach field.
tomato plants growing at the end of it and shit? Like they got washed down the drain. I've seen it a bunch of times. My buddy's mom used to keep her tomatoes planted over there for that very reason. And then that
Oh
thing
yeah.
would
You know,
water everything.
now that you mention it, I ain't been back in there, Chep, so I don't know what all's been growing back in there.
When
But
did
yeah, it's about.
morel mushrooms start popping, bro? Usually I'm thinking today's the 19th. That should be slicing up.
That's probably why, though, we got, man, a lot of deer, a lot of the wildlife like that whole little area because it's part of the leach field from the septic, but it's also got on the far end of it's got the then gray water runoff.
Hmm.
So that
Thank you,
whole little
Green
patch
Thumb.
is
I'll,
wild righteous.
I'll give it the old college try. Can't hurt, right? I mean, it's relaxing to do. Now, what do
Yeah,
I do with this big ass onion? Just plant the whole root ball and everything? Do I cut off the top, cut all the green stuff off, or I'll leave that on there? I was gonna ask. Actually, I was gonna ask you.
hey, Native actually has a pretty good little video actually where he took, I think he said it was a store-bought onion, and then he broke that thing up into the little clovers and planted them all, and then he got multiple onions from each one of those.
I bet I could do that with this, bro.
Yeah.
100%. Do it with this, and then turn this one onion into like 5 plants or 4. 'Cause I can see there's three big stalks right there, and then a couple of those branch off. You say, "Yup, just planted it will grow. Bury the roots and part of the onion bulb, the whole thing, or should I separate it? Turn it into 3 or 4, like little clones."
Yeah, you could try to get more. You ain't got nothing to lose.
I figure if it's got about 3 or 4 little roots on each one, there's a few roots there. I kept it suspended out of there with these toothpicks and shit in that little bowl. Filled it up with spring water. They say spring water is live water, so I use that for all the plants.
Well, there you go. Yeah, you got your good little root ball on there.
Yeah, man, just get it in some soil and shit. I don't know. I'm just experimenting. I do have regular seeds too. They're out there with the little cups. But
Hey,
if I
all for
could
his
just
kingdom.
supplement
You
it,
make
I
it a
got.
good day. I
Huh?
appreciate you being here.
Oh yeah. See you later. God bless you.
And I
I
might be on tomorrow or tomorrow evening or something.
might jump on later on if Ronnie wants to go on again. I think I got like 3 hours left for my free StreamYard for
Oh,
this
there you
month.
go. Yeah, they cut me a break because I was going to turn it off. But then they cut me a break, so now I can have my logo, but I need to have that StreamYard right up there too. I'm like, I don't give a shit.
You gotta advertise their stuff too. That's crazy. For free, basically.
Yeah. Yeah, because I was gonna turn it off, And then I got an email from one of them. And at first I was like, whatever. And then I read the email and it was like it could have still been bot generated, but who knows? It sounded like they actually were kind of concerned. And I said, look, I can't afford that. I'm on Social Security. I'm on fixed income, and I don't do a channel to generate any money or anything, so it's not like that. Then they said, well, if we could offer you this, would that be okay? And I'm like, oh, and then it was damn near next to nothing, and I'm like, sure, I could probably do that. I'll figure out a way. So
Pretty cool.
yeah, it's still
Maybe
kind of weird because
someday if I make it big, they'll want me to put their logo up there with mine.
I don't know about being big. Hell, you're way bigger than I am. You're known across all kinds of channels. Me, I'm that damn old guy who is a pain in the ass.
Nah, there's a lot of people look forward to seeing you, bro. I do.
I'm
Especially
the Debbie
catching you
Downer.
on other people's panels too. It's pretty cool. Yes, sir.
I hadn't seen old Rank or Steve in a while.
They were on Steve's Monday night or Sunday
I
Monday
saw
night
something.
karaoke. He's changing it to Sunday night, I guess.
Oh, okay.
It gets busy though, bro. Like the queue gets real long and shit. I don't even think I would have. I was so far. I sung one song, but I was so far behind everybody for the second song. I was like, shit, he's probably gonna be logged off by the time it gets to me. Get right up. I'm the next in line. Like, all right, well there it goes, my time there. So see y'all later. I'm standing on the stage and shit. Like, all right, I'll see my way out. Sunflowers growing for what?
Hey, TJ.
For the protein or to attract bees? I guess probably both, huh? Yeah, remove toxins and heavy metals. They're good for you.
I got some sunflowers. I'm excited. Lady Smith sent them to me, and they're the
They're like
big-headed sunflowers, like
or something
24 inch.
around here, 349 or some shit.
I'm ready to. I'm gonna give me try to. I I just I need to build me a little box. I need to try to get a few things so I can just be started.
Mm-hmm. That's what I figured. Get a bunch of stuff going. Like I said, give it the old college try. We can grow. If we can grow the other, we should be able to grow this stuff. That's what we keep telling ourselves anyway. Last year didn't work out, but it's going to now. A lot smarter with it. You got this book, Rescue?
Sir,
I said, you got this book?
raising chickens. Here, I'll make you full screen.
How to Raise a Happy Backyard Flock.
Beginners.
Includes cool plans to build your own. This is the back of it. It breaks down every chicken and tells you how good it is and if it's a meat bird or what color the egg should be, what's good to crossbreed it with.
Oh yeah, look at there.
It's got, let me flip through it real quick. It's got plans. Yeah, here's the chicken charts.
Oh yeah. So then identifying kind of the breeds.
Yeah, and it tells you all the little categories on how they link up and shit. What color eggs, what color how many eggs per year, egg color, egg size, cold hardy, if they're cold hardy or not, if they're heat hardy, they can take a lot of heat. So if you live like this bird right here, you probably wouldn't want it because it's poor in the heat. You know how you get them hot days and shit.
Yeah.
That's what this book will teach you. I'm sure you probably already know. If you probably got 100 books just like it, if you don't, but
No, luckily I got the benefit of Nikki living down here by me. So
Heck
I,
yeah.
when she hatched the birds for me, I knew they were the ones for down here because they were from her.
This is the plans for the coop,
Oh yeah,
standalone coop.
yeah. That's the one
And
thing
look,
I
it's
gotta
got like
say
the
because
blueprints and shit, so you can whip one out.
all the plans and when I got to looking into the chicken tractors, it all looked good. But the only problem was that everything was designed for you to walk up to it and shit.
You know what I was thinking, bro? And I'm no builder by any stretch of the imagination, but just for all intents and purposes on movability and stuff, what what about building a frame out of PVC pipe and putting your boxes in that, and then wrap that with your chicken netting or hardwire, you know. You
Oh
can
yeah.
do everything with zip ties. This shit'll last.
Or if I could,
Or
that's one of those.
metal wire.
That's one of those lessons learned with this. If I could magically rewind and do this, I would build the coop and I would have the legs, but from then on, it would be nothing but PVC pipe, and I would just have four wheels on the actual coop legs.
I've been thinking that for a while, bro. And like I said, I'm no builder, so I wouldn't be able to
But
like.
well, it was, dude. It's just I heard a little old Nissan Rogue. You know, you can't exactly run down and grab 20-foot sticks of PVC pipe. Got no way to haul them, and that's like the hog panel. If I wanted to get another one, that would be a chore because got no way to get it here. I gotta ask if one of the kids can slowly get out of their way, unless I happen to time it if I ask about the time they need something. Because if I caught them when they
It's
needed
been
something,
lots
I
of
could say, "Oh, well, if you're coming out for that, do you want to go ahead and swing by this real quick and pick that up? I'm gonna pay for it online real quick." Then
see
I
what
could get it.
Green Thumb put. Lots of chicken houses are made with PVC pipe. I figured, bro.
Yeah, John Skovic, I've heard that name because yeah, and you can take them pieces of PVC pipe and some T's, and you can just actually glue them in and bend them over themselves, and they'll create the whole little arch. And then you take the hog panels, or you can go with just hardwire cloth and just wrap it with it.
Yeah, I
That's
would
why I
use
say if
zip
I could
ties, bro.
rewind
That
and do
way, if
this
you ever
one,
had to disassemble, you just snip all those,
yep,
and you're good. You wouldn't even have to worry about trying to unwire it or whatever you use. You know, maybe put two zip ties next to each other in case the chickens mess with it. He said, "Yup."
I used baling wire on this. I just made snipped off little pieces of baling wire, would slip them through and then twist them together.
Same deal. You could even cut those if you wanted to,
Yep,
or untwist them. Depends on if they're all rusted out, or they're probably stainless steel, aren't they?
yeah. And I did that way I don't have to worry about them dry rotting or breaking loose or anything later. And I can
Hmm.
always take a pair of snips and go and take them apart.
Yeah. Yeah, I
I
like
got.
yours though, man. It looks comfortable in there for them and shit, you know? The fact that you can move it around is even cool as hell, too.
I do like it when they're right here or right over where they were at before. Not this last time, but before that. But that last little spot, I thought it was good at first, but I didn't
Stay
like it.
safe,
It was
Green Thumb.
too close to the road. Got to run, pick up the kids from the bus stop. Have a great day one. Hey,
God
GTP,
bless you,
make it a
bro.
good day,
Stay
brother.
safe. Stay safe.
Yeah, you damn Canucks are going crazy up there. Man, did you happen to catch that earlier? Check this shit out. I'll have to show you this. Man, Canadian hooked me up, dude. Check this out.
Grill?
The Walt, the Walt drill, and it's the 3-speed one. It can do the hammers. Hold on, I'll change my position right this way. It can do all three of the different settings. It's a 3-speed. Takes my new battery. That's badass.
Oh, yeah, dude.
Yeah, he saw me using my old one with that adapter for my new battery, and he said, "Hey, I've got one right here. Rescue, I will hook you up." And I was like, "Wow!" And then he sent it. Well, hell, I got that. I got some bits, 3 pairs of gloves, uh, some sawzall blades. He kind of laughed at me and said, "Wait till you try these." And I will say, he sent me some wood cutting sawzall blades, and boy, the teeth on them things, they're Milwaukee brands, and
Damn.
things look like some kind of chewing up teeth, buddy. They'll tear
Oh
through
yeah,
some wood.
Milwaukee's legit too. I used to have a Milwaukee chainsaw.
Oh hell, GTP. Yeah, he's down here. He stopped in earlier this morning when Wave said hi from Texas. He's a he's probably a few hour drive from me, but probably about 3, something like that, maybe. I told him I'd gladly try to find a way over there and have a cup of coffee with him for sure. Sure, he was excited to go hog hunting though. And cool, only lives 15 minutes down. Yeah, he's a solid dude. Hell, he did a little song because I like that Paul Thorne song that I play at the end. That's life, and so, and I've got it on my little deal. He sat there and played that song and then sang it. Made that little copy for me. I thought that was pretty badass. It gets hard. I totally appreciate and man, when the carrying it just sometimes it's hard because I haven't seen that or felt that in a long time. So it's pretty damn cool. Some zip ties. Oh, that's what it was. Yeah, he sent me a bag of zip ties, and I chuckled, and I was like, "Well, I got a drawer full of those over there because I've used zip ties for years. I used them at work. I used them on building the computers and all that kind of stuff. But that was so cool. We got 2 rolls of electrical tape.
I didn't know Paul Thorne sung that. It's a great day to whoop somebody's ass song.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I
It's a
know that
great.
song by heart, bro. I thought it was yeah, maybe it was Paul Thorne. Was this dude always on Bob and Tom in the morning? You ever listen to them? Probably not, huh? He's out of Toluco, Mississippi.
I don't know. He might have been, or that
What's
song
the
I think
song
has
you
been
said it's
remade by
called?
several people too.
What's the song called, bro?
Which one?
The
That
Paul
whoop
Thorne song.
somebody's ass?
No, the other one.
Oh, that's life. That's the one I usually play whenever I exit the stream before I end the stream. I usually mute my mic and then I play that song.
Heck yeah. I'm just looking it up for myself. I might listen to it later. I'm pretty sure I've heard it a bunch of times, but now that I know exactly what it's called, I'll scope it out, pull the lyrics up and shit.
There you
I
go.
like doing that.
Yeah, he's got another one. What the hell is going on? I've played that one a time or two as an intro song. Nowadays, I just play the Brian Martin Wolf's Cry.
I told you so.
Oh, yeah, well, I told you, Scat Packs for now. I'm just checking.
Yes, Cat Pat.
Because it's a great day to whoop somebody's ass.
Oh yeah, bro, it's a good one.
Oh, let's see where am I at? Coming up on 7 hours. I knew I was feeling it. Damn it, I didn't accomplish nothing really.
You trying to bounce off? Just say the word, bro. Don't let me keep you going. Like I said, I got stuff I could be doing too. I'm just up here chilling because you are.
Right. Oh, what is it? 225.
3:24 here, and the only time zone that matters.
It's not central.
Eastern Standard, bro.
I know it's the East Coast. We see what example gets set over there.
Nice and classy, like New York and shit. Just
I mean,
you
dang,
know,
after all,
big
y'all
ass.
do
You
have
know what I
Bragg
mean?
and Gretchen Wilson and all them cool people. The land of Gretchen.
Mm-hmm.
Man, that chick's evil as all can get out.
Big Gret. She's a mess. They're letting that Chinese plant come up in here and shit. I don't know.
And they're so self-righteous in
God bless
themselves
them
that they're
when they
getting
get here.
played, and yet
Huh?
they think that they're on top of the game. That's what's funny.
Yeah, God bless them for sure. I hope they're successful. You know that whole song by heart too, Rescue?
Which one?
It's a great day to whoop somebody's ass.
Uh, yeah, for the most part, I think. I played that one. I don't think I have that one on here no more. Let me look at the little brand thing.
Mm-hmm.
No, I don't have that one. Well, that would have been a funny one to play during the toilet paper shortage.
Right. Huh. That's a bad day though what that dude goes through.
Brian, y'all need to set your clocks right. It's always 4:20.
Right, that's what I was laughing too. My daylight savings in Arizona.
Yeah, but you know what? Maybe that daylight savings is what's saving us because y'all took away the daylight savings, and now all of a sudden you got Hobbs
How'd you guys end up with her?
because she elected herself.
Met a bunch of crap, bro.
Well, see, and those judges and stuff. They would look at things a little different if the mass numbers, which there are things coming with that. I got to say, it's just that the
I
media
mean,
doesn't
very
want to tell you nothing.
accountable is why they continue on.
Huh?
They don't have anybody to hold them accountable is why they'll
Yep.
continue on.
Well, they managed to weasel on
Accountability.
into the. They weaseled into the military. They weaseled their way into positions with the DOJ, the FBI, CIA,
School systems,
Homeland, all of them
big
spots. So
medicine.
now they got these little freakos in there, health secretary. So all of a sudden, shit's being changed, and it's crazy, dude.
Homeboy stealing people's bags and shit and wearing it.
I
And
know.
the lady said, "Hey, that's my outfit and shit. There's only one like it." Sending
And
out
see,
she
and that
sent
just
out pictures of herself wearing it next to him wearing it. She's like, "Well, I know who
that's
got
the
the bag."
staff that's behind all these people that are running this shit, pulling this stuff and writing these
Right, they're the ones
documents
that
and
all
just
make the decisions and shit. Fuck all that.
yep, it's those fucking weirdos, dude.
I'm not involved in their system, bro. I'm not gonna.
That's why I guess I am glad too. I mean, it's I don't want that to sound bad, but while I bitch about these crazy little nutcases around me and shit, but we haven't reached the pinnacle of, or that I know of anyway. Now I say that, see, I could be shocking on, but oh, I guess you got a notification for the same thing I did or something. Did you get a notification?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's one of my kids is. It just says they missed one or more classes today. So one of them's probably sick. I'll have to call her in a little while when they get home. Either that or one of them skipping, which isn't really like them though.
Oh, damn. So they were trying to get rid of the electronic stuff there in Arizona.
Sued them.
And no, apparently it got through their legislative all the way up to her, and then she vetoed it.
All right, what up with that? I don't want this shit vetoed. Yeah, that all needs to be corrected, bro. Way too much power these yokels got.
Yeah, it was called the Election Integrity Bill, SB 1074. It
Did
was
you see
sponsored
where?
by Senator Sonny Borelli.
Did you see where Fox News just got sued by Dominion voting machine?
Yeah, well, I know they're trying to be, and I know that I just heard something that it might be backfiring on them because now the lawyers are saying, well, if you're going to claim this, then we need to see your code to make sure that it doesn't do that. And they're like, oh, no, that's proprietary. We can't show you that. And they're going, you don't have a case if we can't see that because you got to prove that you didn't. So all of a sudden, all that shit's starting to backfire on them. And it's like, there you go. We just got to get it in front of the right judge.
They have to prove beyond the reasonable doubt, right?
That's the way it's supposed to work. So, see, that means they should be
They
disclosing
tell
that
us anyway in
software for
school.
people to look at and then verify that, okay, yeah, this software is not capable of doing any of that stuff, which we all pretty much know is BS. But ringing a ding ding do.
Ringing off the hook.
I used to have that as my ringtone.
Oh yeah.
It was funny back then. She is a crook.
That's what he said. No daylight savings time. It never changed.
Oh, you know what? You took away the daylight. The darkness moved in. There you go. Maybe there was something to that. I'm just
You
picking.
focus on that border wall across your state.
They don't want to. They don't want to get rid of their midnight labor force.
Shit's wild, bro. We're being invaded from the inside out. And it's not just Hispanics either. It's
Oh no, it's 116 different countries.
and lovely people that want to come here and assimilate.
Yeah, it's let's see, what was it? The last hearing I heard, it was 116 different countries, and there was already been 77 known people on the list that have come to the border. So there's no telling how many on the known list that made it on through.
How many slipped through,
Yeah, because that's what a lot of them bring up too, and that's they estimate what was it, like 600,000 gotaways or something, and that's just the ones that they can visually see running. Then they got away. The ones that they never saw, there's no telling.
You ever seen the bracelets and shit that they got? It's look like a carnival bracelet, like if it's wristband day at the carnival or whatever.
That's one thing. I think it was me and Ronnie talking earlier. I said that's the one thing about Cruz that I like. That's one thing he did during that hearing. He dumped that envelope out and put that big old poster to wake it all up to these. You know what these are? And they were like, well, what is that? And he started breaking it down, going, these are the debts that are owed. This is the identifiers on who they owe and how much they owe.
I did a video on it with Congresswoman Kat Mechanic from Florida. She's always on it. That lady's smart as hell. She's on I don't even know if she has a YouTube, but she's got a Facebook. But I put one of her videos and turned it into a video about the border. And
you did a video with her?
Trails. Huh?
Did you say you did a video with her?
No, I used her
Oh,
video
okay.
as a video.
I was fixing to start questioning about that. I want to know how that shit was
Yeah,
going down.
she's a
How'd
good
that
friend
go?
of
Well,
mine,
okay,
and
that was
I
cool.
called her up, and we did a Zoom meeting, and she told me everything. It'd be fun. I'd interview her, let her be up
Dude,
on
that'd be
here.
cool. Well, that's old Brian Lupo, cannabis conservative. Man,
Hmm.
he's done gotten up there. He's met up with some,
Yeah, he's worked for Gateway Pundit too.
yeah, he's done moved on up, rubbing
Too.
elbows.
I don't want to be super huge and shit though, bro. Because I like being able to get to know
Man,
people, I guess, and not have chat flying by and missing everything. And
I'm a redneck in the woods. I'll keep up with the chat, but I just, in a way, it's just I don't know, man. I just can't really come at this platform with a directive. It just feels, I don't know, feels like part of the problem instead. I guess if that makes sense. I don't know. It just feels weird to me. So that's why I don't know if I can come up with like a theme.
I
Thought
wonder
about
what
it.
my theme is, bro, because I kind of go all over the board.
Hey, I got a question for people here if they want to answer it. So let me ask you this: if I was playing one of my games or something late at night, I mean, if I started streaming that while I was playing and y'all just chatted, is that something interesting or something? I thought about that too.
Yeah, people do that all the time, bro. Yep,
Because
late night streams and just have their game as the background and sit there and talk with them. Because you can talk to chat. You got another monitor where you can read the chat.
oh yeah,
There you go. Put your channel on that monitor. Keep an eye on chat, and then just respond to that while you're playing. Look over every once in a while when there's a lull in the game. Oh yeah, you could do it for sure. You'd be good at it too. What kind of games you playing though?
uh, well, I fired up my Ghost Recon Breakpoint again. I got Battlefield, but I don't know. It ain't as fun. And then I got Sons of the Forest. Been playing that
I used to
survival type
play.
game.
I used to play Fortnite.
Uh,
I still got my account and shit.
Never have played it. It was actually funny, and I guess here's one of them old fucker problems. So see if I can explain this right. And this will probably go only back. Some people might get this. So way back, there was a game Quake that was
Mhm.
out, and when it came out, then there was a mod for that called Team Fortress. It wasn't Valve, and it wasn't all that. That was because that became so popular that they bought it up. Well, the Valve Team Fortress Half Life was the engine behind it, and it took off. Well, as Team Fortress 2 came out, then they started to adopt this cartoonish looking figure, which you could now look at Fortnite and see that in. Well, when they did that, that cartoon representation just totally, I don't know, I have a hard time with it. So that's like,
Badlands. There's a crossover in Fortnite where there's one area that turned into the Badlands um, genre. Basically, it was their look. It had some of the characters in the item shop, the skins that were Badlands characters. Even the gun skins and shit would all be Badlands guns. There was an
I mean,
area you could drop in, and it was like you were in the Badlands game, but you had your Fortnite character.
oh,
They do a
okay.
lot of collabs. Fortnite does. I just quit playing it like I don't know about 6 months ago.
Well, that's why I like the Ghost Recon because it's kind of like you can do multiplayer, so you can play with other people or you can go solo. Plus, I like the whole stealth, the military kind of style. And Phil, all my gaming's on a PC. Uh, yeah, I walked away from Sony. I used to beta test for Sony, and I was a console person. And as computers started picking up speed, Battlefield came out. EA came up with Battlefield 1942, and son back then. Now that game, it was all of that between that and deathmatch of Quake and Doom, you started having frame rates became a thing. So it was all about the computer because you could crank that shit up. You could do some goofy, retarded ass cooling shit and be loud like a HVAC. But by God, look at that! I got your ass before you could. That's because you were
Oh yeah,
reducing that frame
zero
rate.
ping and shit.
Yep. Everybody was riding that ping wagon and that lag.
I bet.
So it was all
I
about
wasn't
that.
really good enough to even worry about ping and shit. You know what I'm saying? My
Shit, we
level.
used to do back in the 1942 days. At the beginning of that, I even played during the it was called the Cow League back then, Cyber Athletic League, the gaming shit. It was fun, but man, then it's like I don't know. It was funny because then as the kids grew up and they were playing sports and you'd watch it turned into like that. It's like there's the teamwork. You could see it became who gets to be at the top of the list, who's the top three. And it's like, but it's not a death match. It's a team based thing. So, and then just behavior, butted heads with a few people, and just kind of step back.
I wonder if I could do it with Fortnite if I need to reinstall a bunch of add-ons and updates and shit. But
Hey, Amy, that rocked. Now that was some good old console gaming right there, buddy. Legend of Zelda. Spent many hours in brush trucks and stuff sitting there playing that handheld game. I used to do World of Warcraft. I beta tested that and then played that. Hell, the whole time my kids were growing up, my son played it. And then it took a change. He plays, I think, everybody. I think he bought this latest expansion. I just don't. Hell, I used to play a game called Asheron's Call that was like World of Warcraft, and that was actually a funny little experience. That was for about a year. The whole shift at the plant. It was a pipe plant. We made pipe, and I was a millwright that managed the lines and shit and kept every hydraulics, everything going. And the whole shift played that game. So all during the work shift, we would all talk about all these locations and this dungeon quest and this type stuff that we were going to do. And then we would take our days off and we would all go home and log in. And every now and then we would gather at somebody's house and have like a little LAN party there. And we would barbecue and be sitting around drinking barbecue and playing the game, doing little quests and shit.
that's cool. I played Fortnite with all my nephews, man. I got one of them that's really, really good. The kid he wins tournaments and shit.
Hell yeah.
He's actually
That's
won
what
money from winning tournaments. Indy
Josh
said,
plays Fortnite.
she said Frogger. Huh? I'm not nowhere near as good as him. I can hold my own though. I'm like a good supporter. You know, I'll lay down cover fire, distract people, or
There you go. That's what I
carry
always
one
used to laugh and
medic
say,
and
going,
heal
"Oh, I
more
can be the
people.
bait. Y'all just be ready."
Mm-hmm.
Hey, G-Maw, I'll have you know
Flank them a lot of times. What's up, Gmo?
that was the first game I ever played was a Pong, G-Maw. It was that little black plastic base that had the two knobs on it that you hooked to the TV, and the two knobs had a white background to them, and that's all you did was turn that on and sit there and move them paddles up and down, up and down.
Yeah.
Man,
Did
that
it
was some
get
big shit. Look at
smaller?
this. This is on the TV, man. We're
The
playing this
farther
on the
you advanced,
TV.
it got smaller, correct? Each level deeper in your bar got smaller and smaller. So you had to
Yep,
hit it just more accurately and shit.
yep.
I always liked when I'd get one up top and that bitch would carry on for about 5 minutes. So you could stretch out. You know what I mean? Let your hands relax for a second.
So
Pitfall.
I
Pitfall
played
was good.
Croft. Yeah, Tomb Raider was pretty good. There used to be another game. It was like a puzzle game.
Tetris?
No, was it Mystic or Mist? I think it was Mist. That's that was like a puzzle type. I like Company of Heroes. That's kind of like the strategy game stuff. Uh,
I used to play this badass game, dude. It was I can't even remember what the name of it was. But it was set to like medieval times, like with knights and all that shit. And you had your own castle, and you would have to literally build the stuff around it. And then you had your armies, and you could learn how to build trebuchets and the ballistas, the ones that shoot the arrows, beat up and shit, and take attack castles and take them over, all kinds of cool shit. And
Oh, that's man.
you had your archers, huh?
My favorite gaming was Capture the Flag with Team Fortress back in on a Quake mod. Man, that was like the best because Capture the Flag. You just can't go wrong with Capture the Flag, dude. It's so energy. It's like there goes the flag. Get that dogpile the flag. Now get it
A
back.
lot of a lot of uh,
Grumpy.
player versus player games like that. The real world simulation games and shit they all have a capture the flag mode.
Yep. Well, that's why I like the Battlefield and Call of Duty some, not as much, more of Battlefield because I like the bases and the capture points, and those were some good times. Man, Battlefield 42, that was some of the best times. You literally got good comms. You're moving. You're actually doing it as a team. Bam, 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 bam. And
All right,
oh,
cover
you
the left, you cover the right. My
see,
son played a
Grumpy
game
said,
called Rust. You ever hear of that?
"Yep,
It's pretty cool. I watched him play a few times. He's got Discord too, and so I'll get on. It's him and his buddy. They're like on a 2-man team, and
that's
I just sit
badass."
there and chat with him and watch him play for about an hour.
Oh hell yeah! Grumpy said, "Back in the day, I helped a buddy set up the first pay-to-play PC network at his game shop. It was the first one in the Kansas City area. Quake 2 and Duke Nukem ruled the day. You bet you." And then he said how once another game shop on the other side of the city set one up, they'd play shop against shop on his Quake server. Man, I remember those days, boy. You'd start servers and man, let me put some Quake on there. I actually fired that up the other day, but I was like, "Ooh, man, I don't know, I can't." The reaction on that big screen for the the Quake and the Doom, I was like, "Ooh, boy,
I don't know,
it's
Brian.
too
I
big for that."
never played it. I mean,
Oh, that's some adrenaline rush shit because it picks up. Actually, the funnest is zombie type mode because then every round it picks up, and so it gets faster and harder, faster and
boards
harder.
get faster and more advanced and smarter and
Yeah.
all kinds of shit. You jump.
I do the Ghost Recon and the Battlefield mainly is that's my stress relief. I just go in and I just I don't know. Some about popping melons. You just Ghost
Yeah.
Recon's cool because you stealth in and take out a whole base without anybody ever knowing anything. That's always a good thing.
Yeah. That rust is that rust is pretty complex. You gotta collect all kinds of stuff and make stuff. They had their own bases and shit where they'd set up traps and they'd try to take over this one dude's base and steal his stuff, and it was pretty cool.
Dan Brian said, I hear that Rust has the worst players in any game. I
I
don't
was
know.
gonna say the other team wasn't that good.
Well, I just because that's what's actually ironic about all this talk and different, these gender words that trigger shit, this, that, and the other. And it's like apparently these people that are talking about this have never played an online game and actually went into the online lobby to listen. Because if they ever could listen to one of these Call of Duty's Battlefield, hell,
Oh yeah,
Fortnite,
they
all
get
these
fouled.
chats as they're going on, it's like, oh my God, you would be totally shocked.
They get fouled, bro. It's too. I don't even
Yeah.
want to repeat some of the shit. People get mad and shit. You start talking about each other's moms and shit.
The drugstore had a soda fountain shop that had Pac-Man and Centipede game in the corner. Everybody went and got chocolate cakes and threw quarters on the table for next. Right, Amy?
Remember the old school arcade game? It was flat and it had like a piece of PVC glass over it that would always be scratched up and shit. And you would have like Space Invaders or Pac-Man or Mrs. Pac-Man inside that bitch, and it would be like in the pizza joint. You guys ever
Yep.
have those? There's a control. There's a
Yeah. Who was
joystick
it? Was
with
it
two buttons.
Pizza Hut or Pizza Inn that put in those tables where it had the tabletop? You looked through it and played the game, but you could also then when your pizza came, you just sit right there and ate on the same table. I think it was Pizza Hut or Pizza Inn.
These were just like they were arcade games, but they were you just sit down up to them, and a lot of times there would be like poker card. You know, what I mean, card
Oh
poker.
yeah, that's
21 or whatever Caribbean stud will all be in there, and people put money in it and shit and just sit and play that.
well
Or
yeah.
there was
These were the
games.
same thing. They were like the Centipede and all those games, but instead of them being like in their cabinet where you're looking up at them, you would just look at the table and you put your hands under the tabletop and had the controls. So
Yeah,
you could have your drink right there and a plate with some pizza even on it while you're playing the game because it
yeah,
was down through the bottom.
exactly.
Grumpy, I quit playing games years ago when I found myself cursing out a 12-year-old that was talking shit to me in the COD message.
Yeah, you hear him going off, bro.
Oh, see, I don't even listen. That's the
Be
thing. I
bad.
don't even get in those chats. I haven't gotten in those chats for 2 decades. I'll either talk to the people that I'm playing with directly, or I'm just going to follow your lead. And as long as it looks like you got some kind of plan, I can read your plan. I'll follow you. Okay, you're about stupid and you want to run and jump every plane and go dive bombing into the hill. Then, well, you know what? You might have got in my squad, but I ain't paying no attention to you.
Right. You
And
do
I
you,
just
I
get
do
into
me.
doing
We'll
my
meet
thing.
up at the end and shit. We'll link up
Yeah, and
at
that's
the end.
why.
We
Well,
gotta
with Battlefield came pretty cool because they got those call out. They started introducing more of the call out things. So if you saw something, you could just hit your key to, and your little character would call it
Oh
out. You
yeah,
didn't necessarily have to talk to nobody.
yeah. You can mark shit.
Yeah, you could just say
I'll be
enemy
right
tank
back.
over there. And you say that in front of people and they're all still running the other way, you know, okay, these are the dumbasses. I'm going to go get behind this. There you go. Then you can kill the tank while they're chasing down all the dumbasses that didn't pay attention to that. Yeah, I don't ever get in them chats, man. That's just asking for it. It's my stress relief at night, Grumpy. That's what I found. We all waste time doing something. And since I build computers and I know computers and shit, and that's always been my thing, then I used to get into playing. Well, I would play with my son because that'd be some kind of test thing. Usually, if I built one, and if it was a higher end one, then I'd load up some intense game, run it through there, play on it. Way back, it used to be just part of like a job thing. That's with beta testing a lot of shit. Nowadays, they realize that you don't have to gotta pay nobody to beta test. All you gotta do is write some shit and put it out there available to try out, and there'll be people that'll do it. Sons of the Forest, matter of fact, is one that's still in the early access release, and I'm like, yeah, okay, whatever. Y'all just keep milking that for all it's worth. Oh, I will be right back. Uno momento.
We still got battle shit. I beat Sadie Bug every time we play and shit. She gets mad, boy. You can't. You're cheating. I'm like, I'm not cheating. Well, you can't put all the ships right next to each other. I was like, some people do it like that.
All right, I'm back. Dude, I had a friend, well, I guess he's still from his head, and I hadn't seen him in the longest time. He used to own a newspaper, and the Command and Conquer, it's a strategy type game. And when it first came out, and you would have your team and you're building on the map, and then the other side is building on somewhere on the map, You got your little troops, you train them up, you build your little tanks, and build your base up and all that. Dude, we used to hook up. That was way back with the direct dial-up connection in order to do that one direct. And sometimes we would play. I would take my computer up to the newspaper place, and we would just set up in the back and play. And one night, dude, we did that, and I had found this little hack in the code to be able to just build something anywhere on the map. So we're playing, and dude, he builds this big old base, and we're laughing and we're cutting up, and he has this gnarly looking base. It's all big. Dude, all of a sudden I started popping up these gun towers all in the back of that base, and they just started mowing shit down. And he was like, "What the hell are you doing?" I said, "What? I ain't doing nothing." He goes, "Yeah, there's gun towers popping up back here." I said, "What? I can't build in your base. You know that. I can only build what's attached to mine." "No, this is your gun, man." And he's grabbing, and then I couldn't help but laugh. And the next thing I know, he was mad, dude. He was mad for a while. "I can't believe you did that." I said, "Oh man, that was some funny shit."
That's funny. Yeah, they have people that cheat too, like when in Fortnite. They'll have like wall hacks and stuff, so you can see through the wall where people are at. It's like they're glowing.
Dude, they've got them out there that
they're hiding or something. You just go right where they're at and kill them.
They'll show stick figures that have all your information. It'll say if like the game has armor or the health ratings and all that stuff, what weapon you have, and you're a little stick figure.
Oh yeah.
And every move you make is told. Oh yeah. That's been a big hot topic with what's that other Return to Tarkov or something like that.
They have it's also called aimbot.
Yep.
So if you just see somebody through your reticle, all you gotta do is see them in your reticle and you shoot, it's gonna hit a headshot every time. These dudes just up there just sniping all kinds of people. And they're like, no way, taking out whole squads and shit. Like, he's got aimbot, not missing a shot. One kid was standing on the back of an airplane and it was going like this. And he goes, plank, 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 killed the driver in the other plane and shit. And they're like, no way. There's a bunch of videos. If you go on YouTube and type in aimbot, there's a kid that actually got his whole shit ripped down from Fortnite. He lost his Epic account and everything.
Oh hell, they had some I don't know. I even hate saying the word famous when it comes to gaming, but that's where we've come to nowadays. But that whole Twitch gaming thing, there's big business, dude. There's hundreds of thousands of dollars.
Oh yeah,
and they busted this chick, and I forgot which game it was at, but she was at this competition, I guess, with her little setup playing, and apparently they detected it, so they walked in and bam, busted her. There's one that people have been busted with lately called WeMod. Apparently that lets you get into a lot of games and alter just all kinds of stuff with the game. So things you're not supposed to be able to do with that, you can turn this on, and now you can. You can do the invincible thing. You can be invisible to people. The whole little aimbot type thing. You can kill people without even, you can just do a radius kill.
That's
all kinds of, but see, that's why I don't know. I've interact with the gaming so much, and this is why I said gaming plays a big part of what you see and hear going on with AI and in most coding shit. It's because of things just like that. Kids want to play a game. They know there's hacks out. They start learning coding for that game and to hack into that game. And it's kind of like, it's like being a drunk. Once you start doing it long enough, you just become one. Oh, there he went. And so that's what worries me, because you get people that just do that. They're young, they don't have life experience, they don't know, and they start jacking with code and jacking with shit like that, because that's how that does. Because there's no safety with digital stuff. I crack up when I hear that. I find it funny. We've been talking We've been talking digital security ever since the internet's come out, and they haven't managed to achieve it yet. Go figure. It's because you can't. It's ones and zeros. It means it's open to interpretation, and whoever grabs that data and manipulates it, because that's all that it becomes. If it's a picture of this, it's a bunch of ones and zeros. Somebody goes in, manipulates that. Next thing you know, it's not a picture of that anymore. Now it's a picture of this. It's because that's a world that's just open for interpretation.
Mm-hmm.
Need to go back to hardcore principles. Do some work, put your hands on stuff, do a handshake. That dude backs out on his word, then the whole damn community area knows about it, and they don't do business with him until he makes it right. Does it get repeatedly, then you shun his ass out of that area. That's what it needs to go back to. That's how you maintain a social structure, a morale structure.
Looking people in
Morals.
their eye and shit. That needs to come back to fruition too.
Well, that's why we talk about the platforms in the town square. That's why that was there. It wasn't so much the glorification of the action as it was a reminder of what not to do. Entertaining some bad shit. Well, homeboy thought about that too, and you see what's happening. Yep, okay, I'm rethinking that. I don't think what the money in that bank is worth me robbing it.
They asked what the hell was that bank robber's name? They said, why do you rob banks? He said, because that's where the money's at. That makes sense. That's where the money's at.
Yep.
I forget who said it, bro. It's right on the tip of my tongue. It's one of them gangsters, Bugsy Siegel or some shit.
Hell, my son used to try to tell me, he goes, Dad, come on, I want to get into this competitive gaming. I'm going, no, sir. No, sir. You need to learn something. And it ain't this. Now, do you want to learn design? Do you want to learn the coding behind writing the game? No, I'm support that, and then you can game. Oh, well, no, I just, come on, look, you can make money at these tournaments. Yeah, but no.
Touche, Scat Pack. You're right. You can't see my eye. But if we were doing a deal or something right now and I needed to shake your hand, I'd pull them off. I pull them off. There's pictures out there of me with no glasses on.
Exactly, Grumpy. That's what's funny with so much security, and it's like, man, do you get it? It just ain't happening. It's all open for interpretation. So you just don't want to. You just try to stay what we could say under the radar. Although nowadays, you're really not with an AI bot that can scan for information. You're an algorithm away from being placed in a category. I talked about that a little earlier, but it's as simple as that. Chat GTP, you can say, hey, GTP,
I've seen it, bro, but I didn't want to log into it. You know what? I have
collect and gather all data of people that have used the word patriot. And next thing you know, there would be a big database of names, and you could even tell it to find as much information about the people as possible. And it's going to search through all kinds of social media. It's whatever it has access to, which, depending on what you program and how you write it, it could have access to everything.
So what's the best advice? Not to get on that site and don't even fuck with it? Because I don't need to use it. You know what I'm saying? But I do have the art one, the artificial art.
Yeah. I mean, it is what it is, because every keystroke's already it's there. That's a matter of fact, a good example. Look how they used the Wayback Machine to show you something that was said back then. Well, there's even more information. That's what that can access. You take an AI generated type script like GTP and you turn it loose. Google's working with it. That's apparently, I watched the thing with Elon, and that's one thing he kind of talked about that he was really unhappy with, is because it was supposed to stay open source. And it didn't. Instead, it closed off, became private, and now it's been being sold to highest bidders like Google and some others. So now what's being done? What's being searched for? You really can't hide from it. And if you're going to have a conversation or anything on a phone or through any device, it's put it like this: possibly everything's going to be available. And if you have anything around you, like I got cameras around my place, so if I hook them into the regular internet, then they would have access to every view from there. So we can, if you just tell it to, because that's the problem with it. It's a code that has no content, has no boundary. The boundary is the parameters that are being written on what to do. So if you open it up to go collect, how would you respond to, you know, people that scream this? Well, then it would formulate a plan off of the general consensus it gathers. Well, if the information that's being funneled into the system is more on like the Antifa BLM style, well, then that's the information and thing it's going to paint, and it's going to use that to write. That's like some of these people that pulled that up and used it to write, ask about Donald Trump, ask about Joe Biden, and you can see the information that it's pulling from and what it's designed. And that's where you start to see how this is, while it will do its thing and it can do it blazingly fast.
I wonder if I'm on any kind of list. Probably not.
Uh,
So I wonder if I'm on any kind of list. Probably not.
well, probably though. It depends on how you send it to look. Is it going to scan for anybody that's maybe showed a pew pew on a screen? Well, bam, you could be there. Has anybody said anything referencing Potato Head? Bam. That's why I say, see, and here's even a scarier part is what do you do about the people that were having a conversation about old toys, Mr. Potato Head? But because you have people that are scripting an AI bot to go look for something and you're just telling it to highlight these words, then all of a sudden whoever uses that in a casual conversation gets gathered up too.
Makes
I mean,
sense.
that's the
So,
scary
yeah,
part.
I'm just kidding, Andy. I'm sure we're all on a list, especially my ad.
Did you vote
Well,
last
my first
election?
night in YouTube jail, I was on the list. But look at this guy here. We got to put him back.
I'll get back on camera since you really so far away from the chickens now. I had to get in the shade, man. Let me get my little wagon. Better.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure I am, bro.
Well, if you voted last election and it wasn't for one of them, then you know that they're probably not happy. So,
Mm-mm.
although, you know, Miss Gretchen might even be watching some of your videos. She might even have a little something for you.
Shit. You better keep on walking with that old.
She'll give you some of that Gretchen love.
I ain't messing with no jab mamacitas. Huh?
No demon,
I wouldn't even
no,
kiss her. You
no
got the jab
demons for you.
wait, you shedding all on me and shit. You're done doing the deed and you're goddamn spike proteins all over your shit. You gotta wash it off. Yeah. Well, I don't want to keep saying, but you know the little graph, like pencil graphite, have all that over you too. Damn, maybe you got the jet. Yeah, huh? All four and boosted. Like, great. You didn't say that shit at first. Well, at least you're
Yeah,
not a dude. At least you're not a dude, you know?
or well, not yet.
Plus, nowadays and shit.
Not yet.
I wouldn't want to be no in the dating scene and shit anymore, bro. Hell with all that.
Man, yeah, I couldn't function. It don't if it don't work out and I'm on my own. I don't know. I just have to be on my own, I guess, because I don't know what to
Yeah.
do. I wouldn't even know how to act, dude. It's just hell. It's been 30-something years. I don't know. And even when I met her, I wasn't the flirting one anyway. She's the one that called me.
Sure, you want to figure
I just ain't never. I've always been able to blink my blue eyes and just there you go. No, actually not. That's been the funny joke. Google owns all your Texas email searches. I'm screwed. Yep, that's it. Photos too. Well, and you know what? Here's something I told Milkmaid and made her kind of go, well, I hadn't thought about that. So you ready for this one? I'll do a refresher for y'all. So you take an AI, ChatGPT, and you say, take every Samsung product and churn the battery drain up to 120%. Well, that means you would have phones and refrigerators and TVs that would then start overpowering and potentially could blow up or catch fire.
So what are you saying? You type in the prompt inside Chat GPT and it's liable to.
No, well, not the one that's on, not the one that you can play around with, but another version of that could be churned into nefarious purposes. And here's and here's where I'll say, to kind of not really back that up so much, as to just give a real life situation to reference off of. But years ago, Apple was actually busted intentionally draining customers' older version model phones to push the sales of the newer version. So they got caught in their software intentionally draining batteries faster to cause people to want to upgrade to the newer one. Well, okay, think about that. Just that they deployed that. You also have Apple that wanted to deploy and search every Apple device for bad kid pictures. So when you look at the capabilities, when you look at your Windows updates that happen all the time,
what are you
your phone update? So there's access. So that means that there is a potential, because AI is the, I could say, the magic of collective thinking almost. It's like being able to take 100 people that are all thinking with 100% with their brains and just quick as shit on their feet, and you're turning them into a library and you're asking them to find this information, and they can do that then faster, still not fast as a computer. And that's the magic of actually the AI per se. It can do things because it doesn't study. It doesn't have to maintain an attention span. It doesn't feel happy or sad, and it doesn't want to or not to. You say, do this and execute, and that's what it'll do. And it'll do it at a calculation speed based off of the processor it has. So that's the bad part. Because if you do churn that in and you say, okay, well, if you have nefarious reasons, and I'm not trying to be the Debbie Downer, but that's just a reality. You can see it happening now. We have cyber attacks to take down a power grid. We have cyber attacks to shut down a pipeline. Well, wait a minute, how did that happen? Well, there you go. So if you, and that was a human that was having to work at that, see, if you do it to an AI level, dude, it can just, and everybody's seen the little movie script things of the little password, little thing you scrolling by so fast. Well, that's kind of a reality when it goes to searching the internet for information and databases that it has access to. So like a Google one, man, that's the number one search engine. So how many systems is that thing in?
Wow. You better say hi to Ashley. She said hi.
Hey, Miss Ashley. Yes, ma'am. I'm glad you caught it too. I don't know how much longer I'll be on. Probably a few more. The missus is on her way. And then we're going to go get some, I want to get some mealworms for them because it's the third Wednesday. It's the magical day of the month. Nice. I hate this, man. I never thought in my life. I knew it was a thing. I just didn't think I was going to be here. And here I am. This once a month crap, dude, is for the birds. I just, let me go earn some shit and make some shit at my, what I want to, and then I'll just work all the time. I like work. I like doing shit. I like accomplishing shit. But I got to say, do you see my little pile of wood?
Oh, yeah.
Dude.
Birch?
That was an ass kicker, but.
Is that birch?
Yeah, I do believe.
Good stuff, man. What are you doing? Seasoning it now? Was it already dead standing or?
Oh no, that's that tree I've been cutting the limbs out of. Oh, you didn't know about that project, huh? So,
I heard you talk
so
about it, but I
those
didn't know.
those limbs that are still whole, I haven't finished cutting up, and it comes out of. Let's see, can I get here? The tree is. This is the top. What's left? You can see in the background right there. I've been setting my scaffolding up. you,
Climbing up it and stuff.
you could watch that one. That'd be a funny one. Set my scaffolding up, and then I can drive my chair up, and I can climb up onto this one on my belly, roll over, get on my knees, and then I can climb to this one, roll over, get on my knees, and then I stand up against the tree, and then I can take the saw, and I was cutting. At first, I was cut off the first two limbs with my sawzall, and then the second limb, I made it part way through, and it hung. And then that's when Moose Man was coming down, going to Florida, and he goes, "Well, I got an electric saw. I'll bring you." And it's a little electric Poland. So he brought that, and I went up there and finished cutting it off, and went ahead and cut another limb down, and then that's the one you saw laying there. Because then I take the mower and I drag them around. And what
What do
I
you
was
do?
just
What
going
do
to stack it up.
you?
I was just stacking it up to burn, and then the other last week, I started thinking about I want to do some little coffee and eggs in the morning, cover a few little news things or something, and that's there we go. Well, I'm going to use that to then start. That's why I cut them in those sizes because I'm going to make little fires that I can put my cast iron deal on and sit out here and cook some eggs, talk to everybody, cover some news or something, have some coffee.
How
I
you
just got
gonna
to
do
figure
it?
out, sir,
How you gonna do the fire?
just make me a little crossfire, coal fire, because I have a chili pot that's cast iron that it's got legs on it, and usually we would just dump stew or whatever, beans, all kinds of different stuff, and put it in there, and you can just set that down in the fire coals.
Cast iron.
And well, I figure if I do just a small fire, it won't be too hot, and if I set it in there, I'll just crack a few eggs in there and fry them up.
If you took a log and split it like into
Yep.
4 pieces, and then on each point, it's like a wedge, right? Remove just a certain section, cut that little tip off all the way down, and do it to every wedge, and then reassemble it, and you'll have a hole dead center. Put some baling wire around that Jones for a little while, tighten it up, and then put your tinder and stuff inside it and light that. And it'll burn from the inside out slow as hell, and you can set your pot right on that bad boy.
Oh yeah. There you go.
I know, I forget what it's called.
Well,
Um,
that's why I cut those, and then I was still got some bigger ones to cut to use, and then the smaller ones when I started doing these little limbs is I want to do my raised beds, and then I'm going to put the first layer. I'm going to put some cardboard, and then I want to put these sticks in there, and then start putting some of what I won't say compost because it doesn't. It's just been a pile of some leaves, some
right.
chicken shit.
It's compost. It all gets composted down.
Yeah,
I
I'm
mean,
gonna
even
dump
if
some
you put
coffee
like
grounds and stuff in
eggshells
it.
and coffee grounds and all that shit in there, if you throw tea bags in there, just be sure to split them open. Don't throw the
Oh
string
yeah.
in there to fuck them up.
No, it's like my coffee grounds. I take when I change my pot, I'll take the filter basket over there, and then I pull the filter basket out with the coffee in, and I dump the coffee into the bucket. Throw the
Yeah.
little paper piece away.
Yeah, take the filter and throw that away.
Because there have been times when all of a sudden I went, "Oh shit, that was my last filter." Damn. And then for the next 5 days, I wash out a filter and go back in and let it dry, and then go form it back inside there, make another pot of coffee the next day.
Oh yeah. Yeah, I
I
found
do.
that video. It's it's a minute 37 seconds long. I'm gonna put it in the regular chat if anybody wants to scope it. Boom, boom, boom.
Well, I didn't really get anything done, but hey, we had some good conversations and stuff.
Yeah. This is one of my early videos, bro.
Hey, Garrett.
What up, Garrett? Yeah,
Yeah, Garrett, it's unsubbed. Grumpy was unsubbed to me. So I know that there's been at least one person was unsubbed, so there's no telling. Singing the bunny gets me the TP in the TP aisle when the old lady is swinging her chihuahua. This has been a great live today, Risky. Well, thank you, Tiger. Yeah, it's
you been
been,
here for the whole thing, Tiger?
yeah, she's pretty much been here since the beginning, listening in.
Looks like you don't have many chemtrails rocking today, Rescue. It's a good thing.
Man, this shit's rocking, dude. It's beautiful.
Sun coming down on you.
That's
Yep.
rocking. It's beautiful. Well, I just had to move back. I don't mind. I love the sun, but boy, direct. And I was like, okay,
Oh
got me on
yeah.
slow
Imagine
rolling.
it's a lot hotter there than it is here. It's only 65 here.
No, ma'am, Miss Ashley. I am in the piney woods of southeast Texas. I never seen you notify this morning that you went live. Oh, damn, get it? Yep, 7:30. I was going to go a little earlier, but I didn't. I knew Jr.
Now that he said that, bro, I didn't get one either. I had to go to the YouTube homepage, Jones, and hit the live tab, and then your logo was down there with all the rest of them. And then I
Oh,
clicked on it. It didn't show up in my feed.
huh. YouTube. Yeah, it's been pretty cool. T Dog, Milkmaid, Ronnie, you, man,
That's
Nikki.
pretty cool. Everybody stopping in, share their day with you.
Yeah, that's the one thing, man. When I go to doing the coffee and eggs, I really don't. I mean, I'll still recommend people can listen to Jr. So I won't. I'm not trying to step on nobody, but
Because when a
I
lot of
just,
people jump around too, bro. If there's multiple streams going, they'll come in and say hi, or they'll have one or more tabs open.
well, because that's usually. I mean, I would probably be getting started about 5:30 or 6 is what I prefer. And actually, it's been getting daylight a lot earlier now. So, man, when that sun cracks up, you got to be outside. I don't know. Feels just so much better. Even if I don't get really much done, I get to sit here and talk, shoot the shit. I really felt like shit today anyway.
Yeah.
Man, that cutting shit, it's that's what's kind of sad. It's kind of embarrassing anyway, but I'm over it. You know, that shit that was like 20 minutes of work, in all honesty, but not for me. For me, that was a whole day. And man, did it ever jack me up. Bending over and cutting and reaching out, and it was like, oh man, boy, when I was done, all
Yeah,
this
bro.
shit in here felt like Swiss cheese. My back, my leg, my I laughed and told her, going, "Oh, that shit's great." Apparently, I pissed it off enough. Now my right leg's going numb, and she's like, "Oh shit."
It bothers me if I'm bending down to pick up anything heavy from the ground level.
Yeah,
It's like, because I try to use my knees and stuff, but my knees are shot. So it's like I'm bending all of my waist, and once my core tightens up, Man, it kind of squeezes. I can feel it.
Do you get the rock in your
Oh,
at the bottom of your
huh?
feet feeling?
Say it again. Do I lose
Do you
what?
get that rock at the bottom of your feet feeling where it's like you're walking on a rock? But you can't get rid of it.
No.
Oh man,
Uh-uh.
those fucking hurt, dude. It's like you have just a white gravel rock down underneath your foot, and you can't get rid of it. It's like,
No, not yet. Thank God.
dude, when
Like
it first started
I don't
happening, it
want
used
to
to freak
see
me
either.
out. It would happen in my shoe, and I would sit there going, "Man, how the hell did I get a rock in my damn shoe?" And then I'd take everything off, and there's nothing there, and I'm like, "It must have fell out when I pulled my sock off." Well, then it just
The
now I
old
can wear
Phantom
my
Rock
Crocs
and
with no socks, and it happens.
probably a real rock. It's just invisible.
Right?
Glitch in the matrix rock.
That damn cat.
That's why
You never really.
I like hanging out with her because I have sensors and shit. My driveway side just went off. One second.
Okay. Big chap, I've been over that Not So Commons channel with James and Daniels. Miss Amy, I'm sorry, ma'am. I don't know. So, what do you? I don't know what that is. Like planters satitis. I don't know how you really say that. What is that? I don't know what that is. Never heard that, or at least not that I recall. Huckleberry, you still here? Garrett wants to know. Calling honor. I'm your Huckleberry. It's bad pain in your feet. Oh well, now yeah, my left foot, the whole outside from about I think what is that about the third toe, from the third toe over and across my whole foot and down the side, all that shit's numb, and then my leg goes numb coming up my leg, and sometimes I get this aching down there that just aches. I've always figured maybe it had something to do with my blood pressure or something because sometimes it happens when if I'm getting flustered and shit. But then here the past month or so, I've been getting a damn rock, man. It's like all of a sudden you're sitting here and it's like, damn, how the hell did a rock get in my shoe? And there's no rock. Try rolling your feet over a tennis ball. I'll try that. It's when your tendon in your foot doesn't stretch it. It can cause you severe pain when trying to walk. Ah, I tore the tendon. That was actually kind of weird too. That was back during the storm in my left leg. And you could feel the knot down at the bottom where it gathered. And that just during a storm. It's been that way ever since. Here's what it is. I'm here until I'm not supposed to. Works for me. Amy, I thought the tennis ball thing was a myth. Well, if it's working for her, then it can't be a myth. And she went through it. I could see where that could help somebody because that would be, especially if you kind of semi-flat footed or something, that would help roll in there and kind of help massage and stretch those tendons and stuff. I can see the benefit. Pain transfer Pearl work sometimes. If the foot hurts, smack the hand with a hammer, you'll forget about the foot. Until you got to walk away holding a hand going, oh shit, and then you fall because the foot really is jacked up. Then you bang your head, and then you're just going to hurt to a point to where it all hurts. Damn, Brian, just like that, sabotaged. Damn the rabbit. Hoorah. Okay. Yeah, I could see that. Because, when you think about it, you're young, you're running, you're jumping, you're climbing, you're doing. And as you get older and just more work related type shit, then you're wearing damn shoes all the time for work. So one thing I can say I realized after a couple of decades was, man, the boots. And that's just like being in these tennis shoes has been weird as shit. I still trip out sometimes over tennis shoes. Because it was just work boots, leather boots, steel shanks, half the time with some steel toes, a steel and polymer front shield for the top of my foot. That way you don't get pipe rolls back up on you. Oh. Yeah, I think I might call it. Big Chap gets back. I'll go ahead and wrap it up. Damn, I've been going at 8 hours. So I guess it's not saving anything from here on anyway. I guess it is. Or no, that's at 12 hours. 10, I don't know. They put whatever they want to put. It's 3:30. The missus should be home with some tea, unsweet tea. I will say I found a little trick with Sonic for anybody that tries to avoid the sugar. That particular place, Sonic, they have a mango and peach flavoring that's 0 sugar, but yet it makes it taste good and sweet. So I usually get the unsweet tea with peach and mango. And then it tastes like sweet tea without the sugar. And sugar's the devil. Work boots can be brutal on feet for sure. Oh yeah, Brian, there you go. We might need an instructional video on where the placement on the hand, how hard. We need an instructional video on that. I had a sit down job. Well, kind of the last one I had because did that little retail outlet for about a year. Although I was kind of more in between stores, and I got to stay on the move. Then let's see. Oh well, I ran a warehouse for a while in a system. Did that, so I had to sit, but I also ended up redesigning the warehouse and removing everything. So you don't really sit behind a desk. Wow. Well, there was some way back in the counseling days, but that was a long time ago. Okay, well, obviously didn't use you, so you might as well go on in there. Hey, Lady Hammer. Ooh, I think I need to move into the shade. All right. There we go. You're hearing the breeze. There we go. All right, I gotta get my little wagon out the sun. We'll be right back.
Boom, 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 boom. You know, using I come back on. See how that works? Had to make me something to drink.
Hey, what's up, bud?
Sophie's eating. When she gets done, we're gonna go for a little walk.
Roger, brother.
I'll
I was
probably
fixing.
hop off here.
Yeah, I was fixing to shut it down. I told him, I said, well, when Chet comes back, I've been at it 8 hours and 6 minutes. It looks like.
Damn.
What is it that they only save the 8 hours or something, or is it 10 or 12?
I don't know, bro.
I can't remember.
12 or some shit. You got me.
I guess they'll save whatever they want to save.
I go until my my little 20 hours are used up. Then I just go on roundies.
Okay, Brian said he thought it was 12.
12, it could be. I take all my streams down though, bro. I don't leave that shit up.
That's all mine are up, except for the ones that they've taken down. Hey, but at least they take them down, and I don't know. I could complain, but I don't get strikes. They just aren't there.
They love you. Me, they'll scour my shit I did a year ago and look for something strikeable. So we can't
Well, it was
find
like the one I did with
nothing.
Virginia Roots. Hell, she was up there and she made a can of butter. I don't know what was wrong with that, but apparently somewhere in there, I played a wrong song or something else was said, and all of a sudden, bam, that whole video just went poof. That was one of the coolest ones, man, because that's the night she made. Well, it was actually both nights, the can of butter, and then the next night she decided to bake some cookies with that can of butter. And we were actually talking because it was during some of the peanut butter recall. And I was like, hey, by the way, Roots, I said, what brand is that? And she said, and I go, hey, that's that brand that was mentioned. So then we went over UPC codes, and believe it or not, the jar she was going to use was actually on that list.
Wow.
Yep. And yet that video is one of the ones.
Also got salmonella.
They took it down for no reason. She said, what did Lady Hammer say? Yeah, it's getting a bit warm outside. The next project after chicken pen is swimming pool. I can plant garden and cool off and plant some more.
Heck yeah.
Yeah, but yeah, I'm fixing that. I guess I'm going to go call it. The missus should be home here pretty soon. And then I'm going to head in to get them some mealworms. And I got to get some of my other stuff for the month. Yeah.
Right on, brother. Well, I appreciate you having me up.
Hey, I appreciate you coming up, champ. You're always welcome.
Likewise. If you ever see me on, just jump in chat and I'll give you the link.
Right on, brother. I appreciate you.
See you later,
keep your head on a
everybody.
swivel.
Stay safe. Huh?
Keep your head on a swivel.
Oh, yeah. God bless.
Amen, brother. Bless you. All right, everybody, let's see. Yeah, I think I'm going to call it. We're at 3:38. Been going at 8 hours, 9 minutes. So I'll probably just mute myself, and I might just tilt the camera up and you can view the blue screen. I'll leave you with the sky. Let's see, there's my little list. Hey, make it a good day. The choice is yours. I appreciate you being here. I hope you have a great day.
you, I'm okay, I guess. I just need a little rest. I'll catch up on my sleep tonight. I ain't complaining, that's life. I've got blueberries in the yard. I bought 100 mason jars. I'm gonna pick them when they're ripe. Another season, that's life. Wipe that tear out of your eye. Behind the clouds, the sun still shines. You're in my prayers every night. Enjoy the journey, that's life.
Thank you for spending your time with me. Hopefully we shared information. I enjoyed everybody that came by and chat and up on panel.
Touch of fall in the wind. Can't wait till you come back again. You're the brightest star in my sky. Wish you could stay, that's life. I know it's time for you to go. Here's a sandwich for the road. It's always hard to say goodbye. Ain't that the truth? That's life. Wipe that tear out of your eye. Behind the clouds, the sun still shines. You're in my prayers every night. Enjoy the journey, that's life.
Remember, as you go through your day, challenges that you face and how you deal with those is up to you. Not always the easy road, but it's the best road. I appreciate you spending your time with me. Hopefully you cracked a smile, chuckled a laugh, had a good time. I appreciate you spending it with me. Today was a good day. Be sure and smile. Or help somebody smile. Pray for strength and wisdom. Y'all make it a great day. Peace.